Hello. Why isn't my face reacting? Something always goes wrong on my streams. There we are. Hello. Oh yes, I still have the Utena stickers available. I forgot. Those are free, by the way. I see we have a lot of new people here today. So let me give you a little introduction. My now playing is also not on. I am always so prepared, you guys. This is what my streams are like. Like, they're just... I have no idea what I'm doing ever. Here we go. So you can see the music I'm currently playing. So, for all of you who are new here, over on Twitch, people can put stickers on stream. They can also put tomatoes on stream. Actually, let me open the extension myself so I can demonstrate. There's a few you can,
All right.
No, I don't want to hear Twitch. I want to go to my fucking thing. At least viewer attack should be on today. Let me just double... Yeah, it is on. Okay. So, yes. So, if you Lily fans who are in the audience really hate me, you could go over to Twitch, there we go, twitch.com, or twitch.tv/npsci, and you can throw tomatoes at me if you'd like. They're free. Tomatoes are always free. There's other things you can throw with bits. 100 bits, you can throw a rock at me. 50 bits, you can throw an egg at me. 300 bits, you can throw a shuriken at me. So... Wait, when did I activate this one? There's a pizza now. That must be new. That's 50 bits, I guess. The new ones always end up on automatically. So, yeah, so you can throw shit at me. I'm that kind of streamer. I always say you're not a good streamer unless your chat bullies you. Oh, thank you for enjoying the Wani streams. Our favorite mid-20s streamer. Yeah, I'm definitely in my mid-20s. Let's just keep saying that. I was actually given access to Lily's drama video early, by a little fairy. And I decided right then and there I'm not reacting to it. I feel like it's just too voyeuristic. It's not something for entertainment. It's Lily just darvoing everybody she's ever wronged. And I feel like it's up to the victims to respond to that if they so choose. I don't think that's something that I should be using as entertainment. What was I about to say? I might at least address the SU stuff at the end of it though, next time. I don't want to waste too much time on just Lily today. My thoughts on White Diamond Steven AU, I love it. It's like the first one I started reading. I'm also in that server and I'm like kind of buddies with the author. So, the White Diamond Steven AU server is basically like the unofficial gathering place of every active SU AU fan artist. By the way, I should address the art I have on stream. Like right before stream, I had gotten an ask. And then on Ask it said, you know, how long you gonna keep farming Lily? I'm so sick of seeing your videos recommended. And I was like, well, there and on, the Lily crop is coming up pretty fine this year. We got some good yields from that Lily crop, so I ain't gonna stop. Let me put, I'm gonna put my Twitch in the YouTube chat for you guys right now. There you go. You can hear my mechanical keyboard. Don't bully me, I'm autistic. I like my mechanical keyboards. Anyway, yeah, it is kind of like last minute I was like, oh, the Lily crop should be a mandrake. And it is just because I watched Dunmeshi. Well, that's the other thing. The art I'm going to be working on this week is going to be my thumbnail for when I react to Lily's Dunmeshi videos next week. So I have a copy of Lily's original Dungeon Meshi video. So I'm going to be comparing and contrasting the two next week. So you can look forward to that. No, my AU is Switcheroo AU. I'm the one who draws Spinel as a crystal gem in place of Pearl. White Diamond AU is if Steven were White Diamond's son. And a lot of the canon's different. It's very good. It's kind of like Blue A Universe, where we've got a blue Nora. Her mom is blue, but it's more than just a mom swap. Like, the whole canon's different. It's awesome. Me, on the other hand, I'm mostly like, what is different if Spinel Crystal Gem, you know? Mine's pretty straightforward. Yeah, I heard she compared Louse to BoJack. Please don't tell me what she said. I want to be freshly blind for however Lily tries to justify saying Louse is like BoJack Horseman, because I can't even wrap my brain around that idea right now. Yes, it's humble pie. This is it, my thumbnail for next week for reacting to the Dun Meshi videos is Senshi serving Lily some humble pie, and Lily is a halfling here because I thought it would be funny. Look, Lily, I designed you a Dungeon Meshi OC. Aren't I so nice? You're getting so much free art from me, Lily. Anyway, so I got a highlighted chat in Twitch. God, I'm so sorry if I'm bad at keeping up with both chats right now. There's so many people. I recently watched the 1997 Utena musical, and it was fun. It was very much just a cute, quick retelling. It doesn't really go into the themes. Oh, yeah, so it's probably more like... It's probably more lighthearted, yeah. I thought it was purposely weird. The lyrics are mistranslations. This is, like, full of puns. So it's like Utena abridged, then, basically. I have good news about your Great Dane, Jaden? Okay. And Kaiser has bad news for me. I'm sort of blind to James's Utena vid. I watched somebody else's stream VOD reacting to it, so I've technically seen the entire video, but I don't remember much about it, because the guys were pausing and talking for, like, a long time, and these guys who reacted to it actually fucking understood Utena. So a lot of the shit they were saying was very interesting, and so I was having more fun listening to them than actually paying attention to the James Somerton video. So, yeah. But James is gonna be first, but I did want to go over a little bit of Lily news before I start on the James Somerton. Thank you for being awesome. Well, thank you for thinking I'm awesome. No, you can draw yeah, if you draw fan art of me and tag me on Tumblr, I'll favorite it. I usually do. Sometimes I miss ats though sometimes. So, Lily has been getting increasingly unhinged on her stream. She's been streaming on Twitch lately, and she's just been getting increasingly unhinged. She was streaming, like, I don't know, game stuff and ranting about how everyone hates me because I'm popular. And then it's everyone hates me because I'm trans, and then it's everybody hates me for some other reason. Every reason except the reasons why we don't like you, Lily, which is you're a little piece of shit, which has nothing to do with anything else. She was also butchering Loser Baby on the stream last time. And all I have to say to that is, you're a loser, Lily, a loser, goddamn Lily, you're a fucked up little whiny bitch. You're a loser, unlike me. I can sing better than you too, Lily. I can do everything better than you, Lily. How does that feel? Haha! This isn't parasocial at all! Anyway, so I have a couple of videos that were sent to me, because I'm not gonna go through Lily's goddamn streams and clip things, because they're boring as shit. I was only listening to Lily's stream on Monday because I was covering at work. I was literally at my day job, taking care of puppies, listening to Lily. And then I finally commented in the chat and got banned. Your favorite Utena character is Dio? I think you might have forgot the S there. And they couldn't put him down, so they got him fixed and put him on meds? Oh, that's good. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm hoping to get a better microphone soon, so maybe I can do more singing stuff. So... I was talking to my brother recently who does, he is like, he went to film school basically. It was more like a technical school, but he knows audio and stuff, and I think he basically set me in the right direction to get a good XLR mic that I can't fuck up. As we know, my audio is always pretty bad. I'm just using a cheap little blue snowball right now, so... Anyway, let's bring up Distracto Vision so we can laugh at Lily before we get into James Somerton. Oh good, I'm glad I helped you understand Utena, because don't worry, James Somerton's gonna get everything fucking wrong. See, the thing is, I was originally rewatching Utena to watch Lily's anime ranking video. But then I went into the transcript and saw that Lily only talks about Utena for like 3 minutes and doesn't even talk about the plot. So I was like, maybe I should throw James Somerton's video on there too. Yeah. Lily's a... She probably doesn't listen to my streams, but it's like, you're a screws loose abuser and only 1-star reviewer. You're a bottom feeder at rock bottom and you ain't got company. I can even change the lyrics, Lily. Oh no, I just like minimized everything by accident. Look how competent I am, Lily. I'm so much better than you, and then I minimize all my windows. Okay, there it is. I got it back. Thank you. I deserve that. Thank you, chat. Bully me, chat. Bully me, chat. That's what you come here for. Anyway. I didn't see your link, Kaiser. I'm sorry. The chats are going so fast. Could you link it again real quick? And then I minimized all my fucking windows by accident. Everybody's throwing tomatoes at me. This is going well. No, don't say I'm better than Lisa Hannigan. There's no way. You linked it on Twitter? Okay, you sent it to me on Twitter. Okay, give me a second. Let me turn off Distractovision because I don't trust Kaiser, as we know. Oh, did I make a cameo in somebody else's video? Did you timestamp it?
Imagine if you went to therapy.
No. It's probably not me who made a cameo. Or maybe it is, I don't know. I'll look at it later. Let's get back to Lily. Alright, so I have this one labeled as Lily SU Cope. I think this is when Lily tries to say, everyone's just mad at me because my video comes up when you Google Steven Universe, and then she tries it and it doesn't work, and it's really funny. So let's give this a little listen.
Your viewers take cartoon analysis as the only thing we got going on with. I found your channel at random one day without knowing you were in the out. I thought, yep, YouTube video essays for fun with a side play to self-reflection, nothing more. Why do they take you more villainous than other reviewers that give not too positive takes? It's because my videos are popular. Do you know what the most popular video about Steven Universe is? It's mine.
Except
at
it's
like
not.
Almost 9 million views. Do you know what the second most popular has? It has 2 million.
Oh.
So let's look what happens when you search Steven Universe on YouTube real quick. What comes up, I wonder? Deadwing Dorks. So first things that come up is the channel and a bunch of clips. And you know, this video of Here Comes a Thought has 32 million views. Lily, I think that has more than yours. The audio's quiet. I'm sorry, the clip is quiet. I don't really know what to do about that. I have the desktop audio turned up pretty high, but yes, if you like the music I'm playing, by the way, this is an artist called Dated. He runs a channel called Ill-Advised Records on YouTube. He's really good. I've bought these albums of his I play. Please go support him, because his music's awesome. Anyway, I think in this video, Lily, like, starts to realize in real time how irrelevant her channel is becoming.
That video has more views
better?
than the ratings of, like, 5 episodes of Steven Universe combined.
I don't think that's true.
If you put Steven Universe into YouTube, it shows up.
We just saw that it didn't.
It's like the second... Hang on.
Here is Lily realizing how much her channel is slipping out of the algorithm.
It's the second fucking result.
Yeah, because it's your video, Lily. When I did it, it didn't come up. YouTube shows me my own videos all the goddamn time. Through recommendations. So the only reason it's the second one for you, Lily, is because it's your fucking video. It's not even coming up when of course now it's going back into my previously watched, my fucking lo-fi music here.
It's right there.
I wonder if she typed something else and then went back and changed it to Steven Universe in the search bar. Okay, I guess not, but still.
And it bothers them.
I got Black Diamond as one of the suggested searches here. Oh my god.
Because they wrap up so much of their personality in a fucking cartoon.
Yeah, we wrap up so much of our personality in a cartoon, Lily, unlike you, who can't stop mentioning it every single fucking video. I draw a Steven Universe AU and have been for 4 years, and I don't even mention Steven Universe as much as you do. It's insane.
Talk about a ratio. Yeah, it is. This video has more views than the actual Steven Universe channel has subscribers.
Other Friends right above Lily's video has 48 million views from 4 years ago. And then her video with 8 million views from 5 years ago. What are you even talking about, Lily?
Wow.
And it bothers them.
Yeah, Lily has a big problem with, like, having, like, 2-minute stretches of dead air in her streams and this going into the mic. Well, you guys just had to hear one of my work texts. Get out of here, phone. I'm making fun of Lily having background noise when I just did the same damn thing. Okay. But yeah, like it makes me anxious listening to Lily's streams. I'm like, oh my god, you can't have this much dead air, Lily. Your audience, Lily. But she doesn't care about her audience. Sorry guys, we're gonna be focusing on the reacts for today. We can save like fan art and questions for later, okay? I want to try to keep on topic.
That's really what it is. It bothers them. It bothers them that when you search Steven Universe, that's the first thing that pops up. It bothers them that when you put Steven Universe...
Watch this.
Hang on a second.
Went into an incognito window for some reason there. Okay, that was
Google,
sus. Uh-huh.
Oh, okay, it doesn't. Never mind. I was about...
Lily realizing in real time her video is not relevant to Google searches anymore. How does that feel, Lily? It's probably because you can't do search engine optimization well. You still use hashtags. You still use hashtags on YouTube. They're completely useless, Lily.
I was about to say, it bothers them when you put Steven Universe into Google.
Yeah, she
like,
went
is garbage in
incognito.
here, why comes up? But no, that's actually not the case anymore. Never mind.
Oh yeah, it's not actually not the case anymore, Lily, huh? So funny that. I think that's the only part of that video I wanted to watch. There was some other, like, SU ranting in this one. I don't exactly remember what it was, but I saved this video for some reason, so let's listen to it.
All really boils down to is this very childish idea that consumption is activism. That by watching this cartoon and enjoying it, because it has good things in it, I'm doing good. And that by disliking the cartoon and voicing that,
I think this is
because
important
bad people dislike it, you're doing a cartoon. It's just a cartoon. There are like wars going on, man. Like none of this matters. Talking about cartoons is fun. It's a welcome distraction from all the really bad stuff that's happening in the world right now.
Sorry, this person is actually loud, but Lily isn't. And I think Lily starts talking now.
This was in response to that, like, this was in response to hiding in private, you know, that turd.
Lily, that's you, though. That's you. You think consuming cartoons is activism. You're the one out here saying, well, Garnet is black and Pearl is white, so Pearl doing something bad to Garnet is racism. You know, you're the one out here saying, well, the diamonds are Nazis. I don't know. I have no idea who it was. It was a clip Lily was playing. And she's worse at audio balancing on stream than I am.
Like the start of the video where he basically kind of sets the emotional tone of his response. Basically, like a whole bunch of bad right-wing people were talking shit about Steven Universe. Lily is a leftist trans woman. Did she stick up for Steven Universe? No.
No, see, I kind of agree, though, that, like, that's kind of a bad take. Like, oh, you shouldn't have to just support a show because there's a gay in it. That's what Disney does. They're like, hey, look, we have our fifth first ever gay character, and now you have to give us your money, gays, and people have to support the movie or they're homophobic. That's kind of bullshit. But what else did Lily say here? She said something.
I think somebody showed me this tweet where somebody's like, no, I don't think you like Smiling Friends because you all hated this thing.
Oh my god.
I remember she gets ranting.
And the way they try to make these mashups of Hell's Greatest Dad and Other Friends, and it's like, dude.
Why does that annoy you? They're both electro swing.
You're not the center of attention anymore. You just got to get over it and move on.
Yes, people making mashups of Other Friends and Hell's Greatest Dad means the SU fandom thinks they're the center of attention, or the show does, or I don't know what Lily's even saying here.
On with your life. Notion that watching the right thing makes you a good person is hogwash. I mean, just look at the Homestuck fandom. Yeah, it's just, and the thing is, a lot of people do it. A lot of people will do it, and it's not exclusive to that. A lot of people who just revel in the degeneracy can be quite assholes as well, because that's kind of what happens when you take a nothing matters approach to.
Okay, where was the good stuff here?
If you love Birth of a Nation, it can't say positive things about you.
So Lily is saying if you like the wrong media, it can say negative things about you anyway, so...
Universe, and completely ignore everything Steven Universe likes to fucking preach, is
there
pretty high. I mean, it's probably the highest I've seen since Brody's Love and Tolerate.
Oh, yeah.
Remember that shit?
Yeah.
I should have rewatched this before the stream. And then silence. I have this on 1.5 speed, by the way.
More, some people suggest that, like, I don't like this because it kind of seems like somebody trying to make their own media taste into, like, a moral statement. But somebody suggested that, like, when all you consume is wholesomeness, you don't really know how to, like, interact with the real world.
Lily, aren't you the one who says you want nothing but fluffy, wholesome, low-conflict mush for entertainment? Isn't that you, Lily? That's why I saved this one.
I don't think I agree with that.
Oh! And I have a super chat
Jer
coming.
Bear sent a super chat. Hip was super respectful, so this is just bad.
Yeah, Hip is way nicer than me. Lily doesn't talk about me, though. I wonder why. Probably because there's absolutely fucking nothing she can do to me.
I think when certain pieces of media pride themselves on their good values and their activism and their progressiveness, people who are shit people who want a shortcut to get it, who want a shortcut to being a good person without changing their behavior, they'll consume the good media.
I want a shortcut to being a good person without changing their behavior. Lily, that's you! That's you, Lily! That's you! That's you with politics! As long as you just say the right words, you're a good person without having to do any work. As long as you just call things racist, you're a good person without having to do any work.
And without the good media, they would make up.
I was actually subscribed to hiding in public / private before the SU video too, so.
Good media to consume. It's kind of like how when weebs try to pass off their Orientalism as enriching themselves with other.
Oh, here it is. She thinks being into anime is being an Orientalist when she's like the most racist motherfucker toward Asians I've ever like fucking witnessed. Lily doesn't talk to you because they are secretly racist to gremlins. Yes. Obviously obviously gremlins are at the top of the progressive stack. Clearly.
Vultures.
Ooh. And when you criticize them about their weird facts.
And then whoever this is with her is very, like, put off by that.
One.
Yeah, it's a good person membership card. Yeah, like, my ex was, like, really bad about this. Whenever my ex was confronted with her crappy behavior, she would just break down. She just couldn't handle it because
this might be why I saved it.
So much of her identity in herself as a good person. And when...
Oh, I made my ex break down and cry. That's obviously a fault on her part. Really, Lily? Oh, wait, that's Michaela, right? Yeah, I noticed that in the last stream. Michaela's voice sounded really weird. I think there's something wrong with her microphone because it sounds really blown out and really bassy. It isn't what she usually sounds like.
When confronted with her shitty behavior, she would just, it was just such a narcissistic wound to her. What was that somebody said in the chat earlier? It's just a narcissistic injury, a wounded ego. It's easier psychologically to reject reality than to deconstruct their delusions. Any confrontation that any confrontation that they even have delusions breaks them. Yeah, that's what my ex was like. So
Yeah, somebody saying, I made my ex break down and cry all the time. That's proof that she mistakenly believed she was a good person is really telling on yourself, dude. It's really, really telling on yourself. And you know what the hell of it is? I don't have the clip, but in the stream on Monday, Lily had to ask Michaela what her eye color is. Lily had to ask her own wife what her eye color is. Her own wife who has never lived in the same country as her. Is that fucked? I mean, I think that's kind of fucked.
J. Marty sent a super chat. Certified ass you hater. Certified PDF file.
Thank you for the super chat, Jay. I appreciate it. My eye color is technically hazel. I have those blue-green eyes with the brown flecks in them. So, honestly, my entire life, people have told me I have really nice-looking eyes and have asked me if I'm wearing, like, fancy contacts, and no, actually. So to be fair, my eyes are very hard to describe, but you should know your own fucking wife's eye color, I should think. You know... Oh, do we have a Discord kitten in the chat that people are responding to? I see Dan saying my name a lot. We're not doing gaming today, but I'm gonna be doing more gaming eventually. I might actually play Baldur's Gate 3. A lot of you guys are pushing for that. I'm probably gonna let you guys vote on the next game I play, though.
Up in herself as a good person, and if I ever called her out for how she treated me, it would just turn into this discussion about, like, I always wanted to think that I was a good person, and I'm just like, I'm sitting here thinking, then change your fucking behavior. But
this totally doesn't sound like an abuser telling their unreliable narrator side of the story at all, does it? Maybe you should actually go read Lolita, Lily, though you probably wouldn't understand
she didn't want to change her behavior. She wanted me to forgive her and declare her a good person, DM.
They legit had a donation fund that their followers gave money to, specifically for Michaela to migrate years ago, and they never updated with the progress for it. Really? Because Krim has told me that in order for a spouse to become a citizen in Canada, you have to be able to financially support them for 5 years, and I think I kind of remember that, because my best friend married a Canadian man and moved to Canada, so I remember her having to go through, like, lots of paperwork and bullshit, but they have money, you know, so... So... Something you recommend watching at the end of the critique. Let me try to pin it, Cosmo Mandy, so I could hopefully get to it later. Yeah, like, this, just the way Lily's talking is just, like,
they just
so telling.
Like, they don't want to do the work. They don't want to do the work to be a good person and, like, actually feel the serotonin from helping people.
Lily, if you think being a good person is just getting a serotonin hit from helping people, you're not a good person. You help people because it's the right thing to do, not because it gives you a little, like, treat in your brain. Friend watching on YouTube noticed that one of Lily's followers' mechanic was R in chat. Oh, that's who that was. I don't care if Lily's followers want to come to the chat. Give me engagement. By all means. Like I said, I don't fucking ban people. I don't delete comments. Anybody can say anything they want, unless you're spamming. That's the left character. That's Lily as a halfling. You can't see it right now. There we go. That's Lily as a halfling, and then there's me as a fairy, because I didn't know where else to put myself in the thumbnail. I'm gonna start inking soon, I promise, once we get to James Somerton's video. And then I have this video labeled as 2 adopted sisters fucking, so...
PQA Signboard sent a super chat. TBF, think about those stories where the BF starts bawling when they get caught cheating. Also those shitty moms who would say, well, I guess I'm a horrible mother. People do emotionally manipulate people that way.
Thank you for the $20 super chat. That's very generous. I understand that there are people that get called out on their bullshit and shit and go, well, I guess I just must be a horrible person then. Yes, there are people like that. But Lily has a pattern. Lily has a pattern. You know, that's not very easy to ignore. You can say a slur, that's your own business. YouTube might block it, though.
It's like, to my Delicious Intelligence video, like, oh, it's like, the reason you don't like it is because the lesbians aren't related. And I'm like, Egg McFucking excuse me, I already pilloried She-Ra and the Princesses of Power over, it's like...
Also, get over She-Ra. I've never seen it, but fucking get over She-Ra.
Fucking years ago.
Can I zoom in on the fairy? Sure. That's why you wanted me to.
And that has lesbians who are related.
Oh.
Yeah, I feel like we don't talk about...
Oh, I know why I did this. Like, hang on, let's listen to Lily's explanation here.
Power comes out, and it's like, it's this groundbreaking moment in Q-slur representation. And it's like 2 adopted sisters hooking up.
Wow, Lily. So 2 adoptive siblings hooking up is a bad thing, is it, Lily? If they've lived and been raised together at any point in time, and they're adopted siblings, them hooking up is bad, huh, Lily? Go watch my video on Lily Orchard's scars. My fairy Sona looks drunk. Well, that's appropriate. I'm about to get drunk on this stream. Oop. I don't know why Callard got blocked for saying hypocrite. Lily has some scars, it seems. Mm-hmm.
I could have swore somewhere fucking Nate said in it, like, either like in an interview or like one of those fucking books they released for the show.
And we have Lily's 2 married siblings in the corner here as she says this. This is Emma Wen and the player character from Baldur's Gate 2, and she uses a mod to romance Emma Wen, who is the main character's half-sibling. So just keep that in mind.
That they were raised as sisters.
I'm so glad that I never bothered with that shit.
Me too.
Yeah.
I think that's the only part of that I wanted to play. Oh.
In 3K0Mang3RT0R1 sent a super chat, but don't worry, that's nothing compared to her married sibling OCS.
Thank you for the super chat. Yeah, same hat. I was just fucking saying that, wasn't I? Imagine modding DA2 to romance Carver or Bethany. People do, unfortunately. I only mod Dragon Age 2 to give Fenris better tattoos. Because Fenris is my romance option. You have to be smart to bypass the censors. Like saying I wish Lily would get a job as a water electrician.
JMRT sent a super chat. I got a friend who says Lily only likes badly written lesbians and that's why she doesn't like She-Ra.
Thank you for the super chat again. Yeah, see, I never saw She-Ra, so I didn't really care about it. Never cared about the original either, so I can't really comment on that, but, like, get over She-Ra. It was a little fart of a Netflix animation that nobody fucking cares about. The absolutely amazing thing is with that mod, she says it's okay because it's done right. Yeah, right? And she spent that whole, like, why your story-driven show is going to suck video saying it's done right is not a valid point. Lily just contradicts herself constantly. She just says whatever she thinks will make her sound cool at the time. I swear to God. This is Lily's idea of wholesome, everyone. This is advanced warfare we're witnessing, yes. Alright, I'm gonna move on to the James Somerton video and actually start fucking, like, working on this. Again, this will be the thumbnail for next week's stream, where I'm going to be going over Lily's Dungeon Meshi videos, because I have caught up on the anime up to episode 21. I'll probably watch the most recent episode on Thursday when it comes out, before that stream, so... No, they're not. Who the fuck is in the chat saying my pronouns are they, them? What the fuck are you talking about? When have I ever said that? You're telling my own friend what to call me? Someone is in the chat trying to correct my own friend about me being a woman. I know I don't sound like a woman to some people because my voice sounds really juvenile, but... Oh, we got a super chat coming. I'm waiting for it to fire. There it goes.
3K0Mang3RT0R1 sent a super chat. Lily's mentality is, rules for thee but not for me.
Look, I've said this before, guys. I don't really understand the gender stuff. I'm just an old lesbian, okay? I know a lot of people think I'm in my 20s. I'm not. I'm in my 40s. Yes, my pronouns are gremlin. Yes, there you go. No, it's okay, deadbeat girl, it's fine. I know a lot of people just sort of they, everybody, because they're not ever sure, because they don't want to upset somebody and get canceled or whatever, but I don't know. Lily was whining about Dungeon Meshi because fans kept recommending it to her because it's literally, like, every single thing she says she wants in media. Dungeon Meshi is literally every single thing Lily Orchard claims to want from a piece of media.
Scones and Jam sent a super chat. Ready for James to misunderstand my girl Yuri.
I thank you for the super chat. I have to thank everybody. I don't remember if he talks about Jury. Oh, you're joking, deadbeat girl? Okay, I think you're Kuramon in the Discord as well. By the way, I have a Discord, everybody, if you want to join it. If you give me $1 on Patreon or join my YouTube channel membership, you get into the Discord. And if you decide to no longer pledge to me ever again after that, it's fine, you can stay. It's just a tiny little gate to keep out weirdos and children. So, anyway... It's so weird that people just assume things about me all the time because I have short hair. Well, you know, you've never seen me IRL, but I have short hair, my soda has short hair, and I sound like this. And people just make assumptions. I'm gatekeeping you, Kaiser. Actually, Kaiser, message me on Twitter. I'll probably give you the nepotism role. I have a nepotism role in the Discord.
Paulina Barces sent a super chat. Assign they/them pronouns via chat trippy.
Hey, I got $2 out of it, though. Thank you. Anyway, Kaiser, yeah, message me on, or I'll message you later on Twitter. I'll give you a link. You don't have to pay if you really want to come in. Kaiser's been following me since my DeviantArt days. It's like ancient times. I don't have purple hair IRL anymore. I used to put a purple streak in my bangs, but when COVID hit, I kind of fell out of the habit of doing it, and I haven't done it since. I might start doing it again. But I know my age confuses everybody. I even don't look my age in real life either. It's it's fine. It's the autism, probably. Yes, Dan's partner got to be a Nepo baby in my server. I have a nepotism role for, like, friends and other people.
Scones and Jam sent a super chat. NVM, he won't BCS, he doesn't care about lesbians.
You still get carded, Kaiser? I will get carded, usually, if my hair is dyed and I have makeup on. I'll usually get carded. I don't wear makeup much anymore, though. I sound like I smoke a lot. I mean, I do. I do smoke weed. But today we're going to be drinking, actually. Oh yeah, let me get the picture up real quick. I almost forgot. It's very important. Actually, I can just go to my Twitter, because I put it on there. And I still call it Quitter. Yeah, should be called Quitter. I still call it Twitter because fuck you, Elon Musk. Anyway, so I went out yesterday and I got some Tequila Rose because I figured that would be that would be thematically relevant for reacting to bad Utena takes. This is my cat Monty posing with it. So he was a very good very good photo op for me. I'm gonna be drinking my weed today. You're right. Well, I always blaze it on stream. Are you kidding me? People always hear my lighter and they call me out. So, I've never actually had Tequila Rose before, and I don't drink much anymore, so I don't know how plastered I might get, but we'll be fine. Yeah, your uncle once drank 20 weeds. Very, very. I should probably shake this actually. He is a very pretty cat. I took a long time to find him because I wanted to find a cat that likes dogs because I had 2 elder black cats before him. And my dog was in love with those cats, but they didn't want anything to do with her. They were old and cranky. How old? Well, another super chat. Oh my goodness. It's coming. It's gonna fire any minute now. Come on!
JC Vala sent a super chat. Been salty about Lily for years. Thank you.
Thank you, JC. I'm glad everyone likes my Lily dunking. I mean, that's what made me a YouTuber in the first place, basically. I decided on a whim to react to Lily's Steven Universe videos on my art stream. And in the first video I watched, Lily got so much wrong about Utena, I felt compelled to cut together a little 12-minute video, and that got like 5K views out of nowhere on my completely unestablished channel. So I said, oh, well, I'm gonna react to another SU video of Lily's. Well, how about I cobble those two together and make a video? And that video now has 230K views. So I'm a YouTuber now. I guess I'm here. I was streaming for a while before this, but my 2 current cats aren't very cuddly, but they're young. I don't think James is overtly racist like Easy Peasy. Yeah, I guess I'm just a permanent streamer now with all these super chats. Huh? I'm over here busking. I'm over here busking for change. It's fine. Yeah, a lot of people were like, man, Sai, I didn't know you were a YouTuber. I didn't know you made videos. And
Crimson Ender sent a super chat. Lily's a teetotaler and Sai drinks and smokes. SMH.
I am the anti-Lily, aren't I? Thank you, Crim. So, well, the algorithm does suggest a lot of smaller channels now, which I like, because I find a lot of people that way. I've found, like, people with, like, 500 subscribers who are, like, really good, so what the fuck. I watch a lot of YouTube. I actually pay for YouTube Premium because I watch so much YouTube. And I want people to get their cheddar, you know? So anyway, this is a re-upload of James Somerton's video. Why did it get all squished in the corner like that? Anyway, I don't think we need to see the entire screen for this, but... So like I said, Lily's video that I was originally going to react to, the anime ranking one, which we are doing today. Let me just take a taste of the Tequila Rose before we start. Oh, damn, that is good. Oh, that is good. You can feel the tequila in it though. It's a little, you can feel like the alcohol wafting off of it. Ooh, that is good. It's very creamy. Your fanbase consists of Lily haters, Utena watches, and HMOFA players. Yeah, I do. I've been saying my channel's just gonna be whatever it is. My channel's just gonna be whatever it is. Yeah, I'm probably not gonna be able to read chat very much. Just so much activity. Yeah, I think you want to look at KP's video mechanic, especially that call that KP had with Lily, which is very telling. Because a friend tried to just push Lily a little bit on these allegations, and Lily hung up on her and blocked her everywhere. So, that's childish behavior. I was randomly recommended a 30-second animation uploaded 10 years ago, and all the comments were there within a week. Yeah, see, something has changed in the algorithm again recently. So... Anyway, pass the tequila. Anyway, I'm not gonna do, like, a total, like, drinking game. I'm just gonna... I don't know. I'll just drink when I feel compelled to, I suppose. And we'll see how toasty I get. I'm a lesbian. I'm Somerton's natural enemy. Is he gay? I forget what the fuck this dude said he was. I don't know. He looks like just a normal soy boy.
You could assume that Dios was the former...
Why did it skip ahead? I was just trying to upload the... Okay. I think we're all set.
This is what happened. More or less.
Did he just say warning flashing lights because anime? Shut the fuck up, dude. You know, okay, I wanted to start off saying this. I have a policy to not go after people's appearances based on things they can't change, but that jacket is a choice. Did you hunt down and skin your grandmother's couch to make that, pal? What the fuck are you wearing? Anyway, so in this video, from what I do remember of this video, James Somerton says he has come up with a completely new take on Utena, and then he just gives, like, the most surface-level readings and gets a lot of things wrong, and it's just amazing. He's gay and has made some interesting comments about women and lesbians specifically. Well, gay men are not immune to being misogynistic, and we should all not pretend they are. I will just say that.
The magical girl trope of anime hit a fever pitch in the 1990s with the international phenomenon of Sailor Moon, which typified the style. Both in homage and parody, these tropes have been recreated by artists ever since.
Are you going to mention that Kunihiko Ikuhara is also the director of Sailor Moon? Because that's pretty relevant to Utena.
And have also become an entire genre in their own right. Whether it's newer magical girls like Puella Magi Madoka Magica, the westernized magical girls like the cast of She-Ra and the Princesses of Power, or the gender-bent magical boys of Cute High Earth Defense Club. The trope...
That actually looks pretty awesome, I have to say.
...has been a staple of animation for decades.
For every bad Utena thing he does, I will dip hot sauce on my tongue. Okay, have fun, Cosmo Banty.
But none, to my knowledge, have been more discussed and dissected than the 1997 series Revolutionary Girl Utena,
There's probably
created
a reason
by
for that.
Tapas, a production group formed by director Ikuhara Kunihiko, Saito Chiho, Hasegawa Shinya, Enokido Yoji, and Oguro Yurichiro. So let's dive into the mesmerizing world of Ikuhara's creative journey. You see, back in the 90s, Ikuhara graced Toei Animation with his presence during the production of the beloved Sailor Moon series. He co-directed the second season, Sailor Moon R, alongside Sato Junichi, and took the helm as the sole director for both the animated film Sailor Moon R the movie and the third season, Sailor Moon X. But Ikuhara grew restless in the confines of adapting existing works, longing for some creative control. Thus, after the conclusion of Sailor Moon S in 1995, he set forth on a quest to birth an original series. In this endeavor, he assembled the illustrious Tapas, a consortium of creative talents from anime and manga. You see, Tapas had quite the history together. Hasegawa and Enokido had previously joined forces with Ikuhara on Sailor Moon, where Enokido penned many episodes featuring the iconic Sailor Uranus and Sailor Neptune. Tapas had also lent their talents to the esoteric Neon Genesis Evangelion. As for Saito...
I feel like he's just doing this to say, see, I researched, when this is just like... Yeah, he doesn't pronounce anybody's names correctly, but he's like, see, I researched. So, obviously I know what I'm talking about reading off the Wikipedia article. But don't forget, James Somerton didn't mean to plagiarize, you guys. He has ADHD.
Ventertaining_ sent a super chat. I knew almost next to nothing about Utena when I started seeing bad takes like this and could still tell they were awful.
Thank you for the super chat. Yeah, like... I did do 3 whole streams the other week, 2 weeks ago, I think, on Twitch, where we just watched through all of Utena and I gave my thoughts and opinions on it. I learned a few new things from chat, which was fun. It was a very good experience. We had a good time. Those VODs are up on Twitch. I can't put them on YouTube. I will get nuked, but I will probably put I'll probably make a little, like, clip show of the highlights, because we were having a good time. We were like, assigning all the characters their 4 kids' names and stuff. It was fun. It was fun.
She was a seasoned manga artist who had not yet ventured into the realm of anime. Now, initially, Ikuhara envisioned Utena as a mainstream shoujo series, hoping to ride the coattails of Sailor Moon's commercial success.
And this is all true.
In fact, they began with a concept titled Revolutionary Girl Utena Kiss, featuring a group of valiant female warriors known as the Neo Eleganzar.
Eleganza extravaganza!
Battling the enigmatic end of the world. But
this is also true.
As the creativity flowed, they settled on a different path. A romantic action show starring a pretty girl who wears boy.
Well, no, it was mostly Ikuhara by himself pulling a Hideki Anno and just putting his unrestrained id into the project. Yeah, I mean, don't feel bad if you don't understand everything in Utena. It is a very dense show. It's a show that works entirely on a symbolic level. There is nothing literal happening in Utena ever. Then there's still things I don't understand. Like, in 28 years, I still do not understand Mickey's stopwatch. I just don't. Other than he's like kind of a perfectionist. But yeah, we were calling them Kevin, Trevor, Nancy, Mikey. It was good times. Yeah, no, somebody told me there was like a Latin dub or something where Sayonji's name was Kevin, and I was just laughing so hard at that. We just started giving them all awful Western names.
Clothes. The school setting was a cornerstone of anime, but other elements like the duels and the mysterious Rose Bride were yet to enter the plot.
Another fun fact that a lot of people don't know, they briefly considered using guns for the duels, but then they thought, that's not gonna play well in, like, the West.
Tapas commenced their 6-month planning.
Low-key disappointed a big sapphic anime was created by a dude. Well, that was the other reason because I'm bored that I went through Utena, is because I wanted to dispel the idea that it's Yuri or anything like that. It really fucking isn't. You could go through the entire TV show and interpret Utena as heterosexual, and that would be a completely valid reading. At least that's what I say, anyway.
Phase after Saito's arrival, they delved into the nitty-gritty of the story, world building, and the intricate process of translating Saito's visual style into anime. In parallel, Saito embarked on creating a manga adaptation of Utena, while still contributing her expertise to the anime.
She didn't write the manga, the team did. The team wrote the manga, and Shiho Saito drew it. Because it was being developed alongside the anime. When it came time to make the anime, Ikuhara just went, you know what, nah, I'm gonna go in a completely different fucking direction. So the manga that was meant to be a companion to the anime really isn't canon to the anime. It had a very strange development.
Anime's development. Now, a fascinating tidbit here is that while Utena inevitably carries echoes of Princess Knight and The Rose of Versailles, two shoujo manga series known for their cross-dressing sword-fighting heroines, Ikuhara was persistently apprehensive about being seen merely as a parody of these iconic works. Saito, on the other hand, was brought in to be Tapas primarily because the team wanted a female perspective to avoid unintentionally parodying shoujo manga. Shoujo manga is manga that's aimed at young girls, by the way. Fast forward to 1996, with Saito's manga adaptation of Utena underway, negotiations for the broadcast of the Utena anime were finally sealed, and production began in earnest. Tapas took the reins of production, with the esteemed JC staff handling animation duties. But here's where the story takes a twist. Ikuhara's vision for Utena underwent a profound transformation once the series commenced production. No longer content—
Okay, good, he knows it was mostly Ikuhara driving how weird the fucking show got.
with aiming for mass market success.
I've never actually seen Princess Knight. I have seen Rose of Versailles, though.
He decided to infuse the series with a unique, non-commercial identity. This shift saw the incorporation of avant-garde elements such as theatrical-inspired layouts, shadow plays that offer commentary on each episode's events, and the experimental choral compositions of J.A. Cesar. As production advanced, tensions simmered within Tapas. The series veered away from its original commercial trajectory, creating what Ogoro described as a tug-of-war between Saito and Ikuhara. Saito ardently championed
This is absolutely true. I've listened to the DVD commentary with Ikuhara and Saito, and Ikuhara was like, yeah, I basically was in the hospital due to stress. We were arguing so much.
The initial romantic concept for Utena over Ikuhara's increasingly esoteric vision. They even reached a point where they didn't speak to each other for 3 months straight. Saito's concern, you see, was not ideological but pragmatic. She believed the mainstream shoujo audience might not embrace anything other than a traditional male-female romance. Ikuhara, however, kept the full extent of his intended same-sex romance between Utena and Anthy under wraps throughout most of the production. Ultimately,
and again, by the end of the TV show, I still think you could interpret Utena as heterosexual and just very close friends with Anthy. I think that's a completely valid reading, and I don't blame anyone who does. The movie, however, the movie is Ikuhara going, it's my movie, I'm gonna have them make out every 10 minutes now.
Ultimately, Saito supported the way the series handled the—
Yeah, and don't hold it against Saito. It was the 90s. It was Japan. Okay? It's not like she's a raging evil homophobe. She's a product of her time and culture. See, the manga anime Utena being different reminds me of the Maihime Mai Otome manga, and was essentially 4 different canon stories all together with only the characters and some of the settings being shared. Yeah, that seemed to happen more in the 90s, you know. Things were a little more loosey-goosey. Music is really experimental. This is a nitpick for me, but the music throughout Utena is very tied to mainly classical music in the Romantic era. I think the only song where Utena goes to duel every time is where the experimental comes in. The music is very layered in Utena. I don't understand enough about musical scores to really comment on it. I mean, I'm just a singer, but... Yeah, but like I said in my Utena watches, you have to keep in mind that anime and manga does not have as many schoolgirl lesbians as you think it does. That's something called Class S, where it's this Japanese idea that young schoolgirls should have very close, almost romantic friendships, but by the time they graduate, they should be ready to grow up and marry a man. You know, so it's pretty homophobic, actually, even though it might look gay to the West, you know? Sing the song, that one, or Zetai unme moku shiroku. I don't remember any of the lyrics, unfortunately. That's kind of atrophied over time. I used to be able to sing a lot of the dual songs, actually. I only know Japanese phonetically, though, so... No, you gotta understand that Yuri as a genre also encompasses, like, hentai aimed at men, so a lot of people hate when I say that, because they're like, they're so, again, well, just like Lily's video was saying earlier, they're so wrapped up in consumption of media being activism, they can't even understand cultural differences, so... Creepshow art, oh my god. The new Lily video is so bad, Creepshow art. Well, that's the other reason I'm not reacting to Lily's drama video. A, because it's just not something that should be entertainment. B, Lily is just giving herself enough rope to hang herself with. I don't even have to fucking do anything. See, Japan is more passive about form of bigotry. They basically pretend it doesn't exist and will visibly treat you differently, like just ignoring you when you say hi in public. Yeah, Japanese culture is very much, you know, the nail that sticks out will be hammered down. Japanese culture is very, very much about conformity and collectivism. So if you're a weirdo in any way, you're gonna kind of get socially shunned, which in a way can almost be worse than just like outright bigotry, you know? So anyway, let's continue on with Somerton here, who hasn't said anything too egregious so far, because he's just reading the Wikipedia page on the development of Utena, and probably stealing some things from otori.nu, though he should have actually read the fucking, articles.
Relationship between the characters.
I do want to sing on stream more. I've always been a little shy about singing in front of people, because I mostly was trained in choruses, so I'm used to being a voice in a crowd, but... I was a high soprano when I was younger. I'm more of a mezzo soprano like Dee Dee Magno Hall now. So... Reminds me of from the New World, where it was encouraged for kids to be in same-sex relationships only to stop when they're adults. Yeah, well, that's... Japan had a kind of a culture like that, too, where it was normal for, like, an older samurai to have a young boy lover, but the young boy lover was expected to be straight when he got older, or have another young boy lover. Same thing with, like, the ancient Greeks. This shit can vary by culture. I don't know if Somerton's still doing videos. James Somerton said, I plagiarized because I had ADHD, and then he faked his own death, and then he was revealed to be alive because he was posting his butthole on some other account of his, so there's that. This was a Patreon exclusive that never got released, but people have a copy of it. So, I'm just giving you the TLDR on James Somerton. You can go look that up yourself. We're just gonna laugh at his bad Utena takes.
Nothing succeeds like success. Since then, Revolutionary Girl Utena has garnered a chorus of praise both at home in Japan and across the international stage. For all that Sailor Moon takes the...
though I will say, in Ikuhara's interview on the DVD commentary, he did seem very pleased that it has a large gay audience, so... And he literally says it's okay to be gay, and then the interviewer and Chiho Saito get really awkwardly silent for like a minute. He's such a fucking legend. I think Ikuhara might be gay. I don't think he's out, but I think he might be gay.
the lion's share of public discussion, Utena's influence can be felt in the development of anime to this very day. In 1997, the series won the coveted Animation Kobe Award for the Best Television category. And as the years rolled on, in 2017, NHK, the network behind Utena, conducted a national poll to determine the 100 greatest anime in commemoration of the 100th anniversary of the medium, in which Utena placed 19th. Utena has graced multiple best-of lists with its presence. Anime Insider hailed it as one of the top 10 best anime ever. Writer Mike Toole, in his review, declared the series to be the most important anime of the 90s. However, with all this hype about it, what is Revolutionary Girl Utena actually about?
Are you gonna tell us, James?
Because that's not an easy question to answer. And things get weird.
He's correct. It's not an easy question to answer because people have been examining this show for about 30 years. Oh yeah, he faked his death. James Somerton faked a suicide and then was caught posting his butthole on another account of his. We all knew he didn't actually commit suicide. He's full of shit. Oh god. I just minimized the window by accident again here. I was trying to move it and adjust it. There we go. Oh god, I'm doing so well today, as usual. Yeah, why don't you just, like, repeat what's on otori.nu? You were plagiarist anyway, James.
Revolutionary Girl Utena is divided into 3 sagas: the Student Council Saga, the Black Rose Saga, and the climactic Akio Otori Saga.
Well, no, it's the Akio arc and then the Apocalypse arc, you fucking retard, but okay.
Or the Apocalypse arc, depending upon the release. Utena Tenju is a middle school student, and it's very, very important to remember that she's a middle school student throughout the series and the movie. To say that she struggles to keep up.
However, I will tell you that if you want to pretend the characters are in college because you're uncomfortable with that, it's fine. The story really doesn't change.
Of good grades is unfair to her, because she doesn't really seem to care about that stuff, or anything that isn't sports or her friends. She is, as we would describe, a tomboy, and a subject of simultaneous jealousy, fascination, and desire from almost everyone in the school. As a child, Utena lost both of her parents in an undescribed accident. She managed to pull herself together due to a quote-unquote chance encounter with an individual she described as a prince. He gave her a rose-engraved signet ring with the promise that it would help them meet again in the future. Though she admits her memory on this is a bit foggy. She doesn't even quite remember what her prince looked like.
Yeah, we were having a big joke about that because the prince in the flashbacks is obviously swarthy with lavender hair, but here's Utena going, could Toga actually be my prince from back then? So after that we just kept joking that Toga and Akio look so much alike. Something I said last week about Japanese Yuri and sexual awakening and a way to read Yuri as part of that. Did I say something like that? I don't remember. Well, all girls were princesses back then, according to the play. But again, nothing in Utena is literal, so you kind of have to, like, draw your own interpretations.
Probably not what this prince was intending. Utena didn't fall madly in love with him, per se, though she has lived out her youth in anticipation of one day.
He wasn't intending for her to fall madly in love with him either, James, and I know you get this wrong later. I'm starting to remember.
Instead, she decides that she will one day also become a prince like him, to save the imperiled princesses of the world, just as the Rose Prince had once saved her. As an audience, you really don't have any idea how important this is until, like, the last 5 episodes, maybe even the last 2. Until then, it's simply...
Except they keep giving you this backstory every single time they want you to pay attention to it. I'm an artist who think deep thoughts in between the homoerotica and pterodactyl noises. Actually, Ikuhara quote, I believe it. Yes, but was that really such a good idea? Oh yeah, it is a very Japanese attitude that if you're an actual lesbian, you are just immature and you're not over your class S phase. So I'm saying all those schoolgirl lesbians you see is actually a very homophobic idea. Sorry, I mean, I know you guys might repeat yourselves, but I am having trouble keeping up with both chats, so sorry. I'm gonna have to be like a send me a super chat or a highlighted thing if you want my attention, Andy here. Pay me money for my attention. No, I'm just kidding.
seems to be a backstory that drives Utena to enroll in the prestigious and exclusive Otori Academy. There, she is the source of wonder for the girls.
Well, we don't really know how people go in and out of Otori, though, really. I mean, they just seem to appear when it's most prudent for them to be there.
Source of envy for all the boys, and a source of confusion for all the teachers. She acts and dresses like a boy, and is noted for her fierce sense of justice and dignified nobility. Spying a shy and reclusive Anthy Himamiya being slapped by her boyfriend, she intervenes on what
Himamiya? 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 We need a... Okay, I'm taking a drink for that mispronunciation. Hime-miya. Hime-miya. It's not Hime as in princess, Miya as in flower. It's not that hard to pronounce. If you're having trouble with Suabuki, I'd understand, but Himemiya? You hear Utena say it a million times. He watched the dub. He watched the dub, didn't he? He watched the dub. He watched the dub, because you hear Utena say Himemiya constantly in the fucking subtitles. Okay, I don't actually have a shot glass, I have a wine glass, so I might be taking a little more than a shot here, but... This stuff is good, but it's very sweet. I might get tired of the taste if I drink it too much.
She believes is Anthy's behalf.
Oh, I challenge you to a duel!
Anthy is a piece in a very complicated game of chess that focuses around this school's enigmatic student council. This befits a beloved anime trope.
If she's any chess piece on the chessboard, James, she's the fucking queen. Let's be real here. I am gonna be spoiling Utena here, guys, but I mean, it's... Anthy is in on everything that's going on. Anthy is, like, one of the people controlling everything that's going on. One of the two people. The dub pre-Black Rose messes up a lot of names, getting another voice director. I mean, is it so hard to just listen to the subtitles and see how people pronounce names and then just do that? I do think that Judy is supposed to be Julie, though, maybe? I think her name is supposed to be, like, Julie, actually. But... obviously, Japanese L's and R's are kind of the same thing, so it comes out as Judy. That's just what I call her. Yeah, I'll probably cut this into a little clip cut, so you guys don't have just the VOD. Don't worry about it. Actually, I should be fucking recording if I'm going to be doing that. I'm so confident.
Of the high school student council holding a position of political power that can rival a small government. Anthy has a
okay, look, it's anime. The fucking student council always has that much power, okay?
secret double life as the Rose Bride. And the student council is so interested in her because the Rose Bride is the key to unlocking a power that can revolutionize the world. The one who is engaged to the Rose...
Well, she can unlock the power of miracles and eternity, supposedly.
Bride can access this power and bring about revolution, presumably to suit their own whims. The Rose Bride becomes engaged to whomever can best her current betrothed in a duel. Utena wins a duel with the student council vice president to stop him from hitting Anthy, so Utena becomes Anthy's...
No! Utena challenges Saionji to the duel because Saionji pinned up Wakaba's love letter to him to embarrass her. It was an anonymous love letter, but Utena realizes it was Wakaba's letter.
You_bewilder sent a super chat. Lily is a Boku no Pico enjoyer.
Thank you to Bewilder. I hope Lily doesn't know what Boku no Pico is. Anyway, you interrupted my very salient thoughts here. Yeah, Utena challenged Saionji to the duel because he embarrassed Wakaba, her best friend, and she saw he was in the kendo club, so she figured, I will challenge you to a kendo duel, like a prince, you know, like a valiant prince. And then Saionji saw her duelist ring and went, "Ah, you're a duelist! We shall meet behind the forest and fight." And she's like, "Okay, whatever, bro." And then she gets there and she's like, "What the fuck is going on?" Like, I pointed this out throughout my entire Utena watch, but Utena is hardly ever looped into what is actually happening, ever. She hardly ever knows what the fuck is actually going on. Oh god, is he gonna pronounce Wakaba wrong? He's gonna pronounce every name wrong, isn't he? Wasn't the Utena dub kind of horrible because the writers translators didn't know what was going on in the show? Probably. Yeah, they didn't know Juri was a lesbian until Crispin Freeman pointed it out. Yeah, there's a lot of reasons I won't watch the dub. It's a 90s dub anyway. 90s dubs were always pretty fucking bad. You guys are fucking spoiled today. I watched the Dungeon Meshi dub. It's so fucking good. I kept flipping back and forth between the Japanese. I was like, I'm really not missing anything. Watching this without watching Utena is great. Well, you can always go watch my streams, To Bewilder. And also, if you really are interested in the show, Utena is available to watch for free on YouTube by Nozomi, the current license holders. So, I'm holding up fine. I have had a couple of sips of the Tequila Rose, though, so I'm getting a little toasty.
New groom to be. It just works like that. And this makes sense compared to everything that follows it, don't worry.
Yeah, it just works like that for a reason, James. I hope you actually understood it, but you probably didn't.
It gets weirder. The key to these duels are the signet rings.
__ sent a super chat. In the dub they implied Wakaba and Utena were dating, then randomly said they were friends? What were they supposed to be?
Well, see, Wakaba is actually doing the Class S thing. Her, like, fawning over Utena and calling Utena her boyfriend and, you know, play acting a romance with her, that's like the Class S thing to a T. Wakaba clearly is interested in boys. She has a crush on Saionji. She is not actually attracted to girls. So, again, this is a cultural thing you really, really, really have to be cognizant of. You feared I wouldn't like Marcel in the dub? No! Marcel's dub voice actor is great, and I was looking her up, and she's hardly ever done any voice work. It seems like she's only gotten into voice work very recently. So, like, fucking good for her. See, take a sip every time he mispronounces a name. Oh god, yeah. I don't want to be plastered until we're at least at Lily's video. So I have to actually give smart people thoughts on this one.
Which, at present, only members of the Student Council wear. The Student Council is not pleased that they've lost their ability to shape the world of the future, and seek to get Anthe back from Utena, with the help, or perhaps at the whim, of a mysterious benefactor codenamed End of the World. The Japanese version is more clearly translated to Apocalypse, I'm told, but was not...
No. They don't use the word for apocalypse in End of the World. They don't. End of the World in Japanese is denoting a physical place, the physical end of the world. And it's not a code name. That is what he is called. Dios calls him that as well. So, already, let me take another drink. Okay, Class S might be the reason Yuri is a thing. And I'm sure a lot of lesbians, yeah, obviously would be affected by this tradition of young girls having romantic friendships, but it's just very complicated. Learning about Class S is like finding out Santa isn't real. Yeah, like I don't know why Westerners always seem to think that Japan is somehow less homophobic than the West. It really isn't. And a lot of the things you think look gay in anime aren't really considered gay to the Japanese. So, like, you really, really have to keep that in mind. I mean, death of the author and everything, but I really do think you have to be cognizant of the culture a work was made in to assess it properly, you know. I'll be fine, even though I haven't drank in a while. I'm Irish. I'm descended from Irish people. I'll be fine. This guy's driving me crazy already, though. I think From Me to You covers Class S thing with a lesbian character being mad at the straight girl for using her. Oh, that's actually very interesting. Huh. I think I might want to read that.
Not used in English because of the apparent close ties to religious overtones.
No, idiot! It's because it doesn't mean apocalypse. They use the actual word apocalypse in Utena as well, and it is sometimes conflated with this end of the world concept, but there's a reason for that. And he doesn't understand.
Nanami, you like girls more than boys?
Ah! Dub jump scare! Dub jump scare! Oh, my ears! He did watch the dub! Ah! I'm melting! What a world! Anyway.
Yes. Listen, Nanami. God created men and women for a reason. That reason being that they join in the best sort of way. No matter how good something may feel, going against God's plan is—
What are you implying, big brother? You know you're the only one that I love.
Yeah, did you not understand that Nanami wasn't actually feeling incestuous feelings for Toga? Did you miss her whole character arc? About her just being really immature? And don't forget that Toga is saying this while he's being groomed by Akio, and has been seen in very sexual settings with him. So him saying, no matter how good it feels, you shouldn't, I mean, keep that in mind after we've seen him rolling around on a pink bed with Akio. So, yeah, you didn't understand this scene or Nanami's character arc or anything. I told you the dub was fucking bad. That's why we didn't watch it.
Utena, through her close connection and apparent engagement to Anthy, works at coaching Anthy to think for herself, an unfortunate drawback of the Rose.
Swampling LVR sent a super chat. Utena's English actor, Rachel Lillis, is suffering from a really bad form of cancer right now and has a GoFundMe for her medical bills, FYI.
That is true. Thank you for the super chat. I should probably donate your super chat to that now. But yeah, as much as I don't like the dub, fuck cancer. Just fuck cancer. So yes, I would recommend if you want to donate to that GoFundMe, go right ahead, because fuck cancer. Akio is a man whore. That's his sexuality.
Bride is that the Rose Bride can only ever do or feel the way that she is instructed to by her betrothed. Even
so she says. Did you not watch the whole show?
As her bridegroom, Utena tirelessly coaches Anthy to advocate for her own needs and her own feelings, and to do what she wants, rather than what her magical husband person-to-be tells her. I'm sure tops of all genders can identify with both the irony and endless struggle of trying to coax their body.
Did you just refer to Utena and Anthy as a top and a bottom? After talking about Utena trying to convince Anthy to be more independent? Which then ends tragically for her when she loses Anthy to Toga and sees that Anthy will switch on a dime? Like, bro. What the fuck?
Bottoms into being less subservient. In the first arc, we see the various reasons that the members of the student council...
Did he think that was funny? Weren't you the one who just emphasized that you have to remember that Utena's in middle school earlier, pal? Yeah, I just said, yeah, Panda Dumb, same hat. You just said, keep in mind they're middle schoolers, and now you're calling them tops and bottoms? Akio's sexuality is Machiavellianism. You ain't wrong. Somebody slap an Akio sticker. They're free.
Would want to use the power of revolution. Her winning streak against all of them is brought to an end when the student council president, Toga, tricks Utena into believing that he is the Rose Prince from her childhood. Though after Utena finds her courage again, she defeats him handedly. The first arc is pretty...
Okay, so you just like, those are two very important episodes you just sort of yada-yada'd over there. But, it doesn't matter.
To a number of oddities outside of the premise of dueling in the upside-down floating castle in the sky where eternity lies with the power to bring revolution to the world. Toga's younger sister, Nanami, seems to have a bit of a complex, like a very strong fixation that by far exceeds protective, but don't worry.
You have more of a case with Kozue than her, to be honest.
Does get weirder. The first arc does a lot of the heavy lifting in terms of establishing the rules of the world, and the themes running through the whole series. Subsequent plot arcs just get deeper and more unsettling. Truth be told, the second arc doesn't really do much to elaborate on the plot, though it is important for establishing some guiding mechanics of this world as well as introducing some key players for the ongoing series. Through a plot
the Black... Jesus Christ, dude. The Black Rose Saga is what lets us realize that Anthy is in on all of this. I know I said the Black Rose Saga can kind of stand alone, but the ultimate conclusion is Anthy is in on all of this, and her and Akio are pulling the strings, and it's a little ambiguous for a while which one of them is the one in control.
Devised to kill the Rose Bride and replace her, we see a recurrence of the same weapons the student council used to challenge Utena. We had seen—
Imagine an arc this unsettling looking. The surfing elephants. Look, the surfing elephants are a very deep metaphor, okay? All of Nanami's episodes are very, very deep, okay?
The Sword of Dios, a powerful weapon, and the key to the power—
Yeah, see, this is why I did want to react to his too, because both James Somerton and Lily Orchard don't believe that Anthy is an active agent in all of this. They just say, ah, poor helpless brown girl slave. It's awful.
Or revolution, being removed from Anthe's chest in her capacity as the Rose Bride, and this seems to be her primary role as the Rose Bride.
Yeah, I wonder why the Sword of Dios comes out of Anthe. And then later Utena, I wonder...
Just as Anthe's body hosts the Sword of Dios initially, each Student Council member hosts their own blade. In the third arc, however, Anthe no longer is host to the Sword of Dios. Instead, she draws a blade from Utena's body. That's important. Keep that in mind.
And it is the Sword of Dios again, because Anthe and Akio are building Utena up to be the one who opens the way to the power of Dios in eternity. Dipshit.
We'll get to it later. The other primary element of the second arc is introducing Anthe's brother, Akio. And hey, if you thought Nanami and Toga stuff was a little weird, we got a couple episodes into the second arc with Akio and Anthe, and like...
So he hasn't even mentioned Mickey and Kozue yet. Did you watch the whole show? I bet you didn't watch the whole show, did you, James? Because you want to talk about weird, fucked up sibling relationships, how are you not mentioning Kozue and Mickey?
Yeah, they're, yeah.
Anthe, come here.
Ah, dumb jump scare! I'm suffering. Take a drink.
I really don't want another content strike from YouTube. I already have one. So as graphic as this is, I am simply going to euphemize and refer to it as domestic abuse. Akio is the principal villain.
But it's not graphic. They show you flashes of the abuse, but I wouldn't call it graphic. It's not gratuitous. Thanks, you now have me reading more on Yuri. There's so many things I didn't know. Hey, yeah. I encourage anybody to actually learn about things in the context of Japanese culture instead of imposing your American or Western viewpoint on it. That's it. Fuck Akio. Everybody say fuck Akio while we've paused on him. Bloom into you having a scene where a lesbian gets to tell off a girl who used her feelings to have a silly fake romance and then pretend to be all grown up later. Man, I'm glad there are, like, stuff out there, though, that call out how homophobic Class S really is. That's cool. I'm glad to hear that. Okay. We're getting a little over fuck Akio. All right.
We're was both end of the world as well as the Rose Prince who gave Utena her ring, which, drawing a parallel...
No, Akio didn't give Utena the ring. Dios did. The last vestiges of Dios gave her the ring, not Akio. Akio gave everybody else the rings that they have. Utena was the last one to interact with Dios before he became Akio, basically. Did he even take time to look into how Anthe and Akio are meant to be incongruent to what Dios is, hence the fucking sword, and how they're sizing Utena up to be what he's supposed to roll? Yeah.
Stop Must Be sent a super chat. I have a Steven Universe question. Pepto-Bismol is made of bismuth. How would bismuth feel seeing Steven chugging a bottle of Pepto-Bismol?
Probably uncomfortable. Is this because I was chugging Pepto the other week when I was sick? I didn't think I was going to be able to drink this stream because my stomach was so sick last week, but apparently it was a bug. My mother is now yelling at me for giving it to her, so it wasn't a serious issue coming on. Hooray! You thought it was Akio, but it was him! Dios! Yeah, Anthe and Akio you could see as sort of gods or demigods or some otherworldly creature. They are definitely an imposition on Otori. They don't belong there. They have come into this space to run their plan, basically.
Well, to Utena's duel with Toga, Akio's primary...
Yeah, I was needing Pepto last week. I had this stomach bug that was, like, making my stomach overproduce acid. It was really bad.
Objective seems to be to feminize Utena and groom her. Because Utena is under the impression that she's basically promised herself to the prince from her childhood, she is magnetically drawn to him. This naturally causes...
Yeah, she thinks she's promised herself to the prince, but that turns out to not be the case of what the actual promise she made was. I hope you get into that. I guess something was bugging me. Haha.
Is Anthe to fester due to being so gaslit her whole life that she feels her only sense of value is to be of service to men, something that Utena is interrupting.
No! Taking a drink. Anthe doesn't think she has to do this because she needs to be in service to men. She is in service to Akio specifically. Because she thinks this is what love is, basically. She will do anything for Akio because she once loved Dios. But Akio isn't Dios anymore. But Anthy doesn't know what else to do. So she just keeps obeying him no matter how much it hurts her. And she tells herself, if she just be's an emotionless doll, nothing can hurt her deep down inside. And that's herself that's in the coffin right now. You know? I support Akio's wrongdoings, he's hot. Krim, you should just go make like an Akio did nothing wrong parody video. That would be pretty funny. Oh, don't worry. I have water too. Look, I'm gonna give you kids some secret knowledge right now from your Auntie Sai. If you want to avoid a hangover, just drink water while you're drinking, and make sure you have plenty of salt before you go to sleep. You will not get a hangover. So, don't worry, I used to be a professional functional alcoholic. Maybe a little TMI. Oh no, I am getting tipsy. Yeah, yeah, so Anthy isn't doing this because she thinks she has to serve men no matter what. It's specifically for Akio.
And the once best friends develop a toxic rivalry.
I put a lot of poison.
That's not what the scene is about. That's not what this scene is about. Let's dub jump scare. I'm gonna take another drink.
In your tea. You don't say.
As one does.
Oh, so you cut off the rest of the conversation? So in that conversation, Anthy says, "Hey, Utena, you ever hear about that poison the Borgias used?" She says as Utena eats a cookie she made. And Utena says, "Well, that's funny, I put poison in your tea." And then Anthy drinks the tea anyway, which shows that they both trust each other. Utena only says once that she had a spike of jealousy over Akio and Anthy during the scene after Anthy tries to throw herself off the tower. They don't have a rivalry. What the fuck? Oh, Jesus! I buzzed for you didn't watch the show, did you? You didn't fucking watch the show, did you? This is also a very male-centric point of view, isn't it? You know, when you think about it. It's like, oh, the girls must have been fighting over Akio. What other possible thing could this have meant? God, I didn't expect this to be as painful. But yeah, as someone else is saying in the chat, salt gives you electrolytes. What alcohol does is actually leach sodium from you. So that's part of why you get a hangover, is you have low sodium. So hydration and electrolytes. Hydration and salt is all you need to not get a hangover. Anyway, gonna pour some more Tequila Rose into the glass, just for any future bullshit James has said. I'm already feeling slightly tipsy, so we'll see if I'm hammered by the time I get to Hamtaro and fucking Lily Orchard's video.
You don't say.
As one does, the girls appear to resolve their differences when Utena rescues Anthy from an unaliving attempt and acknowledges that this is kind of completely fucked up after a final stab at gaslighting.
So you're not even gonna... That's the conversation where Anthy basically says, I felt like if I could just be a lifeless doll, no matter what happened to my body, I could protect myself. And Utena actually admits to only seeing Anthy as a princess to save for her own ego and her own desire to be a prince. I'm feeling very annoyed right now, is how I'm feeling.
Utena into believing that it's her time to shed her juvenile boyish
I have it on fast speed and we're only 13 fucking minutes in.
And be a proper lady to be valuable to him and presumably by extension society at large. Utena challenges
No. So he thinks he can get the pure sword of Dios from her, which he thinks is going to make him regain his power, but it doesn't work.
Akio to a duel for Anthy's fate. Akio basically says that the dueling rules are different now. A, because he'll straight up murder her if she loses, and B, because the dueling arena may or may not have existed and may have been a hologram this whole time, but don't worry.
It was. Like, that's completely explicit. They come into the empty dueling arena with no lights and castle on, and then the windows rise up and we discover we're in Akio's office. The dueling arena was always an illusion. Akio's planetarium has always been projecting the fairy tale stuff onto Otori Academy. He says this directly. He sits there giving a villain speech about it. There's no ambiguity about this. He didn't fucking watch it.
We've yet to hit the summit of Weird Mountain, guarding Anthe from her brother.
No, we've hit the summit of Weird Mountain by now. I mean, what the fuck show have you been watching? You didn't watch it, though, so you wouldn't fucking know, would you?
Utena is stabbed in the back by Anthe, who, upon the command of her brother, has accepted.
You know, Anthe tried to throw herself off the tower because she knew this could be a possibility that she would have to kill Utena, and she would rather kill Utena than let Utena be taken in by Akio, actually. So, and also this is what Akio wanted her to do, because his plan to make Utena a princess didn't work. Because before this, Akio literally just shoves Anthe at Utena, because he's losing to Utena. Akio is losing to Utena. His world is starting to fall apart. So he shoves Anthe at Utena. Utena puts Anthe behind her, thinking she's protecting Anthe. And then Anthe stabs her with the black sword Akio had taken out of her earlier, which I think is Anthe's actual will sword. Because the Sword of Dios is something separate. So the black sword Akio took out of Anthe that she stabs Utena with, I think is actually Anthe's, like, heart, soul, will sword. That's my interpretation anyway. And he took it out of her because he knew this would be a possibility. They both knew it was a possibility that she was going to have to kill Utena. They both knew this going in. Anthe and Akio were in charge of everything. This is not hard to understand.
That it's simply her role in life to suffer, according to a man who has been domestically...
Okay, yeah, she does think, Anthe does think it's her role in life to suffer, because that is her role in the story of the fantasy, blah, blah, blah. Anyway.
Abusing his own sister for who knows how long, Akio claims that she has chosen this, and that she's happy like this.
And now she...
Well, yes, that's what he tells himself. That we love each other. She does this because she loves me, so it's okay that I take advantage of her suffering. Because she does this because she loves me. You know, that's what women are supposed to do. Suffer for their man. You know? Also, dub jump scare. I'm just going to take another drink for dub jump scare.
Actually enjoys living in this pathetic, tortured role. She can no longer...
That's not what he says in Japanese. He doesn't call it pathetic. What the fuck, dub?
Never be happy, except like this.
Looking at real world...
At least he understood that Akio is an unreliable narrator.
Parallels. A given individual can endure much less debilitating physical and psychological trauma and be ruled as unfit by the state to make their own decisions. There are a number of other hints and instances...
Unfit by the state... Dude! Akio's sexuality is E-boy! You are absolutely correct. Yes, this is why chat bullies me. As a woman, it's my duty to suffer for your entertainment, yes. Well, no. That's the whole point. Anthe isn't going to suffer with Utena. And I will say that Ikuhara did once express the opinion that he believes that only relationships between two women could be equal. So, I'm not saying I agree with him, but I am saying that will color how he wrote this. So just keep that in mind as well, which it seems a little bit like benevolent prejudice to me, but whatever. This was Ikuhara's vision, so we can only take it as is presented to us. So, let's see. The idea is that Anthe didn't have an identity outside of her suffering of taking humanity's hatred, so she wouldn't be the Rose Bride, the Witch, or Anthe Himemia in the context. Yeah, so Anthe can only really just define herself with, through Dios and Akio, and through loving Dios. So, she was like she chose to not be a princess. Anthe was punished by humanity because she stepped outside of her role as a girl and wanted to protect her brother, the prince, who was dying from all of these expectations put on him, because the idea of the prince is just not viable in the real or adult world, and that is the point. The prince represents childhood nobility. So, and that is just something that can't survive into adulthood, which is why Akio is the way he is. So... luckily, I think Lily's video will go faster, because it's just going to be 3 minutes of getting Utena wrong and then a bunch of bullshit. So, yeah.
In the plot that strongly indicate that Anthy's willpower is so eroded that she has no sense of self-preservation whatsoever, and is emotionally stunted to the point where she needs people to make decisions for her because she does not know how to think for...
No. No. She does everything she does for Akio. Anthy is constantly fucking with everyone around her, if you pay attention. I pointed this out during the watch, too. Like, before each of the duelists challenges Utena, Anthy does something that triggers them. She holds out an orange rose to Juri the same way Shiori did. She plays the piano like Mickey's sister. What did she do to Toga? I forget, but at any rate, she triggers everybody in some way to drive them to challenge Utena to a duel. Anthy controls the duels. That's why she was so shocked when Utena won her first duel against Saionji. That wasn't supposed to happen. And yeah, she's constantly fucking with Nanami. Like, the episode where Nanami is trying to make Anthy look weird, and Anthy just happens to have all these animals hidden in various places in her room. She's totally fucking with Nanami. It's like when she takes joy in calling Saionji senpai instead of Sama at the end of the first duel. She is constantly being very passive-aggressive and fucking with people. And I don't think Anthy really considers anyone around her to be like a real person. She's been through this before. Her and Akio have probably been in other places doing the same exact shit. It's kind of implied. It's kind of implied they're both much older than they appear to be, you know? They've been doing this in various places for a long time, you know? And the thing is, too, revolution can also mean a complete cycle. One whole revolution of the planet around the sun, one whole revolution of a record. It can mean a cycle repeating. There's a reason the revolution has a double meaning in fucking Utena. So, like me, I'm much older than I appear to be. Yes, maybe I too am an eternal being who is just fucking with the normal folk. I do have purple hair. Actually, oh shit, I forgot. I should be in my Anthy mode for this. I made this little Anthy side-chan for the Utena watch, so now you all can enjoy it too. Look at the little chichu on my head. I'm very proud of this.
For herself. Something that Utena has been trying to get her to realize about herself this whole time. With Anthy being stabbed by the swords of hatred, probably men's hatred, it's symbolic, or...
It's called the Million Swords of Humanity's Hatred, James. You see both men and women in the crowd during the backstory where she's stabbed. It's not just men, it's all of humanity. Because all of humanity perpetuates patriarchy. This is not that hard to understand. I'm gonna be fucking drunk Anthy right now. Yeah, you can draw me as Anthy if you want. Go ahead. I would be more like Anthy in the movie, who just like is out of fucks to give.
We'll talk about it. Akio takes the sword from Utena.
No, it's literally humanity's hatred. It's very clearly humanity's hatred, even in Japanese, so shut the fuck up. Exactly. Anthy was turned into a witch because she dared to step outside of her role as a girl and tried to protect the prince instead of the prince protecting her. It's not very complicated.
and tries to open the door that guards the power to revolutionize the world, and finally, oops, it broke. Not that it really matters.
Yeah, it broke. And James, did you notice the pink roses over the mausoleum that holds Anthy's soul? Did you notice those? Hang on a second. Let me try to get back to the frame. I do have him on high speed. No, just fucking, we're on to the pink trick. Yeah. You see the roses? You see the roses covering the door of what looks like a mausoleum here? You see how they're pink? Did you see Utena's actual backstory? Where it wasn't that she promised herself to Dios the Prince, it's that she promised Dios she would retain her childhood nobility and save Anthy? Because the only thing that got Utena out of her coffin as a kid was being shown something eternal, and the something eternal she was shown was Anthy's eternal suffering. If he doesn't mention Utena's actual backstory and motive that she has forgotten, I'm gonna scream. James, the whole point of the story being called Humanity's Sage is because the entirety of society is subjecting the one person to judgment and hate regardless of gender because it is her punishment. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I would say that the Anthy in the coffin is representative of Anthy's soul, her true self, that she has kept buried deep down to protect herself, because she is of the mind that she can, as long as she protects that part of herself, it doesn't matter what happens to her body. It doesn't matter if she's slapped around or raped by her brother. If she can just keep that part of herself safe, she can do anything for Akio. It's very sad, actually. I mean, Anthy even literally says at one point, like, oh, Utena-sama, if you just keep lying to yourself, you can do anything if it's for someone you love. Like, everything you need to piece this together is there in the show. If you haven't seen Utena and you find this fascinating, please go watch it after hearing me talk about it. And please watch the subtitle version.
Revolutionize the world, and finally, oops, it broke. Not that it really matters. What can you possibly get for the man who has everything? Whiskey stones? It's not like any of this really mattered. It's fine. Utena, meanwhile, desperately claws at the rose thorns that guard the...
Yeah, the rose thorns that are pink like her, you fucking retard. I mean, you're not even talking about what her actual backstory is, because you probably didn't fucking watch that episode, did you? You probably didn't even watch the show. You're probably going off Cliff Notes and Wikipedia and just showing clips. Just like fucking Lily Orchard did. So Lily Orchard just, like, watched clips of the last 2 episodes and made up a bunch of bullshit about cops being slave catchers and Anthy being a slave because she's brown.
The power of revolution, in a sheer refusal to give up on Anthy.
The power of revolution is not even in there, dude. It doesn't exist. That's the point. Revolution is the cycle that Anthy is put through. Revolutionizing the world was a red herring that End of the World told the duelists that's what they're doing. Akio was manipulating everyone all along to find someone who could be like the prince he used to be in order to help him regain that power, but he can't regain that power. He will never be that prince again because he's a very corrupt adult. He's been rotted from the inside. And okay, I do have to bring up this point from the movie. I don't usually bring up the movie when talking about the show, but the movie elaborates on this, where it's, you can be an adult physically, but if you don't have a purpose or a drive, you will rot. And that's what happens. A car without a key will just sit there and rust. And cars equal adulthood in Utena. So that's what happened to Akio in the movie. He has no key, so he just rots. My purpose and drive is obviously entertaining others while drawing silly things. Obviously, I have a purpose, damn it. I am getting a little drunk now, though. I can feel it. I'm gonna have a little bit of water, too. I will probably take my usual break at 4:30, so... let's just hope we can get through this video before then.
For which I'm sure there's a heterosexual explanation somehow. And in a final attempt to free Anthy from the coffin of her psyche, the floor gives out, and Utena is left wounded, defeated, and at the mercy of all the swords that Akio forced upon Anthy, so that they would not attack him. Flash forward a few weeks, and Utena is not in school. And all of the students have begun to forget her. Save for Anthy and Akio. The latter is disappointed that Utena never managed to use the power to revolutionize the world, and begins a new scheme to try it all again. Anthe, however, declares that she'll have no
Yeah, see, like I said, they've done this several times. Anthe and Akio have done this several times.
part of this. And next to a bewildered brother, announces that she's leaving Otori Academy to find Utena. The manga and the movie have some vast differences, but maintain—
Yeah, exactly. That's what Anthe needed. She just needed to leave Akio, but that was so fucking hard for her to do. So that it's like that's the fucking point or something. God. I remember getting even worse. I am gonna take a break real quick though, just to get some more water, so I'll be right back. Oops, sorry. I almost spilled something on my keyboard. And now I'm Super Saiyan. There we go, we're back. I somehow erased my be right back screen. There we go, it's back now. No, I got my toe caught on a wire and almost spilled water on my keyboard. That's real good. That's real good. I'm doing great, guys. Like I said, I'm hoping to be plastered by the time we get to Hamtaro and Lily's video. I just thought being a drunk stream would be a funny gimmick. Okay, anyway, let's keep on with this guy. Yeah, well, no, just wait till he acts like he made a big, profound discovery about Utena, and it's like the most surface level bullshit you've ever heard that anyone could get on a first, yeah, my sword is literally a gun. I reach inside my own chest and just pull out a gun.
JC Bella sent a super chat. I hope you're happy I'm torrenting Utena now.
Nice, JC. You don't need to torrent it though. Hang on a second. It's fucking on YouTube for free. Let me show you. Oh, everybody's streaming today. Here we go. Here's the entire playlist. This is what I was watching during our watch through. So the entire series is right here on YouTube. You can watch it all today by Nozomi Entertainment. So, for real, if you are interested in this series, please watch it. I know I'm spoiling a lot of it, but it is so dense and there's so much stuff in it that James isn't even talking about. So, I highly recommend it. It's a very interesting piece of art. I will say that much.
The overall themes. This is primarily going to cover the anime, but will include some elements of the movie in order to elaborate on themes.
That's okay, I can talk about the movie too. Yeah, the movie's harder to find. I did find it in raw Japanese with Spanish subtitles on YouTube, which is where I got some footage of it from when I did my videos, but yeah. The movie is a head trip, though. Even if you understand the show, the movie's a lot. It's a lot.
Because on top of what I just narrated, there's a whole mythology and some magic realism and Nanami in general that is going on at the same time, and specifically in the realm—
Oh, let's wait for this guy to misunderstand our girl Nanami, everybody. Who I really, honestly, when I was younger, I didn't like Nanami, but now I stan her.
Realm of magic realism, the sword of Dios himself, the upside down castle, Anthe's magic and backstory as a witch, and just a whole lot more. I am gonna drop some bombs because my reading of Revolutionary Girl Utena seems to be vastly different than the bulk of the discourse I've found.
Yeah, almost like you didn't fucking watch it or pay attention to the people who have been talking about it for years and years and years. Just honestly, everybody go to otori.nu. This website has been around since 1998. And it has every possible thing you could need of Utena ever, including lots of analysis, lots of articles. They have, like, all sorts of production materials. There's the Empty Movement forum where people had lots of very, very good discussions about it. Everything Utena you could possibly need to know is right here at otori.nu. So just keep that in mind.
Not to mention the actual Wikipedia page. And sure, you could...
No, he is probably just reading the fucking Wikipedia page.
You could take it literally. You could assume that Dios was the former incarnation of Accio, who was transformed/imprisoned by Anthe, who is a witch, a damsel in distress, and also simultaneously...
The witch thing is humanity's retelling of it, though. Accio was Dios, but Dios is dead now. And Accio is not the same person.
The vestige of all men's hatred who desperately want Prince Dios to deflower their daughter, and that's...
Okay, yeah, let me slow it down now, because here's where he really starts getting things wrong.
Not to mention the actual Wikipedia page. And sure, you could take it literally. You could assume that Dios was the former incarnation of Accio, who was transformed/imprisoned by Anthe, who is a witch, a damsel in distress, and also simultaneously the vestige of all men's hatred who desperately want Prince Dios to deflower their daughter, and that...
Humanity didn't want the Rose Prince to deflower their daughters. They wanted the Rose Prince to protect their daughters. But the whole point is, when you apply that logic to the real world, you get Accio. Oh, Skrill has sent me something on Discord. I'm sorry, I had it minimized. Did you find... Is that the movie? Oh! Cool. Skrill found the movie watchable online, everybody. I'm gonna put it in the chats in case anyone's interested. The movie, if nothing else, is beautiful. The animation is incredible. And I will argue that the movie is both a sequel and a retelling. I think Anthe knows what is going on in the movie. She's, like, attracted to Utena the split second she sees her and immediately kisses her. So I do think the movie is Anthe finding Utena after the ending of the anime. I do. So, that's my argument for that. It is beautiful. It is a beautiful fucking movie, though. The animation is so goddamn good. Yeah, Accio is like a nothing burger in the movie. He like dies in the most hilarious way too. It's great. And then Anthe just buries him on the campus. It's so good.
Not outside the realm of normal for anime. Or we can observe Revolutionary Girl Utena.
Anime sure is weird, huh, guys?
As a deeply allegorical and symbolic story about the struggle.
I mean, Utena is not even anime weird. It's just its own brand of weird, honestly.
Of coming of age amidst widespread institutional corruption in a high school, and which describes a passive culture of inaction in regard to brazen instances of domestic exploitation. In which
Utena says nothing about institutional anything, you fucking idiot. Oh god, taking place in a school barely matters. Lots of anime take place in high school, okay?
There is not only a question about the corporeality.
Yeah, my stream got taken down even though the anime is free to watch on YouTube. I guess because I don't have the license, but the people who uploaded it do, and whatever.
Of the events transpiring, but also...
Yeah, Utena really is on a level of its own. Beyond it being an anime, beyond anything, as a piece of media, Utena is in its own fucking league by itself. Like, seriously. Plagiarize from better sources that actually take time to get the show, James. Yeah, he's just reading the fucking Wikipedia article.
So which events can be taken for granted, and which events are meant to signify abstract social...
You don't take anything in Utena for granted. It's all important, but it's all abstract and symbolic. That's just how it operates. You have to meet the show on its level.
Sociological institutions which may be otherwise difficult to articulate in fiction, which is, quite frankly, a lot more effort. But unfortunately, we have postmodernism, so I guess we have to try.
What the fuck? Yes, It's a postmodernist work. That doesn't automatically mean bad. I mean, I have my issues with postmodernism, but Utena is postmodernist. There's no way around that. Yes, Utena is bullying. I think I was joking on stream that like that's 0.1 in favor of Utena being a lesbian. She plays basketball. That's a pretty big point.
Postmodernism is a literary, artistic, and philosophical school of thought. Something Wikipedia uses big words. What you need to know...
Like, he's not even hiding that he's just, like, ripping from Wikipedia. I'm gonna speed him up again.
Is that postmodernism is a response to the modernism movement, which hit its peak in the 1920s. It's complicated. There was a lot of overlap, especially when looking at areas of study which began to shift away from the modernist
This is
movement.
not
Architecture
relevant
was
to
the first
Utena
area
at
to
all.
significantly
Oh my
adapt a style
god, this
that
is
would be
not
referred to
relevant
as
at all.
postmodern. In contrast to the modernists, postmodernism is rooted heavily in relativism and employs a rejection of stable and concrete, let alone universal truths. Due to the focus around ephemerality, identity, and especially the ways that identity may be concealed or altered in a world which is chronically changing, Revolutionary Girl Utena conforms miraculously to this school of thought. And quite frankly, it seems to be a...
There's nothing miraculous about it. It's a postmodern work. It's nothing but symbolism. That doesn't mean that the Ikuhara was drawing from the same kinds of takes on postmodernism you are, though.
shining exemplar of presenting these tenets in a way that is clear, though compelling enough, to be more than just a textbook case. This is considered one of the most significant and influential animes of the 90s for a very good reason. Now, it's easy to see how...
It's just one of the most influential animes, period, bro.
This anime fits into a postmodern framework from the theme alone. You've got a bunch of teenagers who are not only struggling with ways to project their true selves into the world, but also struggling to reconcile what that true self even is. There's an ongoing discussion about gender.
Wow, he actually got one of the themes. Good job! You get a gold star, James!
Developing sexuality, coming of age, direct and indirect challenges to establish values, a question of truth versus illusion, a distrust of therapy that feels at home with Scientology, and ultimately a threat of losing oneself.
Distrust of therapy that seems at home with Scientology? Is that a reference to the Black Rose saga? 'Cause that is not what that was saying, bro. Oh my god, the elevator in the Black Rose saga also looks like a confessional booth for a reason, you goddamn stupid motherfucker. It wasn't demonizing therapy, you idiot. Oh god. I'm already getting drunk, but I'm taking a drink.
In a sea of modernity. That's lowercase modernity, by the way. Prominent in postmodern writing are unreliable narrators, imagery of mirrors, masks, being trapped in liminal spaces, a use of glitter to describe...
He's just reading the Wikipedia article on postmodernism now.
seemingly important things of little value, and a strong prominence of feminist ideals and themes, given that postmodernism, not to be confused with postmodernity, which is a different thing, kind of, seems to hold a particular focus on the appearance versus reality of something, and also challenge...
Stop talking about modernity, you fucking bread tube wannabe motherfucker. You look at your fucking head in that outfit. You look like the Onion Prince.
...belief of objective
truth. He is the Onion Prince!
Second-wave feminism felt very at home when postmodern thought made its way into literature. By the 1960s, the two could often be spoken of in the same breath. They both drew roots from the rise of existentialist thought that endured the Second World...
Yeah, Kaiser, the confession booth is like the most straightforward symbolism. The elevator in the Black Rose saga is such a fucking good metaphor. You have the characters sitting in this enclosed room that looks like a confessional booth, with the only thing they can see being a mirror showing their own face. And then as the elevator descends, they are encouraged to go deeper and deeper into their own darkest thoughts. It is so good.
World War spurred...
Oh wait, we got Cosmo Mandy's given a... I'm drunk. The whole point of postmodernism was meant to be a movement and a way of thinking and works that questioned the basic conformities of Western philosophy and norms by incorporating different types of sources, but Utena isn't simply postmodernism, which is just pretentious of James to qualify it as such, when he doesn't even explain how Utena is seen by many as postmodern, but I prefer calling it surreal and sometimes avant-garde. Yeah, I guess surrealism would be more suiting. I mean, I'm not gonna argue that Utena isn't a postmodern work, because it does kind of fit into that general umbrella, I suppose. But I'm not out here saying, ah, yes, here's a lecture on postmodernism to understand Utena. That's completely irrelevant to the fucking show, really. You used to think the elevator looked like a toilet? Oh, no!
By an intellectual...
Mikage's like, go deeper, shit out all of your most infamous thoughts.
School of thought that placed importance on the self and developing a sense of self-worth based on action rather than birthright or strictly through labor. Also unfortunate is that existentialism was a primary influence for Ayn Rand and her school of objectivism. Still an ongoing trend within stories with...
What does that have to do with Utena! Oh my god, you are as bad as Lily. Jesus.
Female lead was that in order to frame the narrative towards emotional validation, the narrative needed to contain the typical postmodern elements of social destabilization, which leads us back to Utena, where the very plot is about revolution.
Utena is not about social destabilization. It's not even about revolution, really. The revolution that happened was for Anthi. Anthi is basically the main character. Yeah, you must have a 669 IQ to understand Utena. Fucking Akio would say that. Well, James Somerton clearly has a 69 IQ.
And whether or not a tomboyish young girl has the ability or the right to be responsible for it. But you're here for the hot takes, right? What does this have to...
Okay, maybe I can slow him down now, because he's done, like, reading the Wikipedia article on fucking postmodernism.
Do with that. Throughout Utena, there is both an element of magic realism juxtaposed against the reality of high school drama.
It's not magical realism, it really fucking isn't. Everything is a symbol. Magical realism is more like, Groundhog Day. Or Big, or any Bill Murray movie, I guess. Was that? No, that was Tom Hanks in Big. Oh, God. I'm getting Tom Hanks and Bill Murray confused. I really am tipsy. Don't worry, I have water right here. Don't worry. Tomato James.
In spite of the fact that these are high school students, they fight grand fencing duels in a stadium in the sky where an inverted castle floats above. The student—
Yeah, almost like that's an illusion that Akio has given them, and he actually outright says that in, like, the last episodes. You didn't watch the fucking show.
The council has this anxious anticipation about their ability to self-actualize, and anxieties about growing up, while at the same time carrying the kind of weight and authority one would expect from feudal politics. It's like Game of Thrones with miniskirts. In my reading of it—
Yeah, almost like teenagers take everything that's happening to them really seriously, because this is the most big deal thing that's ever happened to them in their entire life so far.
Utena, there is very little that we can verifiably say is not symbolic or directly allegorical of something. This anime—
No kidding, pal! Yeah!
Incorporates nearly every significant icon of postmodern language. It would be wrong to assume that this is not—
Bro, Kunihiko Ikuhara did not just, like, open a book on postmodernism and, like, run his finger over it and say, ah, yes, I'm going to use all of these textbook symbols. He just made his vision, and it happens to be postmodernist.
Deeply allegorical. What, are we just gonna take the Dios stuff seriously when it serves the plot much more significantly, to say that the background mythology is meant to—
Why would you not take Dios seriously? He's central to the fucking story.
Characterize the way these characters interact? My reading of this media is that there isn't a whole lot we can take at face value. And
no shit! It's Utena! God, he's pissing me off now.
Much more that we can assume is fantastical illusion meant to convey deeper meaning about what the author has to say about power, abuse, control, schooling, and adolescence in general. Especially because
Utena doesn't say anything about schooling, really. Like, the closest you get is, like, as long as people stay in these gardens called schools, they will never become adults. It's not really talking about the education system. Look, Utena is one of those works. It's like Terry Gilliam's Brazil, or it's like Silent Hill 2. There is no actual what's actually happening. You know? You have to take it on its own level. Everything is a symbol, everything is a metaphor. It seems like my follow thing is sounding, but the graphic isn't showing up because I broke it when I was making my Utena layout.
The final two episodes strongly imply, even misleadingly, that everything fantastical about this story, from the duels, the castle, the power of Dios, was an illusion projected by holograms. Though, in the same breath where Akio explains—
The power of Dios isn't, but everything else is, yes.
That people see a castle because they're too naive to see the power of the chairman's residence. They see the more literal power of a castle.
No! Akio shows them these illusions on purpose. Because he knows these people want to believe in the fantastical, and so he gives them an illusion of it in order to manipulate them. He says this directly in his big old villain speech. Like, he explains this out loud!
Akio doesn't seem to question himself at all, and whether or not the chairman's office is an illusion he is choosing to see. In a discourse on power, it's very heavily...
Okay, like, yeah, there's a lot you can say about Akio, especially from what I just said, where Akio says as long as people stay in these gardens called schools, they'll never become adults. And it's like, well, bro, you're at the very top of this school. What does it say about you?
implied that the chairman's authority is representative of a broader definition of higher authority. Evidence of his own self-deception is that he too buys into the fantasy of the power of Dios, which seems to reside exclusively in this room of illusions. And there
Or it exists exclusively in Anthe because she's the one who wants to believe in the prince. And that's why she's doing all of this and putting up with all of this suffering. Idiot.
Therefore, where he failed to breach the...
Why do you think Anthe is in the mausoleum where the power of Dios is said to be? Because she's the one who is keeping the belief in the prince alive. But because she did that, it became Akio. And she does nothing but suffer now. She's suffering for her own delusion, basically. She's suffering for her own wish that the prince could be real. And Utena does embody the spirit of the prince. That's why Akio was trying to use her, but he didn't understand on what level that operates. God, I'm getting too tipsy to say smart word things, but you know what I mean, right?
The door to that power with a sword he drew from Utena's chest. Utena accomplishes this all on her own.
Yeah, the sword he drew from her chest, which is the sword of Dios, because she too believes in the ideal of the prince. Oh my god!
So if we are dealing with a plot that is primarily an illusion, then how are we supposed to interpret what was going on at all? And more importantly...
I've been interpreting it this entire fucking time, and you and your fat head can't even... Okay, I shouldn't insult his actual appearance, but the way he's got that neckerchief and that collar up, it just makes his head look like a big old balloon.
What does it all mean?
Yes, if you enjoy my drunk ramblings that are probably not going to make a lot of sense to you if you haven't seen the show, please go watch Utena, because it's so good.
The weird thing about an analysis like this is that you kind of have to gauge what this anime is actually about before you begin to look for supporting instances. Something tricky about Utena is that something...
Yeah, you can just picture me as angry, drunk Anthe. After everything, after she's gone and met up with Utena, she's just over everything and is just drunk and ranting about Akio.
Things are allegorically coded, and other things are meant to be taken at face value. It's not always clear which is meant to be which. A basic premise is that Utena Tenju is a middle school student...
It's pretty clear which is which at any given time, bro! You just have to fucking pay attention!
...who is struggling to navigate adolescence. If we assume that this is real, as the more universal experience that a young lady can expect in her life, then all elements outside the realm of normal can be seen as symbolic reflections of struggles that middle school students will go through. Especially because all discourse around the duels and the Rose Bride and the floating castle in the sky are not accessible to most of the student body. Only the student...
Yeah, it's because Akio is trying to find someone he can manipulate into gaining the power of Dios. Stupid. He says this. In like the second to last episode.
Council and a handful of students know about these things. The rest of the students are just students. This creates a broad yet clearly defined separation between the fantastical events and the literal ones. And this is also primarily why I prefer the anime to the movie. The separation...
It doesn't though, because nothing is literal. Even when they're not dueling, even when they're in school, nothing is literal. Akio and Anthe have literally like superimposed their will on top of this space. Akio and Anthe are like parasites who have come into this realm and made it into their own fantastical thing. You know?
Between reality and illusion is a little bit more defined. Whereas in the movie, Adolescence of Utena, students participated in these duels as the audience. It makes the symbolism of everything around Anthe a little bit more literal.
Probably because the world in the movie is, like, completely fake. And we see that by the end. I really think this is Anthe saving Utena from whatever realm she went to. And then they both go to the adult world together at the end. I think Anthe in the movie is making the mistake that she wants to give Utena her princely fantasy, but it's Utena that says to her, let's go to the real world, you know? So,
Except when you get to the whole cars thing. That said, the movie was much...
The cars the cars are actually, we all joke about the cars, okay? We all joke about people turning into cars in the Utena movie, alright? But if you pay attention to the show, you absolutely understand what the car symbolism is. Cars symbolize adulthood. It's not even that hard to understand.
Much less about the question of identity and more about escaping the oppressive elements of conformity in school. The movie itself, I view as...
No, it's about becoming an adult and going to the real world like the end of the fucking movie says, you dipshit. They say it out loud again. They say these things out loud.
More of a companion piece to the anime, beefing up
I would not disagree that it's more of a companion piece. I'm gonna have to go get the dog. She's barking. Hang on. Oh, somebody dared to walk past the house, so she had to go bark out the front window at them. Yeah, Wakaba turns into a jeep that takes Juri, Silonji, and Miki back to the fake world. Yes, we did keep calling it the sex car. Akio's car was the sex car.
Secondary thematic messaging that was present in the anime and clarifying some character motivation.
Well, also, like I said, I think I said this in my Discord earlier. Anthe is completely fucking feral in the movie. She's just doing whatever the fuck she wants. So that lends to me that this is a fake world. She is either made for Utena, or that Utena is in, and Anthe has just come here to get her out of it. So the movie is so fucking good, though, you guys. It's so fucking good.
For instance, Toga's romantic feelings for Utena were genuine, and that Shiori really...
Toga's romantic feelings for Utena are genuine by the end of the series. They have an entire conversation under an Aurora Borealis about it. Toga starts off wanting to tame Utena and teach her to be a proper girl, and by the end of the series, he is genuinely in love with Utena for who she is, and accepts her as she is. That's his fucking character arc through the entire show. It's not a new thing in the movie that he is genuinely in love with her now. Toga's the other one who seems to know what's going on in the movie. He seems to be there just to support Utena. He seems, like Anthe, he seems to know what's going on. So, it's very curious. I don't know if Anthe has summoned him there, or if he's just saying one last goodbye to Utena, or what, but... He does throw a bit of a monkey wrench in my theory that the movie is also a sequel, but he is a little bit more like his manga counterpart in the movie as well, so it might just be a callback.
Is just that bad. Though Utena's revamped design was a great improvement, I felt. Granted, the whole movie is just gorgeous. Painting the school as an MC Escher-esque prison of militant conformity.
I mean, their movie outfits do fuck. I do like them a lot.
It's also just a lot gayer. There's a reason why I chose to focus on...
It is a lot gayer, because Ikuhara was allowed to do whatever the fuck he wanted.
on the anime specifically. Both the film and the manga are worth their own analysis each. The only major overlapping symbol is that cars represent adulthood and passage into adulthood.
Okay, so you fucking do understand that cars represent adulthood. So why are you acting like it's weird that they turn into cars?
The problem with postmodern analysis is that symbolic language and what is presented as real events can often be overlapping. An element of realism is important to note.
There are no real events in Utena. Except maybe the scene where Anthe tries to throw herself off the tower. That's the only one you could see as, like, actually real. But again, there is no what's actually happening here. You have to meet the show on its own logical level. It is not interested in being realistic.
Stories, as most audiences need these real events to identify within their own lives.
Yeah, Cosmo Mandy, it's a theater. You could see Utena as people playing roles in a play to an extent. I agree.
In order to empathize with the characters. There is a degree of uncertainty when gauging analysis, and the temptation to assume that everything is symbolic, which I feel gives a lot of undue complexity to work that—
Everything is symbolic in Utena! Even toga punching a kangaroo is symbolic. Somehow. I couldn't tell you how, but it is.
Is otherwise meant to just be straightforward. To bring up an example nobody's gonna expect, and I mean nobody, look at the music video for Wrecking Ball by Miley Cyrus. I do like Miley, but...
Yeah, nobody expected you to use Wrecking Ball as a way to explain symbolism, because that's fucking retarded, bro. I'm gonna speed you up again.
This one was a bit of a miss. She responded to criticism of the video, describing it as weird and unnecessary, by claiming that the whole lick in the hammer thing was symbolic of a failed relationship, or something. A problem with the video is that it is under the assumption that the audience is going to read these visuals as symbolic, without the music video itself doing anything to suggest that these things are symbolic. The lyrics also don't do a whole lot to play off of the housebreaking imagery of a wrecking ball, besides that one line. The end result is a weird sexual tryst with inanimate construction site objects, which seems to be playing off of nothing but the song. But that's a creator assuming that their audience will read symbolism into their work without prompt.
You heard it here first, guys. James Somerton compared the symbolism in Utena to fucking Wrecking Ball. I wish you had killed yourself. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Oh, God. Drinking on stream was a mistake.
It can work in the other direction, too. Taking Lord of the Rings as an example, and this is entirely hypothetical, it would be like saying that Aragorn kicking the orc helmet and crying out in anguish is symbolic of his rejection of regal responsibilities resulting in the suffering of those around him.
Yes, we all know that
he's kicking a helmet because he's frustrated that he misplaced his hobbits, and screaming because Viggo Mortensen accidentally broke his foot kicking that helmet.
We all know! This is the most common trivia about Lord of the
Rings,
you fucking bastard!
If the plot made a specific point of Aragorn repeatedly kicking or pushing objects away from him with due consequences, then yes, we could say that this action carries symbolic weight, but only if it's repeated, and only if, through repetition, the audience can see evolution in Aragorn's internal conflict. And unfortunately, there aren't any solid rules about when we should observe an action or element as symbolic, and when we should dismiss it as taken for granted. Because if you want to establish a rule, then
Lily Orkin and James Somerton both misunderstanding Lord of the Rings to misunderstand other media. Tequila doesn't actually make me angry. Tequila is one of my favorite drinks. I'm just naturally angry. All right, I'll drink some water. I just had an entire glass of water, guys. I'm fine. I'm exaggerating a little bit, but he's actually pissing me off.
some author at some point in history has made a masterpiece textbot example of a symbolic device that breaks that rule. The primary reason that AI will never be able to replace artists is because the collection of values that are used to present literary devices can
Bro, God, stay on topic.
Shift from one artist to the next. It's a matter of merit to have the kind of creative judgment to discern how an audience will interpret literary devices. And in the language of each individual author, there is a variable ability to present meaning in variable ways.
Shut up,
using
Callard.
variable methods. TLDR, if there's a rule, then it would not be art. The quality of an artist is gauged by their ability not only to make their own rules, but to efficiently project.
Did you just say if it's a rule, it wouldn't be art? That is so just ignorant. Genres have conventions for a reason. God, I'm not even gonna get into it though.
That set of rules to their audience. We live in a world where Watchmen, Carrie, Slaughterhouse-5, and The Color Purple are all considered postmodern masterpieces. Yet their syntactic mechanics, narrative structure, and even their very underlying philosophies are foundationally different. Though in Utena, there seems to be one side character who is able to appropriately frame the realism.
Okay. Let's see where he's going with this. He's about to mispronounce Wakaba's name, isn't he? I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to take another drink.
From the symbolism. Though she's in less than about half the total episodes. Utena's best friend, Wakaba, is the most important character for discerning.
Wakaba. I'm taking a drink. Wakaba. Wakaba. I'm gonna give you guys a word of advice here. With Japanese, a lot of the times it goes like each two letters is a syllable. Not always, but most of the time. Utena. Wakaba. Saionji. You know? It's not that hard to figure out how to pronounce Japanese. That's right, you were putting hot sauce on your tongue. You're more masochistic than me. Why is Eminem making a video about Utena? Eminem's really let himself go.
Discerning what is meant to be symbolic. Wakaba is a regular girl who's
a little incredibly gay.
And not at all involved in the component.
She's not gay! It's Class S! She is clearly in love with Saionji! She keeps the motherfucker locked in her apartment for an arc! You didn't watch the show!
Component of dueling that takes place in the school. Wakaba sees conflict between the duelists, but not the duels themselves. She's the cipher character with whom the audience can...
You remember the Black Rose saga? She was involved in at least one duel, bro.
appreciate what the average student would see. I would argue that whatever Wakaba sees is what the audience can take for granted is the reality of what's transpiring.
No. Where are you even getting that from? We never see things from Wakaba's POV, really, until she's got Saionji living in her dorm. Ugh.
Everything else, including very personal moments, such as Anthe's attempted unaliving, and even including things that happen in the real world, such as the school...
Anthe's attempted unaliving is the only thing you could say is real.
Teacher sexually exploiting his female students can be read as symbolic representations of something more abstract. And even if we do read those aforementioned issues as real, that doesn't also mean that they can't carry additional symbolic value to a larger abstract concept. They're just very well-developed concepts. And because of Wakaba, we can approach them with uncertainty rather than confusion. This is the principle of my thoughts on Attack on Titan, where I felt that things that fans and detractors argued were symbolic were just too messy and inconsistent and
Attack on Titan is nothing like Utena. Everything in Attack on Titan is actually happening. Attack on Titan is a war anime, basically. Yes, there's metaphors and symbolism in Attack on Titan. But it's nothing like Utena. Utena is postmodernist and is completely symbolic. Attack on Titan, everything that happens in Attack on Titan is literal. It's happening in the actual world. Are you just comparing them because they're both anime? They're nothing alike!
Contradictory to be set in stone allegories. Okay, this is a world where people can get bone marrow injections and turn into giant monsters who, depending on the circumstances, may or may not have sentient reasoning based on an ambiguous rule of genetic heritage, but...
No, they only have sentient reasoning if they're given one of the founding titans, Ymir's 9 titans. Those are the only ones that are sentient and can be shifters. You can't even get...
Also Magic 2.
So, like, so just like Lily Orchid, misunderstanding one series to misunderstand another series. What the fuck? Stop talking about anime you don't understand!
At this point, if anything goes world building, Attack on Titan goes out of its way to establish that weird shit happens in this world and can be accepted as fact, rather than allegory.
Yes, it's all fact in Attack on Titan, because that's how that series works! They're completely different! Like, the YouTubians are getting so angry, they're trying to throw tomatoes now. They wish they could. Go to twitch.tv/mpsci if you would like to throw tomatoes at James Somerton.
Whereas Revolutionary Girl Utena does not do that, which is something you could accept about Utena, except for Wakaba, who, yes...
Jeez, Utena doesn't do that, almost like it's a completely different series with a completely different... plot structure. You can't just compare two random anime just because they're both anime. I'm dying.
Participates in one duel, but she was brainwashed and has no recollection of it. Wakaba...
I'm gonna fake my death after this fucking stream.
...is the element of normal in this cast. Things that happen in her awareness are certain. Wakaba is like us, the audience. We don't pull weaponry out of random people or have uncommon hair colors.
Okay, I will agree that most things that happen in front of Wakaba are probably, like, more actually happening than other things, but even so, Utena is a completely symbolic series. You can't just try to impose a what's actually happening onto it, because there is no what's actually happening. It doesn't exist here.
I'm sorry. Almost none of us are main characters in an anime. And therefore, what happens outside of Wakaba's awareness is subject to discourse on truth or illusion. Because of Wakaba, we can read some of the more weird things in this plot as symbolic, and not just...
I don't think you would get anything useful out of just viewing the series from Wakaba's perspective. Really, you wouldn't.
Cryohazard sent a super chat. Hey Sai, I miss your Twitch stream of the Princess anime. But ignoring Lily and whoever this idiot is, what's your rating on the show? I might watch.
Well, I love Utena. I first saw Utena when I was a teenager. An episode was tacked onto the end of a Fushigi fan sub I had borrowed from a friend, and I was immediately fascinated with it. And I got it all when it came out on DVD. Oh, more.
John Williams sent a super chat. Oh, is like a regular film where symbolism is adding occasional throughout. Utena is basically an art movie where symbol is everything.
Thank you, John Williams. And yes, you're absolutely correct. They are completely different modes of telling a story. But yes, I have actually been into Utena since I was a teenager. And I'm old, so that was like the late 90s. So I'm very familiar with it. It's tattooed onto my brain. And I've mentioned this a few times, and I'm just going to brag a little bit again. On the first run of DVDs from, I think, Central Park Media, on the very last DVD, there was an art contest they had held, and the winner of that art contest was me. So I have a little bit of Utena history there. I unfortunately don't have the original art anymore. I sold it at PortCon Maine, I think, a while ago, like 20 years ago, probably. And I can't find a digital copy of it either, but I swear to God, I swear to God it's true. I'm gonna have to like rip that off the DVD sometime to prove it to you guys. But so I'm a itty bitty tiny little speck in Utena history.
Just absurd. Not that Utena doesn't have some absurd things, but even something seemingly benign and uselessly cute like Choo Choo serves to help characterize Anthe as a sympathetic character, who's earnest in her sensitivity rather than it being a front to help her brother groom girls at the school.
It is a front for her to help her brother groom people at the school, actually. Anthe obeying her fiancés, Anthe doing things to drive duels into happening, Anthe controlling the duels, she's doing all of that for Akio. She's actually the one with the magic powers, but she's doing it all for Akio. She is just as duplicitous as he is. Even though she's a victim, Anthe is just as duplicitous as Akio. She knows what she's doing, she knows what's going on.
Cares about animals is the tried and true method in anime of signifying that the audience ought to empathize with a given character.
Okay, Mr. Mongoose, we're studying.
Not
so
really.
Do you like eating that mean old snake?
God,
there's a lot
I hate
more
her
to dig
dub voice. Dub jump scare. I have to take another drink. That's my drinking game. Dub jump scare. I'm gonna have to pause to feed the animals soon anyway. Speaking of... So, since I love animals, I must inherently be a good person, right, James Somerton? Nobody can say shit about me now. I literally take care of puppies for a weekly paycheck.
Into, then, simple symbology.
Okay, so you said absolutely nothing there.
Probably the most prominent symbol in the entire show is the Sword of Dios. Aside from being
oh god, watch him get swords in Utena wrong. Just wait.
being the key that gives access to the power of revolution, it is made symbolic by how it is acquired. It being
it's almost like the power of revolution is bullshit in the show, though, James.
removed from Anthe's chest can be read as symbolic rather than your average magical girl transformation stock footage. It's very easy in any work of fiction to observe weapons as symbols of power. This is almost universal. What's a little more creative is when a creator questions what a weapon is. So given that a small yet significant collection of the student body run around spontaneously pulling swords out of their chesticles, this isn't something that we can really dismiss. The power to revolutionize the world—
yeah, geez, since you see swords come out of people a lot, maybe it's an important symbol and you should actually pay the fuck attention!
is hidden behind a gate for which the Sword of Dios is the key to access. In order to—
yeah, it's a door that looks like a mausoleum, and guess what? Anthe in her coffin is what's inside, so it's almost like the power of Dios is just Anthe's belief in the prince. Okay, anyway, it's 4:30. I am gonna take a break to go feed my animals and probably get another drink of water. I'll be right back.
Ed Stevens sent a super chat. I know YouTuber named Neuralities who review on Utena's story is close to your.
Oh, I heard the super chat coming out of my headphones as I was coming back. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, Neuralities, is that how you pronounce the name? Has some very, very good videos on Utena. I always love when other people actually understand Utena. Sorry. I was feeding the animals. I got some more water, guys. Don't worry. I'm what? What did I say? What? What? Boo! I'm back! Anyway. This isn't even an analysis. It's just ignorance. He's reading the Wikipedia article and then giving his own, like, opinion, and then it's garbage. Why is my bitrate so low? What the fuck? Don't crap out on me now, internet.
To get this power, duelists, usually men, need to extract this power from the body of a woman. However, they do not.
No! I'm back and you've already had a terrible take, James! Hey, James! Do you remember how later Anthy takes the sword out of Utena and then there's a bunch of duels where the actual duelist has a sword taken out of them? You remember that? You remember that? You remember that whole Black Rose saga where it was mostly female characters taking blades out of male characters? You remember that? Do you remember that? You didn't watch the whole fucking show, did you? Yes, please go watch Koryx Kenshin instead of me. Go.
Not possess this power on their own. They need a woman as an accessory to their ambition.
No! The Sword of Dios comes out of Anthy and then later Utena because they both believe in the ideal of the prince. It has nothing to do with men taking things out of women.
Ambitions. Even if the ambition is to protect the woman. Granted, it probably should not get lost on us that Dios means God in Latin and a number of other Romance languages. Even in the Japanese language versions, he's called Dios, and I'm not going to get too deep into that, especially with the language of Apocalypse and Revolution.
Not going to get too deep into that because you didn't fucking understand it, right? Yeah.
That's a whole master's degree.
It's almost like he's called Dios to emphasize that he's an ideal and not a real person. Yeah, you just missed the Toga and Saionji sword pull? How do you explain that one, jackass?
Dissertation right there. However, the figure of Dios as a character is important to the plot, and in my opinion, a rather contentious one. A surface-level reading of Dios is that he is either a god, a reflection of a god, a prince who died ages ago, or a collection of household insects given material.
Or he's the ideal of the prince, and that is very clear. He's childhood idealism. He's childhood nobility. That's very clear.
Formed by Anthy, depending on the version of your story. Now, yes, if you want to, you can look at him like that, and that who he was is now a specter that resides in the sword and/or castle. He is the figure who gave Utena her signet ring and inspired her to become a prince. And he is not Akio, though can be read as and is occasionally a reflection of Akio. For all that
he is Akio. He's Akio's younger self that no longer exists. Because Akio is the corruption of what the prince was, because the ideal of the prince cannot survive into adulthood. So, Anthy prevented Dios from dying, but as a result, he became Akio. This is not hard to understand.
Dios is approached with the language of the Christian god. Akio's name is derived from a Japanese character used in...
It has nothing to do with the Christian god. It has nothing to do with Christianity. Nothing.
The name for Venus, the morning star, which is associated with Lucifer. Lucifer, which is, dare I say, a misappropriated name for Satan. Lucifer instead originally referred to a Persian god of the morning light.
Yes,
and
I
Satan
know.
actually
Lucifer
means the accuser,
is
not the devil.
Accurate,
he was
but
God's
the point is, Akio was basically making it clear that he is the devil of this story. Because he fucking is.
interlocutor, not his enemy. Frenemies! But anyway, religion and anime, fun. So yes, the literal reading is there, but that's...
Yes, religion and anime, fun, because keep in mind that less than 1% of Japanese people are Christian, so when you see Christian symbolism used in anime, they're usually just using it because it looks cool and exotic. There is no deeper meaning. It's like when there's people, yeah, like Evangelion. People are like, oh, Evangelion has such deep Christian symbolism, and then meanwhile you ask the people who actually made it, and they're like, we just thought it looked cool, lol. You know? Like, you have to take the culture into consideration. Yeah, it's more accurate to say Akio used to be Dios, correct. I feel that way as well. But again, it is very interpretatable, but my interpretation is that Akio was in fact once Dios, but he is no longer Dios, and he can never be Dios again because he's an adult now, and he's a very bad adult.
Boring when there's so much symbolism afoot. Dios is simply more useful as a tool to explain the motivations of characters that do exist than as a character himself. When a character is a character but is not a character...
Oh wow, Dios isn't a character himself. Who knew? Except everybody who actually fucking watched the show at least once.
But represents an internal character foil that pretends to their identity, that may be a figurative mask.
I really fucked up his helmet
but a mask, nevertheless. So Dios doesn't exist, not strictly. He exists as a concept given a name. The concept is...
Yeah, this is the part I was making the most fun of when I first saw this on somebody else's stream. It's like, I came up with an interpretation of Utena that no one else has ever thought of. Did you know Dios isn't real? And it's like, yeah, bro, we've been new. Go read any fucking essay on otori.nu, bro. Lots of people knew this already. It's right there in the show. A child could get it. And see, the whole point of the Lucifer comparison was that Akio was laying out that he's the devil, but also showing how egotistical and pretentious he is to compare himself to the morning star and the brightest and most beautiful angel created. Yeah, Akio definitely thinks way more highly of himself. And yeah, Akio gets to be, like, a mastermind, but only to teenagers. There's a reason he doesn't really interact with other adults very much. Yeah, you could say Akio fell like Lucifer and became the devil, hence being the fallen prince. Even the Spectre of Dios says, he is end of the world now. You know?
Is nobility, chivalry, and power. The subject of nobility is also noteworthy in Utena. The Prince of Roses, as a concept, seems to hold a different meaning to each character. To Utena, the prince is the archetype of the nobility she wants to represent. One may even say a transition icon, if you want to...
What?
Got that reading of Utena. However, additional...
No. No, you can't. There is no reading like that in Utena, you goddamn fucking retard. The whole point is Dios told Utena to retain her childhood nobility even into adulthood, because that is what would be able to save Anthe. How many times in the anime does Utena insist that she's a girl? She does it a lot. Because people try to tell Utena, well, you're basically like a guy, Tenjo-san. And she's like, I'm a girl. Excuse you. She is very insistent on that.
Castles, princesses,
so,
damsels.
Shut up!
And evil witches also enrich this symbolic language. The castle may be an illusion.
Yeah, the thing is, Utena didn't want to be a princess or a witch, so she tried to be a prince, but princes are not things to actually want to be. Or rather, the ideal that a prince represents is something pure that usually does not last into adulthood. It's not even about being a prince per se, it's about retaining that childhood nobility. That is the point, but Utena conflated that with being a prince. But being a prince isn't actually a good thing in the end. How much longer till we get to Lily? Well, there's like 20 minutes left in this fucking video. I will try not to pause too much.
Illusion, kind of. Akio says it is, but then hinges his entire plan on breaking open an illusion door, so... I don't know.
Breaking open the mausoleum to where Anthe's soul is, dipshit. It's right there in the ending.
The castle itself represents a curious element of the story's politics on gender. The final leg of the third arc heavily deals with Akio attempting to convince Utena to put down the sword and be a proper lady, which Utena feels compelled to do. Nearly everyone who sees the upside-down castle wants to go there to make all their dreams come true, whatever those dreams may be. It makes it easy for someone like Akio to manipulate others under the promise that he can make those dreams a reality. What's noteworthy is that—
yeah, almost like he projects the castle in order to manipulate people, and he says this directly.
the castle is tantalizing, but it's also inaccessible. It is, in fact, only accessible through engagement to the Rose Bride. The reality of this castle is challenged by two things. First, yes, that Akio claims that it's an illusion within an illusion, one could say, very Inception-y, but also that it is upside down. We know from the study of symbols that when a given symbol is inverted, it holds an opposing meaning. Take a castle. What does it represent? Monarchy, regality, nobility, safety, and fantasy. A castle as a symbol, if inverted, still carries those values, but instead becomes an ironic subversion of those values. It's the difference between saying
wow, the castle upside down may indicate that it's not actually a good thing. Wow, what a deep reading. I hate this guy so much.
a castle wall is meant to keep the bride safe. Or maybe that it's meant to keep her imprisoned. An inverted castle says the latter. It's also—
oh, wow. Anthe is a prisoner of this situation. How did you pick up on such a deep meaning, bro?
significant that as Utena faces Akio in this climactic confrontation, she begins to understand the ways that her childhood fantasies of princes and princesses have been used to manipulate her into being just a girl. Her realization—
no shit!
is marked by the upside-down—
wow, he actually understood something finally. Amazing. How is he gonna fuck it up?
castle's collapse. The symbolic language of this castle is a bit different in Adolescence of Utena. While it seems to be a grand, magnificent castle, it's actually a giant tank underneath, whose shifting wheels and treads form—
dude, that's the movie! That's the movie! The fantasy literally chases them down. That is the point in the movie. Like, yes, this is actually— when Utena turns into a car and starts going to the real world, piloted by Anthe, who has her key, the fantasy literally chases them down on a giant pollution-spewing truck. Like, the fantasy doesn't want them to escape. But that's not true of the castle in the show. The castle in the show is a projection of Akio's planetarium. Christ.
whose shifting wheels and treads form a labyrinth that one is not meant to escape. And in the movie, as in the anime, Akio is directly related to this castle and the princely figure of Dios. This becomes more significant through the third arc. To Akio, Dios uniquely represents—
yeah, Akio is even faker in the movie than he's ever been.
who he believes he is, and who he feels other people ought to see him as. An illusion—
see, one thing you might notice in that scene— hang on. When Akio is watching Utena and drinking the pink drink that represents her life, he doesn't notice Dios. He's not talking to Dios here. He doesn't even notice him. And eventually, Dios disappears behind his glass. And that's when Utena opens the mausoleum where Anthe's soul is. So the power of Dios, the ideal of the prince, was no longer needed. So he vanished. Because Utena has this covered. She's going to save Anthe.
Dios uniquely represents who he believes he is, and who he feels other people ought to see him as. An illusion he himself buys into so strongly that others also believe it. Dios' story is told several different ways, by several different characters, and no story is entirely consistent. The common trend in his fable, however, is that he has a sister.
And yes, when I do cut this down into a clip, I will be putting footage in of what I'm talking about, because I am like seeing in my head exactly what scenes I'm thinking of. You know?
He seeks a damsel in distress, and that he is tricked by a witch and imprisoned. All of these figures are Anthe.
And the play is a lie, dude. Anytime you see shadows, it's a parable. Anytime you see the faceless puppets telling the story, it's the sanitized version. Oh my god.
At the same time, Dios' imprisonment and or death as a result of the witch's actions, even though her motivations range from malicious to oblivious, seems to be what every version of—
they're not malicious or oblivious. They were from love. Anthe tried to protect the prince because the prince was dying from overexertion, because the prince is not a concept that can actually exist in the real world, so he was dying. And Anthe stepped out of her role as a girl to try to prevent his death, and was punished by all of humanity for it. This is not hard to understand. Really, it's not.
this story frames as the root cause for all the world's problems.
The world still hadn't fallen completely into darkness then. The reason for this
jump
was because
scare!
there was a Rose Prince.
Not only is Akio a victim for having his godhood removed, but the whole of the world is worse off for it. And that through his intention to use the power of revolution,
it wasn't godhood, it's an ideal that isn't viable in the real world. God damn it! That's why the prince can only exist in the realm of fantasy and the space between life and death.
Will re-empower himself through his rightful status as someone who has the ability to do anything he wants without consequences.
Yeah, that's what he thinks he's gonna get. That's what Akio thinks regaining the power of Dios will give him, but he can't regain that power. And the only person who still believes in it is Anthe, and that's why her soul is inside the mausoleum. Ah!
Which is going to make the world a better place. Because returning his power to him is poetic justice, returning to him something that he lost.
No, he just wants his power. He just wants what he was back, but he can't ever have it because it was never real.
And all of this has been to say that the role of
if Akio is a victim, it's of himself. He's done too much bad shit to really be considered a victim, I think.
Dios is for Akio to betray his internal motivations.
You're gonna ink me now.
It is her punishment for taking the prince away from the girls of the world.
So, through a postmodern lens, we can use this to characterize Akio to offer context for his actions. In his mind, he is Dios, and his version of Dios offered himself to the world and the world's princesses, and the world was better for it. Within the shadow play, there is language to suggest that
but the specter of Dios still exists. It is a separate entity from Akio, but it is what he once was. And that's what came to Utena and told her to retain her childhood nobility, and in her mind, retaining her childhood nobility means being a prince. She is mistaken about that. That is the entire fucking point.
He had the ability to fight monsters to protect people. In Akio's elaboration later on in the same episode, it's subtly implied that Dios gets his power from deflowering the princesses of the world.
No! I remember this part. No. Dios is the ideal of the prince, where if all girls in the world are going to be princesses, there has to be a prince to save them. But that's not a viable concept, which is why the prince was dying. Also, thank you for complimenting my inking. I really should be drawing more, but I'm getting too distracted by this midwit misunderstanding Utena.
And by the witch taking away his unbridled ability to get his dick.
Yeah, that's what Anthe says to him at the end. You can keep playing Prince. She knows he's never gonna regain that power because it's not real.
He lost his ability to maintain peace and order in the world. His exploitation of Anthe in that light is a means by which he can recover the power he perceives she stole from him in the most postmodern way possible. This is what I mean when I said that this
I don't think Akio ever acts like Anthe stole his power. He does accuse her of tormenting him. But I think it's because she never gives her full self over to him either, you know?
Scones and Jam sent a super chat. The takes are bad. Thanks for making it funny. Sigh.
You're welcome, Scones. Thank you for the super chat. That was kind of what we were joking about during the Utena watch, too. Everyone in chat was like, I'm uncomfortable, quick, sigh, make a joke! James has killed postmodernism. Maybe I should thank him for that, because I do kind of hate postmodernism, but... it does have its functions.
Literal exploitation. Because this kind of demonstration can be extrapolated to indicate any kind of power imbalance in this relationship. This can signify any kind of control or abuse, but the instance of
I mean, the power imbalance is pretty fucking clear between these two jackass. I mean...
exploitation here is used because assault has deep roots, is indicating that Akio feels gender is the source of his imbalance. However, there is also an invitation to observe this conflict of princes, damsels, and witches as itself representative of a...
I mean, I did say the way Akio interacts with Saionji, I almost said Satoshi, Jesus, Saionji and Toga, is that I do feel like he is grooming them into toxic masculinity, basically. You know, as fruity and sexy as it is, I think he is grooming them into toxic masculinity. I think that is the takeaway you can have from that.
Greater cultural whole. The plot outlines that exploitation of all kinds is damaging, not just the sexual instances outlined here, and how in the situation of a life's worth of gaslighting, someone can actively believe that their only role in life is to be a victim.
Well, also, in Utena, sex is the difference between childhood and adulthood. It's that kind of thing, you know? Just like cars. Cars are something you can only drive a car as an adult. You can only have sex as an adult. That's why sex and cars are kind of conflated in Utena, because they both represent passages into adulthood. So, yeah. Yeah, at least Lily is not even going to talk about the plot, at least, I think. So, she's just going to go on and on about Utena being gay rep, which is also wrong.
People generally feel good when they are reassured of their self existing in the world. When you have been told that your self is to be a victim over time, your brain can cross those wires. Suddenly victimhood feels good, because you get that positive reassurance dopamine hit. Anthe's conformity to the Rose Bride is based around the fact that she feels good being subservient, because this is the—
Oh god, are you one of those idiots who's gonna say that Anthe is like in a BDSM relationship? Because I had some dude try to argue that to me, that, oh, but she actually enjoys it though, because Akio said she did. So of course you're gonna believe what the man says over what Anthe herself says, huh? You're gonna just believe Akio when he says Anthe enjoys this and chose this and likes this? You're just gonna believe Akio? Really now?
the only thing in her life that has ever brought her any kind of positive reward. It takes the entire series for Utena to shake her out of this mindset, and she begins to see herself as her own person. And
almost like Utena reaching her true self is what did that, huh? Because Utena was that ideal Anthe was searching for, and it didn't have to be a prince. You can find that ideal in someone who isn't a prince. Fancy that.
The really cool thing is that we're now at a point of analysis where we can get to the exciting stuff. Because the length—
Really? This is the exciting stuff? I mean, you've already, like, fucking hurt my brain a million times right now. I'm kind of like in a resigned mode right now.
Language of plurality, it can apply to these characters themselves. So that we're not just talking about Akio, Anthe, and Utena, but the ways that Akio is a stand-in for every man, and that Anthe—
No, he isn't. Akio is childhood idealism corrupted into the worst possible kind of adult. That is Akio. He's not man bad. He's not supposed to be man bad. Because, like, Toga, like, stops listening to Akio after a while when he realizes it's making him a douchebag. And he realizes trying to be a man by being a playboy is not the way to go. Even though Akio is trying to enable that. So yes, Akio is teaching other men toxic masculinity, but he's not, like, man bad.
He represents every victim, and that Utena represents a kind of a woman. So we arrive at a—
Utena represents nothing but herself. Stop trying to extrapolate these characters into, like, representing wider concepts, because they don't. The individual conflicts are still important.
Vintertaining_ sent a super chat. Of course BDSM gets brought up when someone comes into my room.
You shouldn't be listening to my streams out loud. You never know what I'm gonna say. Even I don't know what I'm gonna say half the time. Yeah, Akio is meant to be the polar opposite of what Dios is. That's pretty fucking clear.
Game state where men seek the power of revolution to facilitate their control over women, which they already have most.
The power of revolution is bullshit in Utena. The only revolution that happened was Anthe's world was revolutionized, not the world in general. It's a very personal story. It's very individual. Other characters kind of feed into the themes that are around Utena and Anthe themselves. You could argue that. You could argue, like, the relationships between Tolga and Nanami and Kozue and Miki represent the relationship between Akio and Anthe on different levels. And, like, and Juri having her lesbian affection for Shiori, who treats her poorly. All the other characters are parallels to Anthe and Utena themselves, in a way. You know, you could argue that, but the characters aren't this, like, symbolic of, like, a broader concept, really. No, they're not. He's just trying to impose American bread tube logic onto this show that was made in the 90s in Japan, you know? And this is what drives me fucking crazy about Utena, people getting Utena wrong, is that they try to take modern wokey politics that are going to be very temporary, they're already starting to change, and imply it on timeless art from a completely different time period and a completely different culture. You know? You ain't smart, bro. You ain't smart. You're just saying words.
In order to return to times when things were better. Lacking the freedom to commit sexual exploitation to Akio, and therefore men like him, impedes their ability to properly manage the world and keep everything safe. This power that was once exclusively theirs, they perceive.
Okay, listen, Akio does control people through sex, but that isn't why. Jesus.
Was stolen from them by the women who...
I'm cosplaying Anthi down here. I forgot to turn on my little Anthi side chan earlier that I made for the Utena streams.
They are already exploiting. Utena's role is to signify a new kind of woman. This woman cannot be defeated by the traditional means, and therefore the method of dealing with them is to remove their power by feminizing them.
She's not... Okay, listen. Okay, yes, okay, listen. Yes, there's lots of men in Utena who want to clip the Freebird's wings and make her conform to gender roles. Yes, that is a theme. But that's not the only theme. Utena doesn't represent, like, all of gender nonconformity in women ever. Utena is just herself. She is who she is. And that's okay. That is the point. Let's see, my take, the whole thing that makes Utena endearing is because of how simple she is. And despite her misguided attempt of rebelling against the patriarchal system, she remains steadfast and honest with how she sees the world. Utena is simply just Utena. Also, she never viewed the prince as something that only a man can do. She just wanted to be a hero that was brave and saves princesses, but she believed that it was simply just heroism and not any of that gender bullshit. That's how she brings a revolution. Correct. Utena thought being a prince is the same thing as being noble. And she's definitely proven wrong throughout the series. Utena is made of Utena, you are correct. I mean, even having her virginity stolen didn't change her the way Akio thought it would. So, you know, you have all those ancient myths where a powerful woman loses her powers if she loses her virginity, and that still didn't happen to Utena. Kind of like that whole thing's bullshit or something, you know? Have fun, Callard. I hope you enjoy watching the VOD later. I thought we'd get through James Somerton a little faster, but Jesus Christ.
Ultimately groom them to accept their own exploitation. And that's just what you get from the end of the world stuff, which is probably one of the weirder parts of Utena, until you get to the turning into cars thing. But I digress. There's a lot more that Utena has to say about power, truth...
Nobody turns into cars in the TV anime, you dipshit. Shut up.
Truth versus illusion, schooling, adolescence, in conjunction with other symbols and themes like the Upside-Down Castle and the power of revolution.
Guillotine?
This is about the Revolutionary Girl Utena, after all. Which is strange, because for all that the language of revolution is dangled over her head, she seems to reject it. Power structure...
Yeah, almost like Utena isn't actually about the power of revolution, and revolution it actually means a cycle or something. If you watch the entire fucking show, you would know this.
Itself is something all versions of Utena seem to discuss, and seem to come to a singular conclusion, that the objective of those in power is to facilitate their control by crafting the next generation into drones. And this is clear as...
No. You're showing the movie when you say this, which is even more nonsensical. It's not about turning people into drones. Akio is taking people who want to believe in miracles and manipulating them with a fake fantastical world in order to build one of them up to the point that they can open up the way to the power of Dio so he can have it. But even he doesn't understand what's behind that door. Again, he's just trying to impose, like, these generic modern Western politics onto this series and thinking that makes him sound smart. It's so frustrating.
In the movie. The power brokers don't need to get their hands dirty when they can just organize an increasingly complicated schedule of duels to sick the students onto each other. Another reading of Akio...
Every duel in Utena is representative of an interpersonal problem. The duels aren't real. The duels have never been real. They were never real. The duels were never real. It was all illusions by Akio. That's why the duel against him was so dangerous, because all the illusions were gone. Someone tell James to GTFO the kitchen. He can't cook anything good. That was a good one.
Outside of Dios and the Revolution is that his surname is Otori, which is different from his sister's, Himemiya.
Himemiya? Also, are you going to explain why his surname is different, or are you going to get this completely wrong?
Otori being the same name as the Academy. Again, rather than a singular individual, he could represent a broader scope of authority figures in schooling and...
No, dumbass. They say this in a conversation. Akio is marrying the daughter of the Otori family and is being adopted into the family and taking the name. And this is something that is very common in Japan. If a prestigious family doesn't have a son to inherit things, oftentimes a man will marry into the family and take his wife's last name. This is still obviously very misogynistic because they're implying that the woman could not inherit the business or the family, of course. But a man marrying into his wife's family and being adopted by them is actually pretty fucking common practice in Japan. Akio has the Otori last name because that gives him a higher position to rule over the school, which he is using to do the duel stuff. They say this in the show! Yeah, I didn't expect James Somerton to take 3 fucking hours. I mean, I did go over Lily for like 45 minutes beforehand, but I keep having to pause because he keeps getting things so wrong.
Institutions. This could range from statutory malice to mere unprofessionalism. I mean, there is a lot more to Utena than Akio. I'm sorry if my focus is here at the expense of spending basically no time talking about Nanami.
I'm just gonna buzz through.
This can't be! I was so close to becoming the idol of the school! I can't seem to think clearly anymore! Am I having delusions? Do I need my appendix removed?
Okay, hang on a second. Hang on a second, that was actually pretty funny. I want to hear that.
Professionalism. I mean, there is a lot more to Utena than Akio. I'm sorry if my focus is here at the expense of spending basically no time talking about Nanami.
Oh, this can't be! I was so close to becoming the idol of the school! I can't seem to think clearly anymore! Am I having delusions? Do I need my appendix removed? Bring me a blanket, someone, and soothe.
Okay, the way they did that in the dub is pretty fucking funny, actually. I have to give the dub credit on that one. Okay, so in this episode, Nanami is slowly turning into a cow because she's wearing a cowbell she thinks is fancy jewelry and refuses to take it off. But in Japanese, she just goes "mo" after every single sentence. She's just like, "What's the big deal, mo? I'm fine, mo." So the way they did it in English was a little different, but it's the same. It hits the same. It's actually pretty fucking funny. I have to give the dub praise for that one.
Girl needs help. I'm sure that whole ordeal is symbolic for something. Anyway, the ability...
Yeah, it is actually. All of Nanami's episodes are actually symbolic. They're just also goofy as shit. Mall.
of a single element of the show to function in a myriad of ways with multiple applications speaks to the creator's credit. Even if, and this is often the case with authors, many of these meanings were unintended. An authorial ability to deconstruct the world into a collection of symbols that have—
None of the meanings in Utena are unintended, bro. Everything is pretty fucking deliberate, and the symbolism is very consistent. The only thing I will say is I do think the first few episodes did start off more as a generic magical girl anime before Ikuhara really got off the rails. But, I mean, I'll argue with people that say it was his grand plan all along. No, it wasn't. He was making up a lot of this as he went along, but it is what it is. And it did come out a masterpiece, so fuck it. Mole.
Have this kind of universality showcases a savvy and insightful creative team. However, there is something thus far omitted. This is a show called The Revolutionary Girl Utena. What is—
No, it's just called Revolutionary Girl Utena, and the Japanese title, Shoujo Kakume Utena, could be more accurately translated as Girls Revolution Utena. And again, revolution can also mean a cycle, a complete revolution. That's very important to the plot.
Is this revolution? And how is Utena the one to be revolutionary if she spends most of the anime trying to prevent others from using revolution? The use of
because the power to revolutionize the world was bullshit the entire time. The world they're talking about is the world that Akio has them in. It is an enclosed space. It isn't the real world. It is a place they are kind of trapped in a purgatory in. People don't age as long as they're at Otori. That is actually in the show. You get that in the Black Rose Saga, which you didn't pay attention to. There is actually important shit in the Black Rose Saga, James. You can't just skip it. It's also one of my favorite sagas. So, actually, it might be that might actually be my actual favorite saga, the Black Rose saga. Nanami episode's just Anthy living her Looney Tunes-esque fantasies. Yeah, she does pick on Nanami a lot, but to be fair, Nanami does bully her. So in Anthy's passive-aggressive way, she names all of her farm animals Nanami. That's how Nanami ended up with the cowbell in the first place. Anthy also named her cow Nanami.
Revolution in the show is only slightly different from how we would use it. It's not something like the retirement of the French aristocracy, a nation becoming independent from a parent state, or even say...
Okay, just like Lily Orchard, you're talking about, like, political shit to sound smart that has nothing to do with the fucking series you're talking about.
Bernie Sanders attempting to impose a tax structure in America that's similar to what existed in the
Oh god, Lily would say that. Autori Academy is an open-air prison. I'm losing my mind.
1960s. Revolution itself in Utena seems to be an object. One would use revolution the same way you would use a toaster.
Yes!
And those who know that the power of revolution...
Yes! They're all seeking something that isn't real! Correct! Akio is manipulating everybody, you dumb motherfucker!
...resides at Autori Academy seem to be desperate to use it. But even though they talk about revolution as if it were a power or a tool...
Yes, because they all have different... Juri wants to disprove miracles while also believing miracles are real, because the straight girl she's in love with told her to believe in miracles. Mickey wants to recapture the feeling of playing piano in the garden with his sister as kids, but that's just nostalgia. It wasn't real. He can't actually recapture that. Toga, I don't know what the fuck Toga and Soundji want, really, but they're just fuckboys.
The language of postmodernism opens up a number of possibilities for what use revolution serves to the characters, to the plot, and to the audience. When the characters talk about the power to revolutionize the world, it means we, little media analysts that we are, don't have to look at it as a Kamehameha blast. We can approach it...
Yeah, bro, if you watch the show and pay attention, you'll know what that phrase means. And you'll know it's bullshit.
...as a vaguely established and largely undefined quality of being able to bring about a significant change to the world, which helps establish the...
Yes, that's what the characters think they're going to accomplish, but it's really just Akio manipulating them to find a candidate that can open the power of Dio so he can take it for himself, but he is never going to regain that power, because he can't, because he's an adult now.
Deeper motivations of what each character wants to use revolution to do. Of course, tied into this theme of revolution are miracles and eternity. And since I can't read or understand Japanese, I may be losing something in the translation, because miracles are often associated with Christian imagery.
I can't read or understand Japanese, so I'm just going to put a very Western lens on this Japanese show. Bro, it has nothing to do with Christianity. Nothing at all. Christianity is not the first thing a Japanese person would think of when making their symbolism. Christianity does not influence Japanese media very much at all. Christianity barely exists in Japan. They'll use a lot of Western symbols. You'll see crosses and stuff, sure. But it doesn't have any deeper meaning. Japanese people are going to think in Shintoism and Buddhism before they think in terms of Christianity. Yeah, like, even Evangelion, the Christian symbolism was not actually meant to be that deep. It was just exotic.
Instead, I think the plot is much more in line with Alan Moore's sense of miracles. A miracle is
Okay, where is he going with this?
Thing that shouldn't be possible but is. In Utena, miracles seem to be things that afford a false sense of hope. The cynical believe this thing is
yeah, geez, miracles seem to represent a false sense of hope in Utena. I wonder why that could be. These are all things you would understand if you would actually watch the fucking show, you dipshit. I thought he had actually watched it, but I guess he didn't, because there's so many characters he hasn't mentioned at all. And he just doesn't understand it. If he had watched the entire show, he would understand this.
Impossible, even if it is actually true. This is the primary driving element of Juri, who is in love with her ex-bestie and...
Oh my god, let's hear you get Juri wrong, and let's hear you be misogynistic about lesbians, because I know you're going to be.
Considers it an impossibility that this little psycho would ever reciprocate those feelings. The hope that she might, or that she could, is the source of Juri's toxicity, which leads to Juri's deeper motivation.
You're saying Juri is the toxic one here? You're saying Jury is the toxic one and not Miss I loved the look in your eyes when I hurt you? Shiori deadass says to her, I loved the look in your eyes when I hurt you, before she literally rips out her heart in the form of a sword. Jury just mostly suffers in stoicism over her love of Shiori. Yeah, he probably would believe Lapis is innocent if he thinks Shiori is. I'm gonna take a drink for our girl Jury. Now see, where I say that you could interpret Utena's sexuality any which way, you could see Utena as heterosexual, bisexual, or a lesbian, falling to compulsory heteronormativity, which I can never pronounce correctly. Jury is definitely a lesbian. There's no two ways around it. Jury is a lesbian.
She wants to eliminate miracles from the world. She wants to use revolution to purge herself of hope, which is a...
Oh my god, he actually fucking understood something again. You have like 3 points now in actually understanding fucking anything in Utena.
Recurring pattern with all duelists. Their intended uses for the power of revolution are self-directed. Yes, Seonji desperately wants the long-term and stable...
They're not self-directed! They all get letters from the end of the world, and the Black Rose duelists have had all of their deepest, darkest, most vindictive emotions drawn out of them in the form of a black rose and had that stabbed into their heart. None of this is self-directed.
Affection of a subservient woman, namely Anthe. But even if these intentions aren't specifically malicious, a character like Mickey wants to use Eternity to preserve and protect Anthe, though only for him to use as a muse. To this, he needs to first take control of her, whereas Utena's motivations are to liberate Anthe. Utena stands out because not only does she have no use for revolution, she...
Are Utena's motivations to liberate Anthe, guys? I mean, when Anthe tries to throw herself off the tower, Utena actually admits that she was acting like the noble prince who would save Anthe the princess for her own ego. Utena is not blameless in any of this. You can hear the drunk in my voice. I bet you can. I am a little drunk now. I tend to be kind of a lucid drunk, but I might be getting a little sloppy.
She seems to reject it, and even imply that she doesn't really believe in any of it. Her exclusive motivation is to protect Anthe.
It's not that she doesn't believe in any of it. Utena has no idea what's going on at any given time. Our poor Herbo, she is always in the dark on everything happening around her the entire fucking show. Honestly.
From the predatorial intentions of the other duelists. Treating the duels as symbolic depicts these conflicts as indicative of the ways young people clash as they develop identity. Though the student council postures itself as a political body, they do amount to a
Now, do you actually understand that the duels are interpersonal conflicts now?
collection of young people who are very nervous about their future and questioning what role they are going to have in the world. Having the power to revolutionize the world means that they can...
Yeah, exactly. Utena isn't a Mary Sue. She is not infallible. Utena is extremely flawed as a person. Like, she is very naive. She is, but she is also acting on her own ego to be like the noble prince who comes to the rescue, you know? Utena, everybody in the show is struggling to find their identity and is just a fucking teenager posturing at being an adult. That is the entire fucking point.
And have a hand on the wheel. Deliberate driving metaphor. From the student council's introductory monologue, it may seem like something a villain would say to announce themselves.
Prepare for trouble! Make it double!
However, the more we begin to empathize...
Okay, I'm not gonna act like Toga's egg speech isn't a bit like the Team Rocket speech, because it is, but...
with the student council, the more we begin to see this monologue as a desperate bid to take control of their anxieties.
If it cannot break out of its shell, the chick will die without ever being born.
Oh god, jump scare, I need to take another drink.
Our egg. If we don't crack the world's shell, we will die without truly being born.
Utena echoes a particular anxiety of growing up in Japan in the 1990s, when the nation was in one of the worst financial depressions in its history. To many, it did feel like the end of the world, and discourse around revolution was not far off. We'll get more into that in an upcoming...
This had nothing to do with Utena's development. Jesus fucking Christ. He is gonna... Hey guys, he was gonna talk about Evangelion apparently before he faked his own death and then revealed he was alive by posting his hole on social media.
And if Japanese youth of the 90s got it anything like millennials of the late 2000s got it, then it would have seemed like the entire weight of the world was imparted on their shoulders.
It was actually the 80s that was a more contentious time for youth in Japan. That's where Akira came from. If you want to say that about Akira, that makes sense. It doesn't make sense to say that about fucking Utena. He watched the dub. He must have watched the dub. Fuck you, James Somerton.
Elders to fix things. All the while, the powers that be insisting that fixing things was the responsibility of the nation.
It sounds like a poor fan dub, but that's what every dub in the fucking 90s sounded like. You kids have no idea how good you have it.
Youth simultaneously scolded them for talking about upsetting the establishment values that led to these hardships in the first place. Especially towards the end of the second arc, discourse around growing up takes a central role as a driving theme. And then suddenly we get the third season and everyone is in cars and their shirts are flying off, and is Akio fucking toga? Not that Akio doesn't have these chaotic bi vibes, but what does a casual approach to sexuality have to do?
It's not chaotic bi vibes, he is literally grooming Toga to be like him. It's symbolism. Christ.
To do with cars.
Oh, is he gonna try to explain the car thing? This is gonna be fucking rich. Alright, let me put him on 1.25 again. Let's see if he says anything valuable. Yeah, I wouldn't call Akio chaotic bi. He just uses sex to manipulate people. It doesn't matter what his sexuality actually is. He uses sex to manipulate people. And also, I don't know if him and Toga were literally boning, or if it's just symbolic of Akio grooming Toga into toxic masculinity. You can take it either way, but I tend to see it more as the latter, personally.
Right, so, as indicated in an episode where Nanami's younger boyfriend desperately wants to be a grown-up so that he can interact with women the way that he sees older boys doing, there is a single line.
Okay, Suwabaki mentioned finally, out of nowhere. She only calls him her boyfriend the first episode. After that, he's more of her little crony. And also, Nanami's really immature.
Questioning when someone becomes an adult. The gang tosses around a few things.
Akio's manipusexual, yeah.
That signify the kind of adulthood that they have in their mind. And one of them is driving a car. And then the third arc becomes all about
Why did you bring up Suwabaki for this? His idea of being an adult had nothing to do with cars. In fact, Suwabaki was like, if you defeat an adult, you become an adult. That must be the answer. He had no idea how to become an adult because he's 10. You didn't have to mention Suwabaki to talk about the cars. He has nothing to do with the car thing. He's too young.
Driving cars, where we see Akio basically grooming the student body into helping him indoctrinate Utena. These scenes can be read as an older man ushering high school students into adulthood at times.
Okay, he did understand the sex car at least.
Times before they're ready, but also certainly on his terms and not theirs. Akio's depiction of adulthood is suave, mysterious, and sexy. Even though his promises seem to ring adulthood, there's an unspoken reminder that they are in his car.
They're not just in his car, they're in his world that he's projecting illusions onto. Akio controls everything. I'll take a quick detour to explain art to Naked Singularity here. The reason why I'm using this particular inker, and I've shown it on the asset store before, it's called Pressure G Pen. I started using this inker specifically because it forces me to make really long continuous lines. I can't like chicken scratch it or it looks bad. So I actually use this inker as a way to tie my own arm behind my back to force myself to improve and get out of my own bad habits. But I'm using a vector layer right now so I can delete stray lines easily, but I would recommend when you're doing a figure of a character to treat the lines as like one continuous flow instead of focusing on individual parts. And that's precisely why I started using this brush, to make myself do that instead of just like treating each part like its own individual thing. So there you go, that's your little art lesson for today. Let me get rid of all that shit I just scribbled there.
During the duels, where each respective pretender bride is driving around trying to vehicularly manslaughter Utena, they are in his car.
Yeah, and did you notice that the cars crash at the end of each car duel? Because these are still just kids posturing at being adults, so of course their idea of adulthood crashes and burns.
are not in their own cars. It's not until Seonji begins to question why Toga is letting himself be manipulated into being Akio's wingman that we see them in their own vehicle, with Toga driving.
Oh yeah, Toga's driving and fucking Seonji's in the sidecar. That tells you a lot right there.
Driving Seonji. A scene we can read as these two young men breaking away from the patterns of manipulation and oppression that have been established by the.
Well, yeah, their whole conversation in this scene is literally saying, we'll find our own way on the adulthood highway without end of the world. But they're in a silly little motorcycle and sidecar showing that they are not quite ready to grow up. It's pretty fucking obvious symbolism. And Toga tells Seonji it's dangerous to stand up like that. Notice that Toga is wearing a helmet and is driving the vehicle while Seonji is still trying to pose like Akio, showing that they are at different levels of maturity right now.
The adults in their lives. And that isn't to say that either of these young men don't have a lot to make up for, but they have a better shot at doing the right thing while cutting their own path, rather than being under the tutelage of someone like Akio. This is doubled down on.
No, they're still getting it wrong because they're still driving the highway at the end of the world. They're still blocked out from the adult world. They're still at the very edge of Hotori. They still can't get out of it. They're still just driving in circles on the adult highway, basically. Oh, here's the scene from the movie, by the way.
The movie where the student council members, including Seonji, appear at the end to help Anthy escape.
Well, Wakaba is the Jeep, by the way. The Jeep is Wakaba, and Juri is driving, but the three of them still go back to the fantasy world. They take an off-ramp back to the fantasy world as Utena and Anthy escape to the adult world. So these three still aren't quite ready to grow up.
So,
four, I should say.
What is revolution? In probably the most postmodern term.
You're gonna get this completely wrong, so I'm gonna speed you up again.
Of events. That's never made clear. What exactly is this power that everyone wanted to use?
It's never made clear? I've been explaining it the whole time, you motherfucker! Revolution isn't real, it actually means a cycle. They're all trapped in a cycle. They're all trapped in Akio's world. He's manipulating everything. They all have an illusion pulled over their eyes of what it means to grow up. That is the point.
Abuse and exploit Anthy and or women in general to get a hold of. What made all of this worth it? Especially because the power is found in a castle in the sky that is described as an illusion generated by a holographic machine, but described by a character who is routinely outlined as being unreliable. Akio as...
Okay, yes. Akio is an unreliable narrator, yes, but he has actually been projecting all of this stuff, because we see that the duel arena wasn't real the entire time. We see that. It isn't just Akio saying it. It's demonstrated to us, the audience, and to Utena.
Mentioned, was unable to access the power of revolution. And not because he didn't have the power of Dios.
It's because the power of revolution isn't in there. Anthy is. Dipshit. Why do you think it looks like the door to a mausoleum?
Which he took from Utena after he had her stabbed in the back. He breaks the sword of Dios and revolution remains exclusively out of reach. This tracks thematically because...
Probably because the sword of Dios represents the belief in the prince, which is still a very untenable ideal.
Akio going to give himself with revolution that he didn't already have. His entire plot to bewitch Utena was just to try and convince her to relinquish revolution to him, but dodges the question whenever anyone asks him what he wants to do. Power for power's sake.
Yes, he just wants the power of Dios back, which he can never have back. He can never go back to being the noble prince he was as a kid, because he's an adult now, and he's a very, very bad adult.
Already doing a bang-up job at finding a horde of people to ship his sister off to as the Rose Bride, but somehow his greatest desire and deep...
Yeah, did you question at all why he's doing that? And, you know, how Anthy is in on it, and she knows everything that's fucking going on at all times, and she controls the duels? Did you not notice that part? Because you didn't watch the whole fucking show.
Deepest anxiety stemmed from losing control of his sister, especially to another man. And I can't imagine...
He's not gonna lose control of Anthy when someone wins a duel. They are both controlling the duels. And Anthy is doing it out of a misguided love for Akio. This is all in the show, stated plain as day. Maybe you should have watched it in Japanese and watched the whole thing and paid attention.
The prospect of losing his sister to a woman is nothing short of emasculating.
That is not what happens at all. Akio decides instead that he's going to make Utena his princess because she's so unique, and that he pulls the sword of Dios out of her, which is what he was after. Dipshit.
Is this a good place to mention that corrective rape is the most common form of sexual assault imposed on lesbians, asexuals, and
Utena may not even be a lesbian. You can argue that Akio taking her virginity is statutory rape, yes. But Utena was not exactly unwilling. We see the entire episode from Akio's point of view, basically, as he slowly grooms Utena and gets her into bed.
trans men, and it means exactly what it sounds like. And while he may express disappointment in Utena for not being able to bring revolution to the world, he's met with a nasty...
No, he expresses disappointment that he didn't get the power of the prince back.
Austin the Ambitious sent a super chat, off topic, but everything about your art is visually pleasing to look at. Your techniques, art style, etc. I love it. Also Fairy Psy looking hella smug.
Well, thank you very much, Austin, and thank you for the super chat. I do tend to draw on my Wednesday streams, if you'd like to come around again. Someone said tomorrow, yeah. Next week we are doing Lily Orchard's Dungeon Meshy videos. I don't always react on the art streams, though. Sometimes it's just me drawing and shooting the shit with chat, and that's all we do. And those are fun, too. But, I have a lot of Lily Orchard stuff to go through lately. No, I'm convinced he hasn't watched the entire show from this. I thought he might have, but I'm convinced he has not watched the entire show. There's just no goddamn way.
He's surprised that the key to his martyrdom is suddenly...
You know what it is? He just heard that Utena's a queer show, and I'm a queer creator, so I'm gonna make a thing on its queerness, probably. Fuck you.
Making decisions for herself. And worse yet, using that new power to leave him. So we, the audience, can easily interpret that as a victory in spite of Utena's apparent defeat. That yes, she...
Yeah, she didn't get defeated, though. She probably disappeared from the school before the swords got her, because she grew up. Idiot.
She somehow did manage...
She realized trying to be a prince wasn't a good idea, and then she grew up.
...managed to use the power of revolution, and she used it in an impossible, selfless way. She liberated her best friend from a toxic power dynamic she had with her family. And for those who know, getting someone to abandon a toxic family environment, even if it is emotionally and psychologically damaging, is next to impossible. Many people who try to separate...
It's not really family per se. Akio and Anthi are kind of constructs that represent... They do kind of represent... I'm trying to explain it. I'm a little drunk. I mean, Anthi and Akio basically represent everything that's wrong with trying to apply fairy tales to the real world. Essentially. Again, nothing in Utena is literal, and you really can't put a lot of literalism onto it. So, let's see, Cosmo Mandy says, he didn't even mention how the show talks about nostalgia and how it could negatively impact your perception of the outside world when you try so hard to live in the past, hence Akio. Yes, exactly. Akio is also kind of lying to himself. So, in the end, and that's what Anthi realizes, and that's why she can just walk away from him so easily at the end, because Utena helped her realize that Akio is also bullshitting himself, you know, and yeah. Yeah, calling Akio and Anthi's dynamic toxic is very oversimplified. Yeah, they are very complex characters.
Separate a friend from a toxic family end up having to abandon their friendship to protect their own mental health. Through a not-so-allegorical reading, we can say Utena did the same. That ultimately, in spite of her bravado and nobility, she had to throw in the towel. Anime can show teenagers...
No. No. No, 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 no. Utena ultimately accomplished what she set out to do. You didn't talk about the flashback because you didn't watch the whole show. When we see the reality of Utena's meeting with Dios, what Dios tells her is take this ring, it will lead you back to this place, and if you retain that childhood nobility into adulthood, you may be able to save Anthi from her eternal suffering. So yes, Utena actually accomplished what she set out to do. She was just mistaken about her own motivations. Because she's a child. You know, so like Utena conflated being a prince and being like the prince with retaining that childhood nobility. And the smell of roses makes her remember the past, but she never remembers it clearly. And we see that Otori Academy does fuck with people's memories. So she doesn't actually remember that Anthy is her goal. But Anthy is her goal. Anthy was the something eternal she was shown that got her out of her coffin and able to live life again. So ultimately what Dios wanted was for Utena to save Anthy, and she did. And then she graduated and disappeared from the school. I fully believe that Utena disappeared from the school before the swords got her. That's why the swords go crazy and directionless and start destroying the arena and all of Akio's bullshit. You know? And that's why he has to start again with new letters and new duelists. Because the cycle ended. But he didn't realize that the revolution happened inside Anthy's heart. And now she's over him and is leaving. Utena really isn't that hard to understand. It just tells its story in a very abstract way. Oh, God. Yeah, Utena does have character growth. She's not a static character. We're not, because, yeah, it's very easy when you're a teenager, and I did the same thing, and I fear that Rebecca Sugar has done the same thing, to be honest. When I was a kid, it's like, yeah, Utena's sticking it to the man, showing that a girl can be a prince and can do everything the boys can, woo! But that's really not the point. The point is that the ideal that Utena had is not even a good thing to begin with, you know? And the whole prince-princess thing is just inevitably unequal, and always will be, and that's why it's not needed. And that's why it's not a concept that can survive in the real world, where there's real inequality and prejudice and rape and abuse and stuff, you know? Because even, like, when Akio is trying to convince Utena to be his princess, he says, well, now we'll live in the castle, and she's like, well, now we'll live in the castle forever and ever after this. And Utena's like, but then what? And he says, we'll be happy. You know, but that's completely unrealistic. And then she asks, well, what about Himemia? And Akio says, well, she'll just remain the Rose Bride. Forever. And that's when Utena suddenly remembers that her goal all along was to free Anthy from that. You just have to watch the last 2 episodes. It's not that confusing. On a scale of 1 to 10 for drunkenness, I'd say I'm at about a 4 right now. It could get worse.
Saving the world from interdimensional vampires all at once. Presenting a story where a teenager can engage with deeply toxic authority figures without deep-seated emotional scars is always going to be more unrealistic.
Everybody in fucking Utena has deep-seated emotional scars. Like, just fucking watch it.
Anthy's final decision to leave the school and find Utena speaks to her acknowledgement that she has been a participant in this. And that she wants to make...
No shit, she's been a participant in it! And she feels really guilty about it when it comes to Utena. Like, she says this out loud!
Things right. This also echoes the final act of Adolescence of Utena, where she becomes the literal vehicle of Anthy's escape. Rather...
Well, not only does Utena become the vehicle for Anthy's escape, but Anthy has the key to Utena's vehicle. You need both. You need both a key and a car. That is a big theme in the movie. And a key is basically purpose as an adult. Because a car without a key will just sit and rust. So yes, Utena as a car is the vehicle for Anthy's escape, but Anthy is also the key to Utena's escape. They need each other. This is not that hard to understand.
Than the figurative vehicle in the anime. However, this is a postmodern reading. Which means this isn't Utena, Anthe, and Akio, but a new wave of unconventional women, the suffering and victimhood of all women, and the patriarchal values that oppress women.
No, it's just Anthe and Utena growing up and making their own path. Yes, they don't represent all women everywhere. I don't even want to address this because it's just bullshit.
Utena prophesies women and their struggle to free themselves from victimhood and how this uphill battle will have casualties. Because in this context, we can appropriately examine...
It'll have casualties? Who? Nobody died for Anthe and Utena's escape except Akio. Who deserves to be sacrificed?
And one of the more elusive concepts, eternity, which is spoken of frequently, but has even less elaboration than Revolution does.
Bro, eternity is not a good thing in Utena. The 2 times we see somebody achieve eternity, it's horrible, it's nightmarish. That would be Mikage and Anthe. Mikage's eternity is being trapped in his own memories, which have been manipulated by Akio. And Anthe's eternity is dangling from the twisted metal of a million swords of humanity's hatred forever and being humanity's scapegoat for eternity. Eternity is not a good thing to seek. Which is a very Buddhist concept as well. That eternity is not actually a good thing. Even if you think you want it.
Both eternity and revolution are said to exist in the Upside Down Castle. You'd think that eternity and the...
Yeah, the Upside Down Castle, which is a false projection by Akio to manipulate people who want to believe in those things. Dumbass. Where's my Lily layer? There she is. Alright, we gotta start inking halfling Lily over here, crying about not wanting to eat humble pie.
The power of revolution would be contradictory things, and you'd be correct. Utena's hidden driving force...
Yes, Moonstar, very much like Samsara, yes. You have to take culture into consideration. Trying to put Christian symbolism on Utena is just fucking retarded.
Of course, through the entire plot, is to reconnect with the prince who gave her the signet ring. It's implied that the prince, Akio, showed her something eternal, which she now seeks to attain.
The prince was not Akio, it was Dios. It was the last vestiges of Dios, who lives in the hearts of Utena and Anthe. That's why he disappears when Utena starts to open Anthe's coffin. He is not needed anymore. He just walks away and disappears forever. Ugh. Dios's whole motive was to get Utena to save Anthe. That was Dios's motive. Dios and Akio are not the same entity anymore. Dios is the last vestiges, I can't talk. Dios is basically the ghost of what Akio once was. That Akio can never be again. Ugh.
And Akio uses this to groom Utena into believing the eternal thing she seeks is a romance with her.
This is not Dios grooming her. This is Dios telling her to retain her childhood nobility into adulthood so she can one day save Anthe from her fate. Did you watch the fucking scene, James? It's all there in this scene. He says all of this shit.
Prince. But Akio was never the prince Utena was trying to find.
No, because finding a prince was never what her goal was supposed to be. She just thought it was. She thought that's what she was supposed to be doing, but it wasn't true.
It was her all along. The signet ring may have brought her closer to this prince. However, she was the prince she was looking for.
Dios wanted her to be like a prince for Anthe. He was basically transferring what he is to Utena so she can save Anthe, because he can't anymore, because Akio has now become end of the world and Dios is dead. That's why Dios came to Utena while she was laying in a coffin. He's dead. Yeah, right, this is aging us all 20 years.
Though, as more information is revealed to Utena, she remembers that, no, it was not a rose-scented embrace the prince showed her. He showed her the witch. frozen in time.
Yes, and told her to save the witch! Dios wasn't grooming Utena. He wanted Utena to save Anthe. He wanted this. It was his whole fucking motive. He couldn't do it himself, though, because he no longer exists, really. He never actually did in the first place. Let's see. Espionado says, please don't ever show Lily Symphogear. She wouldn't get the lore. Lily wouldn't get anything. Lily doesn't even get things she likes. Ever. We'll get to Lily soon, though.
Bearing hateful swords in her body for all of eternity.
This is gonna be a long stream, guys. It's almost already 6 o'clock. This is gonna be a long fucking stream.
Punishment and justice. This is how the world must be. The witch, Anthe, must bear this hatred. Lieutenant
Dios never said she had to. Dios isn't happy with this situation. He doesn't like what's happening to Anthe. That's why he came to Utena and showed her Anthe's suffering. Ah!
Sees this as injustice.
We are gonna get Lily on Utena, but she only talks about Utena for 3 minutes in an anime ranking video where she ranks it lower than Hamtaro. So that's why I wanted to be drunk by the time we get to that one.
And her vow to become a prince is not...
Oh, you can't say because it's nearly midnight. That's okay. Hopefully you can get to the VOD later. This is why sometimes I try to stream at different times for different things so different people can, like, have a chance to, like, come to them.
In honor of the prince who rescued her. Her bravado is not due to a pep talk from a handsome man. Her drive to become a prince, her...
It is, though! Dios literally set her on the path to rescue Anthe. Dios came to a little girl suffering in her own grave because she thought she needed to die as well because her parents did. This is what happened to Utena. Her parents died in an accident, and there were 3 coffins at the church. So baby Utena said, well, this 3rd coffin must be for me. I'm gonna lay down in this coffin and never come out and never interact with the world again because I should also be dead. Why do people live even though they're going to die? And Toga and Saonji had also seen her that night, and Toga said the only thing that'll get this girl out of a coffin is if she's shown something eternal. And then later that night, as she's lying in that coffin, Dios came to her and showed her something eternal, which was Anthe's eternal suffering. And Utena swore to save her because it was so unfair. And Dios said to her, if you retain that childhood nobility into adulthood, you may just be able to save her. Take this ring. This will lead you back to this place. That was that entire scene James keeps showing and misunderstanding. God damn it.
Her will, her determination.
And he talks about grooming and sexual predation, but never understands the mess of implication around Anthe being the Rose Bride and being treated almost like a catonic sex toy, yeah.
Her very driving motivation that she herself does not remember is to free Anthe from the swords of men who somehow believe that all women are responsible for—
Not the swords of men, the swords of humanity's hatred. Hang on a second, I'm gonna have to fucking... Let's just find the fucking scene. Not that one, not that one. That's a funny video though, Anthe Himemia being done with everything for 1 minute. Let's just try backstory. Okay, well here's the whole fucking scene. It might be dubbed though. So I'm just gonna show you guys the footage, but here's what happened to Anthe. The prince was dying. Anthe was the only one who truly loved him. Right? And so in order to try to save him, she goes out to the crowd of humanity, begging for the prince to save their daughters. And you can see there are both women and men in this crowd. So here comes this little girl facing all of humanity. And she tells him the prince is no longer... Oh, maybe it is subtitled because... Hang on. Oh, ah! No! I didn't mean to hit that button. Went into one of my videos for some reason. Let's see if this is subtitled. Oh, good. It is. Anyway, let's watch the whole... So she told a little fib to the angry mob of humanity that she's sealed Dios away. where you can never find him again because Dios was dying, because the ideal of the prince cannot survive in the real world. See? There are women in this crowd as well. It's very deliberate. There are both men and women in this crowd of humanity. And this is what happened to Anthe. Because she defied humanity and stepped outside of her role as a girl to get them to stop abusing the prince, she was declared a witch. And then this is what happened. It wasn't just men, it was all of humanity punishing this girl. The imagery should scare you. Ikuhara loves his black silhouettes on glowing red backgrounds to show things very visceral. And the thing is, every time you see Anthe stabbed by swords, it's bloodless. It's completely bloodless, but the animation makes it look so horrific. It's so good. Anyway, back to James being wrong.
For the suffering of the world, and that a woman's only contribution in this world is to endure suffering.
Or at least a witch's role is to endure suffering. If you're not a princess waiting to be rescued by a prince, you're a witch, and you deserve to be punished by humanity. That is what we're talking about here. Wait, does that mean James didn't see all the times Anthe was bullied by Nanami and her posse? You know, he didn't bring that up at all. He hasn't watched the fucking show. What I mean by eternity being a bad thing in Buddhism? Well, the ultimate goal of Buddhism is to release yourself from the cycle of reincarnation and to go into nothingness. So eternity is actually kind of seen as a bad thing in Buddhism. Because to live is to suffer. And and the reason why people get reincarnated is because they still have worldly desires. And in order to no longer suffer and to escape the cycle of reincarnation, you are supposed to be able to detach yourself from worldly desires and just basically achieve ego death and become nothingness. So, again, this might be influenced by me having finished reading Hoseki no Kuni very, very recently. If you want to learn about Buddhism, go read Hoseki no Kuni. Land of the Lustrous, I assure you. It finished up very recently. It's an amazing manga. It'll make you cry. There is so much to observe and interpret from it. It doesn't handhold you at all. It is so good. If you like sad rocks, if you're a Steven Universe fan and like sad rocks, go read Hoseki no Kuni. I'm kidding. It doesn't really have much in common with Steven Universe other than sad rocks having emotions. But oh, I love NHK. It took me a while to get into Hoseki no Kuni. I watch a lot of Inspirational's videos. He's really, really good. And that helped me understand the Buddhist context of Hoseki more. Because I watched the anime twice, and I still didn't really get it, but I couldn't stop thinking about it. And then I started watching Inspirational's videos on the manga, and it made me want to read the manga. And so I started reading the manga, and I finally started to get it. Because the plot structure of Hoseki seems very unconventional unless you realize that it is following the path of Buddhist enlightenment. And then it makes sense. So, but again, it's something a Westerner is not gonna pick up on as well as a Japanese reader. So again, we have culture being very, very important to your ability to assess a work. You know, it wasn't until I realized that Hoseki was basically about Buddhism that it started to make sense to me. You know. Yeah, Land of the Lustrous. I call it Hoseki no Kuni because I just think the title rolls off your tongue better. But so you're later. I remember watching Utena's stab scene, and it was pointed out, and it's very theater-like the way it's shown. Yeah, it almost looks like the sword goes under her arm instead of through her. I do think that's deliberate. I do. Oh, Lily could never hope to fucking understand Hoseki no Kuni. You kidding me? Not even the anime. Yeah.
For the
Princess Tutu. If you like Utena, fucking watch Princess Tutu. It is not anywhere near as dark, but it has the similar vibe of this is sort of a stage play. This is fairy tale logic, and it's very good. It's very cute. The animation is fantastic. It's so good. Really, really recommend Princess Tutu. Anyway, we're almost done with fucking James's video, thank God.
Of a man. Utena's princely quest is not...
Now, see, I do agree with the interpretation that Anthy taking on all the Swords of Humanity's hatred for the sake of Akio is a comment on patriarchy. That the woman suffers for the man so he can maintain his power in society without any harm coming to himself. I do think that is a deliberate feminist statement in Utena, but again, you can interpret these things in several different ways. So don't... Honestly, when I talk about Utena, do not take what I say as gospel. This is just my own interpretations that I have developed over the years. And again, I have been watching Utena since I was a teenager. Even on my recent rewatch, I was like, yeah, you know what? My opinions haven't really changed that much. I learned a few new things. I picked up on a few new things here and there. But overall, my opinions on Utena are pretty solidified at this point in my life. But don't take what I say as gospel. This is really my own interpretations from my own perspective. But I really do think you need to take the Japanese context into consideration if you are going to interpret it. So... I love going into depth what I thought of Anthy's backstory and how it's made everything turn out the way it did. Yeah, Cosmo Mandy, you were there when I was doing the Utena streams. You had some really, really, really good insights. I did appreciate that chat was actually teaching me a few things I didn't know. So, it was good shit.
Just to rescue Anthy, but to rescue all the damsels in distress. To rescue all women from suffering. By empowering them to rescue themselves.
That really wasn't the point, but okay, bro. You're gonna act like you said something profound there. Is that it? So that was a whole lot of nothing he just spouted off, huh, guys? I'm gonna get some more water real quick before I go to Lily Orchard's anime ranking video. All of you talk about Princess Tutu amongst yourselves and tell everybody how great it is and how they should watch it. Okay, I'm back. I don't know if this was gonna be patron exclusive, or if it's just he had uploaded it on his Patreon as like an early access, and then he disappeared and faked his own death after saying ADHD made him plagiarize. But yeah, so James Somerton got like everything wrong. But if you are interested in what I had to say about Utena, please go watch it. There is a lot he didn't cover. And didn't even... There's so many characters he didn't even fucking talk about. He kept teasing he was going to talk about Nanami, and then he didn't. as we saw with my my Utena watch streams, we stand Nanami in this house. By the end of the show, she's like actually the most mature character. You know? Alright, let us move over. So I have it in another tab here to Lily Orchids. Oh, that's the old puppet, huh? Oy. What the why is the other strap missing? Okay, I've said before I'm not gonna critique Michaela's art. I'm not gonna be mean, but okay, that follow one worked. I know I broke the other one though. Yeah, Psycho. One of Lily's Anons tried to call me Psycho, like it was like saying psycho, but it sounds like psycho, which means like the CEO of a company or like the big boss. So I'm like, okay, you can call me Psycho if you want to. Moron. I thought it was pronounced Sideshow, but I guess it's Psycho. I guess Sideshow is actually a Buddhist monk, so either way, you're like not insulting me. Fakir and Mytho, best Princess Tutu ship. Yeah, that's some people do say that Nanami is maybe not in the movie because she actually did grow up. Though she has a cameo in the movie as a cow on a videotape. On like a shitpost videotape. So it's pretty good. Alright. I'm gonna take a drink when Lily mentions Steven Universe, because I know she's fucking going to, because I honestly, when I first started on my YouTuber path, I didn't realize how much Lily mentioned Steven Universe. Hang on, the cat just opened my door. Bye, Finn! Not Monty, the other cat. So, what was I gonna fucking say? Yeah, Michaela's art jump scare. I'm a little meaner to Michaela these days. I shouldn't be that mean to Michaela though, because like I mentioned earlier on one of Lily's recent streams, she had to ask Michaela, her wife, what her eye color is. That's pretty fucked. You know? But yeah, when I first started on this YouTuber journey, I did not realize how much Lily brings up Steven Universe. I reacted to her video response to Hip, and I reacted to the one on the movie.
J. Marty sent a super chat. Metal Gear Psy, the big boss.
I'm not big boss. I'm the boss. Obviously. Because she was a badass. Anyway. See you later, Indie Gotcha. Hope you enjoyed yourself. Hopefully this won't take as long. I might speed up Lily too after the Utena section at least. So I don't care about the rest because here's the description. She ranks Utena as the worst anime she's ever watched, which I do not believe she's watched it. And then all of her other ones, besides Little Witch Academia and Princess Knight, are like Fox Kids dubs. Because see, she uses card captors instead of card captor Sakura. So she watched the Fox Kids dub that cuts out all the gay, basically. Why did you make this a hashtag, you fucking freak? Spy X Family, which is a current one that she actually watched. Kingdom Hearts, which I guess she's admitting that Kingdom Hearts is basically just nothing but anime tropes. It is so funny. It is so funny that, that Lily hates anime, but Kingdom Hearts is the most anime fucking thing ever in the universe. Who's my naked snake? Good question. Kaiser. Kaiser's my naked snake. I wonder if he's still here. Oh yeah, Lily has so many good reasons to hate Rebecca Sugar. How many times is she gonna fucking bring up Steven Universe? Let's find out. Kingdom Hearts doesn't have an anime. I think they are making an anime though, and Lily is going to fucking hate it, and I'm going to laugh. Because Kingdom Hearts is the most anime bullshit. I remember Krim, the Crimson Ender, who's in chat right here, has also done some Lily streams. And he was going over Lily's Kingdom Hearts video because Krim understands Kingdom Hearts and I don't, and we discovered that Lily probably hasn't even played all the Kingdom Hearts games and probably just watches the cutscenes, and she doesn't even understand that. And like, I was about to make a point and it's completely slipped out of my head now. Which I don't have to be drunk for that to happen. Oh no, I remember now. She was saying that Sora was such a refreshing protagonist because he's so happy and positive, and it's like, bro, Sora is a basic bitch shonen protagonist. He's like, he's Tanjiro, he's Deku, he's like every shonen protagonist that's ever existed. I'm not even saying that's a bad thing, but he is a trope. He's a trope inside and out. I find it weird she added KH into this because there was going to be a Kingdom Hearts animated series, I think, around before KH2 came out. I think I heard that too. But it was going to be like a Western series, so it was probably going to suck. So, after this Utena stream, if you call KH convoluted again, I'm killing you! I'm sorry, Krim. Once I got to Kingdom Hearts 2 and they started talking about the Cornerstone of Light, my eyes just crossed and I stopped caring. They fell right down the Squeenix hole. I got as convoluted as FF13. I'm not sorry. You can fight me on my Discord later. Anyway, let's start the damn video.
Hi everyone. Please support our videos on Patreon. The link's at the end of the video and in the down there part. Thank you. You're lovely.
Lily, you're gonna talk like that this whole video, because that might be really annoying. What was that?
So after my video about Spy Fan...
Okay, she's back to the Ben Shapiro voice. Okay, good. I actually prefer that to whatever you just did there. Kingdom Hearts is a series where if you understand it, you truly don't. Listen, I have at least watched all of Lore Dump's videos on, actually, let me before we even start, let me shout out Lore Dump, because I love shouting out Lore Dump. So, this is a creator called Monty Xander. He used to have this stuff on his own channel, but he made a separate channel for it. So here you have, like, I don't know, like 20 hours of Kingdom Hearts lore. Right here in this playlist. I'm gonna put it in both chats because it's really funny. It's a good long listen. It's basically just two guys, one who understands all of Kingdom Hearts and one who kind of understands Kingdom Hearts, explaining Kingdom Hearts to a guy who has no idea about anything. And it is so funny. It is so funny. And it's so good. So I at least am cognizant of Kingdom Hearts lore, but I just stopped caring after the second game, personally. So, sorry. I've never liked handhelds. The fact that all, like, the handheld games had to be relevant to the plot just, like, made me just go, I don't fucking care anymore. You know? Anyway, let's get on to, Lily demonstrating she hasn't watched Utena again. There's a 6-hour video about gay Riku. Maybe I will watch that, actually.
Which contained more than a few searing hot takes, I was inundated with the same recommendations that follow suit every single time I mentioned Japanese cartoons within hearing distance of a weeb. My initial response to that was to just talk about the Japanese cartoons I actually liked, but upon starting the list, I realized the list of shows I liked and the shows I watched a significant amount of aren't really that different in length.
Because you don't like anything.
If we're being honest. So I decided, what if I just ranked every single one of them from worst to best? Let me give a little background before we get started. I'm a kid of the 90s and early 2000s, which means...
Okay, I brought this up before, but Lily, you were born in 1991. You are not a 90s kid. You weren't even cognizant for most of the 90s. I'm a 90s kid because I was born in 1983. I would never call myself an 80s kid because I don't remember most of the 80s. You know? Yep, we're still live. It's a long stream today, kids. Buckle up. I'm feeling a lot better this week, too, so last week I only did a 2-hour stream because I was sick.
Imported cartoons were like half of what I watched, like every other kid. And the thing is, while I very much dislike anime these days, I only fell off of it when I was about 15. Between the ages of 7 and 15, I went down the same rabbit hole as a lot of people. I got wrapped into the internet and heard all the same stupid bullshit opinions weebs have been repeating for eons. The thing is, weebs...
So, that doesn't mean you've actually watched anime, you just heard people talk about it. And Lily is look, wait, how old is this video? This is from 2022, so still fairly recent, but Lily is on this new xenophobic trend on the left, where they're just really racist toward the Japanese, but they pretend it's because they have an ethical problem with anime, and that they don't like weeaboos. It's like, shut the fuck up.
Were ultimately the reason I climbed out of the rabbit hole and never went back. This is why I only watch dubs, because I did check out the subtitle versions of shows I liked at the behest of other people, and found that the differences were negligible 99% of the time. Like,
except you have card captors on this list, which cut the whole show up and removed so many plot points and changed all the characters' names and tried to pretend it took place in America, even though you see the Tokyo fucking Tower every episode.
Everyone is still pitching a shit fit about Pokemon's Jelly Donuts, but I mean, that was about the only thing they really changed significantly from the original.
It isn't the only thing they changed significantly, but that's also fucking stupid. Like, old dubs were always like this. They, like, were so afraid to let American children know that other countries exist. So they tried to pretend that, like, what are these called? A dongo? Not a dongo. What the fuck are rice cakes called in Japan? I forget, damn it. I'm a bad weeb. I'm too drunk. But yeah, just this shit like these are jelly-filled donuts! Like, I have my own version of jelly-filled donuts. I was watching Onigiri, thank you, Onigiri. But, I was, Odongo is something else. I was watching, I think, one of the Dragon Ball movies dubbed. And there was a scene where Chi-Chi was like, "Oh, Goku and Gohan aren't home yet. That meatloaf is almost ready." And then it, like, cuts to what's obviously a rice cooker. And even dumb little white American me was like, that is obviously a rice cooker. How is she making meatloaf in that? You're full of shit, dub. You know? Like, is it so hard to just let kids know that other cultures exist? You know? It's terrible. It is xenophobic.
Original. People still throw a tantrum over One Piece's Spring Hammer, but whether you watched it subtitled...
Well, yeah, because One Piece should never have been dubbed as a kid's show. Just like fucking Esclaflowne never should have been dubbed as a kid's show.
Or localized, you still get bored about 5 episodes in and go off to do something else. This was the early sign that I started to realize these...
A confirmation of how Lily watches things. She gets bored 5 minutes in and then walks off and does something else. I'm just gonna pour a drink just to get ready, because I'm starting to sober up a little bit.
Sub versus dub debate was less about quality and more about fetishizing this idea of Japan that doesn't really exist. I think...
No, it was about quality, because back then dubs were usually awful, and especially Fox Kids dubs would just chop up shows and change the plot and cut out things, and they would censor anime way more heavily than English shows. Like, they would censor anime for stuff that American cartoons can get away with just fine. I distinctly remember a scene in Dragon Ball Z. I think it was when Goku was on his way to Namek, and he was taking a bath, and you could see his bum in that scene. And they had to animate a towel flying over his bum as he jumped into the fucking bath, even though you can show bare bums on fucking cartoons in the West just fine, but it was anime, so it's bad. You know? I know a lot of people are nostalgic for the One Piece pirate rap in the dub. I know. I'm not into One Piece. I'm never gonna get into One Piece. It's too fucking long to get into at this point, and I'm not that interested in it. I appreciate that it is the highest selling book in Japan ever, though. Was ADV dub any good back then? So many dubs weren't good. There was occasionally a good dub. Like I said last stream, I think that the Dragon Half dub is actually really funny. It's actually really good, even though it's an old 90s dub. So, but that might just be because it's only like an hour long, so they had more to work with. But yeah, Evangelion's dub was okay. I've watched Evangelion both subbed and the old dub. I still don't like it though, but I do, again, I respect Evangelion, I just don't like it.
The way weebs treat Japanese honorifics is another example of this. They think it's really important to understand the relationships to other characters.
It is! Let me finish her point. People keep accusing me of being a pause, Andy.
But fail to grapple with the concept that every language has these. English has...
Yes, but it's not the same. I explained this during our Utena watch, actually. That you miss so much in English with Anthy just calling Utena Miss Utena. It doesn't hit the same. Anthy calls Utena Utena-sama, which means she is very deferential to Utena and sees her as an authority over her, whereas Utena only calls Anthy Himemiya, which is very impersonal. And you could interpret that as Utena is focused on the Hime, the princess in Himemiya, and is not looking at Anthy for who she is. So yes, the honorifics actually do tell you a lot about how these characters relate to each other. There's a big difference between if somebody... Oh, still keep watching.
Keep Talkin' sent a super chat. Sci-5 I will make you watch One Piece Raw.
Well, you can badger me in my Discord later if you want, but I don't think I'm ever really gonna watch it. I'm sorry. But, what was I gonna say? But, like, yeah, there's a big difference between if two friends call each other by their first or last name. There's a big difference between if somebody is called san or kun or chan. That tells you a lot about the relationship between people. Calling somebody by their first name with no honorific when you're not friends is considered an insult. You know, these are very important social cues that tell you a lot about the relationship between two characters. You know? So, yeah, honorifics are important for that reason, because there's a huge difference between if some... Yeah, it's a big difference between Anthy saying Oni-sama as opposed to Oni-san or Oni-chan, you know? So, yeah, these... Yeah, Lady Utena would have been a more accurate translation for what Anthy is calling Utena, but it still doesn't hit quite the same because honorifics are a very important part of Japanese language. And yes, Japanese media will use honorifics to communicate to you the relationship between two characters. You know, and again, it's just like Anthy with her little passive-aggressive move, like emphasizing that she's now calling Saionji senpai instead of sama, and that like rocks his world, you know? Like, these are things that are another layer that tell you about the relationship between two characters that you miss in English. So, yeah, Lily, this is actually part of the experience of the media and the narrative that are important to the way it is written.
As this too, this is why you always had to call your teachers Mr. and Mrs. last name as a kid, or why referring to someone with only their last name is decidedly impersonal. Every language has...
Yeah, every language has differences, and it's like... it isn't one-to-one with English.
These rules about what to call someone depending on your relationship to them. But weebs act as if Japan's rules are some kind of special and meaningful aspect of the culture. It's not. It
is! Well, that it's special and meaningful, but it is used as a way to communicate the relationship between characters in a very efficient manner. It's very different. Say, like, you have two characters, and, like, you say you have a character, and the character is named, I don't know, Satoshi Amari. I'm just making this up. Satoshi Amari. And his mother calls him Satoshi-chan, and his friends call him Sato-kun, and his teachers call him just Amari or Amari-san. You know, like, these tell you things about the differences between these relationships and how close these characters are. You know?
It's grammar and manners. Hell, I grew up at a time where fan subs were rampantly terrible, transliterating things and adding lengthy explanations at the top of the screen, which any professional translator would look at and go, what the fuck are you doing? But
Yeah, that's why they're fan translations, Lily. They're not done by professionals. And yes, we all laugh at that because it's silly. But these are not professionals. These are hobbyists out there delivering a translation to other fans for free.
See this as an improvement because it lets them keep up the lie that the Japanese language is some kind of special deity of words. It's like those articles about Japanese words that have no English.
It's not that Japanese is... Okay, I think she's gonna get into what I'm about to talk about.
Translation, whereupon they proceed to either translate it themselves or make it painfully obvious what the actual translation is. But
yes, there are some things that are untranslatable in Japanese. And the way Japanese works, it makes it very, very good for wordplay and puns. So sometimes a pun in Japanese has to be explained to you in English because it doesn't make any sense in English. We saw a scene like that in Utena as well, when Nanami had her egg, and Nanami thinks she laid an egg. The Japanese word for egg is tamago, right? And Nanami is trying to figure out if every girl lays eggs once in a while, and she runs into Juri, and Juri has a bowling ball in a bag. And she refers to it as a tama, which means ball. So Juri is talking about the bowling ball, the tama, but Nanami thinks she's talking about tamago, an egg. So she's assuming that the bowling ball in Juri's bag is an egg she has laid. And that is the confusion. And that only works in Japanese. So yes, it has to be explained. Exactly. And you can get, if you understand Japanese wordplay, it can add a layer to things. It's like the game Okami, right? The game Okami. Okami means wolf, right? But putting an O in front of a word means like on high. It means like a king or a god. And in Okami, you are playing as a god in the form of a wolf. So Okami is a pun in that way. But you wouldn't pick up on that if you don't understand that in Japanese. I don't really speak Japanese, but these are all things I have picked up on from just from being a weeb, I guess. Well, that's another thing. I remember the Japanese translation of Undertale was particularly funny to me because Papyrus refers to himself as Ore-sama, which is a very, very, very arrogant and self-congratulatory way of saying I, as in myself. So he refers to himself, he doesn't refer to himself as Boku or Atashi, he refers to himself as Ore-sama. And that's very funny. But you wouldn't understand that if you don't understand how Japanese works. You know?
You can't tell weebs that a language was designed to convey thoughts and feelings that are universal. That would break their fantasy that Japan is a real-world Narnia. The point is, I have very real gripes about anime, and the culture around weebs is one of them. It's why I crawled out of that rabbit hole. My refusal to watch cartoons subtitled isn't born out of anything but quality control, because when weebs in my audience run up with their latest softcore porn cartoon about girls being raped by quote-unquote relatable heroes, it's just a lot easier to say, ooh, sorry, it doesn't have a dub, so hands tied, than it is to
oh, all anime is about rape, guys. Isn't anime all hypersexual and problematic and weird? Those wacky Japanese. Even though she was just claiming that weebs dehumanize the Japanese. Yeah, and Sans talks like a country bumpkin in Japanese. He has like an Okinawan accent. Not Okinawan. It's the other one. It's the northern accent. I'm an idiot, but yeah, he talks like a country bumpkin in Japanese, which is also very, very funny. Yeah, Poke Madhouse jump scare. I'm gonna take a drink for that one, actually, because I'm getting too sober. Yeah, I keep pausing to explain fucking Japanese culture because Lily's being racist, but...
to just get right in their face and say,
I don't want your garbage.
For the sake...
Steven Universe mentioned, wait, you actually used this clip of Steven Universe positively? Do you hate anime that much? Lily, do you hate anime more than Steven Universe? Ara ara. There you go. There's your older lady voice for you guys. I'm so confused, Lily. She must hate the Japanese so much that she actually used a clip of Steven Universe in a positive, like, meme way. Huh. But of course it had to be Lapis, who was just as unpleasant as Lily. Anyway, let's go.
Think of this list. I'm only including shows that I watched enough of to know my opinion.
You didn't watch Utena, Lily. You didn't fucking watch it. You didn't.
Opinion wasn't going to change. So I clearly liked all of them at some point in my life, but I'm not including shows where I watched maybe 3 episodes and then gave up because I was bored. I'm also...
You got bored of Cowboy Bebop? That just shows how uncultured you are.
Not going to be including films, so the...
Like, and Cowboy Bebop is a series that is celebrating Western cinema. It's not, it's like, Cowboy Bebop is like the most Western anime ever made that isn't made by Westerners. Each episode of Cowboy Bebop is basically a Western movie genre in of itself. Like, it just shows how uncultured she is, that she didn't get Cowboy Bebop and just got bored of it.
There's going to be no Ghibli movies on here. However, there is one video game because I just think it counts. With that out of the way...
It does count, Lily. Because Kingdom Hearts is the weebiest fucking game series in existence. It is made entirely of anime tropes. And guess what? You like it. You really like it. Dipshit. I'm getting a little drunk again. That statement is not even true, especially considering that animes have gotten popular in the last 10 years, like One Punch Man, Cyberpunk Edge Runners, Free Run, just out of her mind. Yeah, Cowboy Bebop used to be the non-anime watchers anime. And then it became like Attack on Titan. So, I'm not quite sure what it is now. Trigun is the best. Go watch the original Trigun. I hate that fuckboy haircut Studio Orange gave him.
Hey, let's go.
Krim left to go D&D, unfortunately, so Krim's gonna have to yell at me about my, my KH takes later.
You believe that? Then you really are naive.
I've never...
The fuck was that? So, okay, here we go, guys. Utena, yeah. Lily is saying Utena is the worst anime she's ever watched. Under Hamtaro and Samurai Pizza Cats. The ara jump scared you. It's like when I jump scare everybody by talking in my customer service voice. They don't know what to do. Now, Vinland Saga's pretty Western focused as well. Yeah, that's true. Vinland Saga is basically like a historical fiction, though, you know, really? Yes, don't give me a super chat and I'll say ara again.
Never been fond of the notion.
I haven't seen Vinland Saga, but I do know it's basically historical fiction. It's kind of in the same realm as Berserk, where it's very like, well, Berserk obviously isn't historical fiction, but you know what I mean. Kind of the same mood.
Of a sacred cow, especially where LGBTA rep is concerned. There's always been...
Hey guys, is Utena LGBT rep? What do you think? Is this series where Anthe literally delivers Utena's virginity to Akio to take LGBT rep, guys? I fucking hate the word rep. I've been over this before, but I'm gonna say it again. I fucking hate the word rep. Alright? Gay people can be in a show without having to represent all of gay people. Like, rep is just tokenism reinvented for a new generation. It's just as condescending. Oh god, Lily would lose her mind if she watched Furikuri. Yeah, I'd love to see Lily try to interpret Furikuri. She'd probably be calling, what's her face, a pedophile. Haruka? Is that... God, I haven't seen Furikuri in a while. I know Naota's the main boy. Is it Haruka who's the alien woman? But... You know, people recommended her Delicious in Dungeon. Well, see, I think some earnest fans recommended her Dungeon Meshi at first, because Dungeon Meshi is literally everything Lily Orchard says she wants in a series. Which we know isn't true, because she hated it. But, and then I think it was mostly, trolls pushing her to do it because they knew if she brought her usual bullshit to Dungeon Meshi, she was gonna be fucking bodied, and she was. Because what I think happened, because Lily deleted her first Dungeon Meshi video and made a new one, and I'm gonna react to both next week. But I think she has never brought her toxic bullshit to a series that is both currently popular and almost universally beloved. Because when she bitched about Steven Universe, that was easy. Because people were already hating on Steven Universe. When she bitched about Korra, that was easy. Because people were already bitching about Korra. But I've never seen a single person say they hate Dungeon Meshi. You would have to...
Owen sent a super chat. Say ara ara.
Ara ara mama. There you go. But yeah, so you'd have to try to hate Dungeon Meshi. At the worst, it would just be not your thing. So 41 viewers because I'm done with James Somerton probably, or this stream is just going on forever. So yeah, she's full of shit. She doesn't like anything. Yeah. She didn't even try to understand it, but Dungeon Meshi is like literally like found family, wholesome, mostly episodic. The characters sit around and talk about their feelings. It's everything she says she wants. And she still was a royal bitch about it. But I don't think she expected, because she probably was just thinking, oh, it's just an anime. Only weebs like anime. And she didn't expect to, like, get, like, fucking kicked in the face for insulting it, because it's, like, universally beloved and popular right now. And I will say, like, please go watch Dungeon Meshi. It's on Netflix. It's very good. Even the dub is very good. The dub is very, very good. I was very impressed, actually. So anyway, I'm getting distracted talking about what we're going to talk about next week.
It's been that age-old question of, is bad rep better than no rep? But that notion implies that those are our only two options.
There you go. You're ripping off zero punctuation. Utena isn't gay rep. The end. That's all I need to say to you. Utena isn't gay rep. Dipshit.
Revolutionary Girl Utena is one of those 90s gay.
Ventertaining_ sent a super chat. I want Lily to interpret housing complex C.
Thank you, Ventertaining. I actually have no idea what that is, but I'm sure she'd get it wrong.
The anime that's treasured by a lot of millennial gays, because back in the 90s it was watch this or nothing. But that's always been a false memory.
It wasn't watch this or nothing. It was popular for a reason. But also, yeah, back then we got our hands on any anime we possibly could get our hands on. Yeah, good thing I'm inking Lily while we're talking about this, huh? Because, like I said, the first time I saw Utena was tagged onto the end of a VHS fan sub of Fushigi, which none of you fucking know what that is anymore. We got our hands on whatever we could, but the fact that Utena was even circulating as a fan sub shows how fucking popular it was. It was hard to get your hands on fan subs back then.
In reality, it was watch this or, you know, Sailor Moon is right there and better at this than we are. It's still considered...
It's the same director, you motherfucker. It's almost like Utena and Anthe aren't necessarily even lesbians in the TV show, Lily. It's almost like the show is much more complicated than just we lesbians, Yuri, blah, blah, blah.
Considered by many to be a...
I know what Fushigi is one of my fave. Congratulations, you know what Fushigi is in 2024.
Cult classic and is considered mandatory viewing for sapphic anime fans. And I need to make this clear, there is no such thing as mandatory viewing.
Lily, you just, again, you're not even talking about the show, you're just upset that people recommended it to you. Just like with Dungeon Meshi.
You watch what you want and don't feel pressured to swallow something just because everyone else thinks it's perfect and above reproach. Now, I did watch this as a child.
Bro, no one thinks Utena is above reproach. Nobody makes fun of Utena more than Utena fans do. Come on now. The Utena fandom has plenty of memes.
And I did like it and think fondly of it up until about 6 years ago. Now, if you follow my work, you've probably seen my critique of the way Sylvanas Windrunner is written and the way...
Oh, God, always has to bring up Sylvanas Windrunner. Let me take another drink. This is going to take longer than I thought. At least the other sections will probably be fast because I don't have much to say about them. Fushigyugi means mysterious play. It's basically a reverse harem anime where it's a girl and a bunch of guys. And she's trapped in a play. So, yeah, I know. I'm a pause Andy, but like, this is another thing I've observed. Oh.
Scones and Jam sent a super chat. Who's your favorite of the Suzaku 7?
Is that from Fushigyugi? Listen, I haven't seen it since I was a teenager, to tell you the truth. I really haven't. I think I liked the guy with the purple hair, though. But no, Fushigi isn't one I have revisited as an adult, unfortunately. I've seen Desert Punk. I liked it up until the end where it was just kind of petered out. But I like Desert Punk. But anyway, one thing I've noticed about Lily is she seems to think everybody who watches her videos has watched every single one of her videos and remembers everything she likes and dislikes, and then she just brings up stuff with no context. You know, like, Jesus. Lily always talking about random shit while making a video about one specific thing because she had time for us. No, I watched how she actually writes her scripts on stream.
Octo sent a super chat. Leave Pokemon out of this, Lily. You don't even understand the games. Greater than can someone on Twitch throw 2 tomatoes at Lily for me?
Thank you for the $4.99, Octo. You heard Octo. Please throw tomatoes at Lily on the screen in their stead. There you go. Anyway, so, no, I watched Lily work on a script on stream. She absolutely writes things stream of consciousness. She just writes whatever pops into her fucking head as she goes. She doesn't have an outline. She doesn't have notes. She doesn't have a plan. She just dumps things right out of her head into a script and doesn't edit it and then records it. This is exactly how she works. I watched her do it personally. Ugh.
A Sylvana fandom likes to romanticize a version of a relationship where you torment each other and
this is supposed to be about Utena, and you're talking about your fucking Blorbo. And yes, Lily, that's how you use Blorbo correctly. Blorbo does not refer to a franchise, it refers to a character.
and love miraculously happens.
Was it a recent stream? Yeah, she was working on the script of the drama video, I think. And of course we're bringing up fucking She-Ra again! I don't care about She-Ra. I've never fucking seen She-Ra. I don't give a shit about She-Ra.
You've probably seen my criticism of Catcher Dora, which went the same way.
Don't you get it? I love you. I always have.
Okay.
This is what you left me for? A blonde girl who thinks she's better.
You know, Anthony's done much worse to Utena if you think about it. I'm just... I'm just putting it out there.
Everyone barging into my room all day. Oh, wait. And it won't be over until I see the looks on your friends' faces when they find out that you failed.
Lily, are you actually gonna fucking talk about Utena, or are you just gonna talk about your Blorbos and how much you fucking hate She-Ra, which was just a mediocre Netflix cartoon that nobody fucking cares about?
I won't let you win. I'd rather see the whole world end than let that happen. We can turn the Rebellion's own hero against them. That's good. I told you not to come back, but you just love feeling like a hero, don't you? I wonder which of your friends I'll have you annihilate first.
I thought punching was supposed to be like the one thing you're good at.
Bye, Adora. I really am going to miss you. Kedra! Kedra, no!
You don't see how soft and gentle he hits me when we're alone.
Do you hear yourself? He shouldn't be hitting you at all.
This is where my dislike of all those things started. Like,
uh-huh. Let's see how Lily is going to apply this to Utena. You know, assuming she even watched it, which I don't think she did. Or if she did, she hasn't rewatched it since the first time, just like Steven Universe. I am convinced that Lily has not rewatched Steven Universe since she first saw it when it first aired, and she didn't even watch the entire movie because she just went by a bunch of fucking Reddit fan theories that aren't even true. Like, she never rewatches anything for her videos. She just goes off her own flawed memories. Like, I have pretty much encyclopedic fucking knowledge of fucking Steven Universe. Probably not as good with Utena, but like I said, Utena is a little bit tattooed onto my brain because I watched it so much as a teenager. So, I can immediately tell when you haven't fucking seen it.
Like many shows before it and after it, Utena carries this idea about surviving from abuse and trauma as if it scars you in some irreparable way. And like...
Not what the show is about, but go on.
Like Sylvana fanfiction, it romanticizes this idea. One of the main...
Pretty sure Utena predates fucking World of Warcraft, Lily. This is another thing Lily does. She has to compare everything to the same 5 things she likes. And she can't understand that just because she makes a connection in her head, that it isn't necessarily true. In another video, I have a cut of it at least, I have a clip cut of Lily claiming gems from Steven Universe are a ripoff of the Asari from Mass Effect. And she claims to have gotten this from reading interviews. When really it's just, the Asari are an all-female race, and gems are an all-female race, therefore one must be a ripoff of the other. Because she's just... I'm sorry for being a pause, Andy. I'm sorry.
Main characters is an intense trauma survivor who is never able to break free of the stranglehold of romanticized trauma and is almost constantly confronted with their abuser at every turn, even taking her anger out on her partner a lot of the time. Furthermore, while that abuse is portrayed...
So again, she doesn't mention Akio by name, just like the first video I did.
Negatively, it has the same problem as The Legend of Korra.
And now we're talking about Korra, because again, Lily has a very limited media diet, and these are the only things she knows how to refer back to, ever. Even when they're not relevant to each other.
And basically every depiction of Sylvanas being murdered by Arthas, in that it's so gratuitous and grisly that it passes the point of being unsettling. And
so we're more than halfway through this section, and Lily hasn't actually even talked about the plot of Utena. See, this is why I threw on the James Somerton video, because I knew this was going to be fucking worthless.
It starts to make me think that the writers are getting a little too into it. If you're looking for a source as to why trauma fetishism and abuse fetishism is so common in sapphic circles on the internet, well, look no further than here. It was watched by so many...
So Lily is thinking that young lesbians watched Utena and took away from it that abuse and suffering good.
J. Marty sent a super chat. Lily is that movie giving boss baby vibes meme.
Thank you, Jay. Kind of. She will make the most out-of-pocket comparisons because she is an uncultured swine who doesn't read books, doesn't watch a lot of movies. I don't think she even fully finishes anything she even likes. She never seems to actually fully finish anything she watches or plays. Only thing she can take away from anything is what can give her a power fantasy. It's like with Star Wars. She claims to be a Star Wars fan, but she only seems to like Star Wars The Old Republic, the online game, which I've played. It's fun. But I wouldn't consider it like the be-all, end-all of Star Wars. I mean, I'm a very casual Star Wars fan, but I've noticed Lily never talks about the OG trilogy. I was watching that Anthony guy's stream on... Lily did a video on... why your story-driven show is going to suck, and she talked about nothing but movies in it. And one of the things she said was, like, sci-fi before Star Wars was more political, and then she immediately brought up RoboCop as an example? And I was like, I think she might have done it by accident, but is she implying that RoboCop is older than Star Wars? RoboCop came out in 1987. The first Star Wars movie came out in like 1978. I say I came out as gay before watching Utena, and I got so much more from the show than what Lily is trying to say. Yeah, but see, I'm a big old lesbian. I watched Utena as a teenager, and I even don't think that Utena is like a lesbian show per se. You know, it really isn't. It really isn't. Oh, the only people who say that Utena is a sapphic show about gay rap are people who have never watched it. Yeah, she doesn't know how time works either.
Further than here. It was watched by so many kids that it affected...
I haven't watched Lily's reviews of Dungeon Meshi yet. I'm staying blind. I am going to go into Lily's second video and redact the manga spoilers, though, for the sake of my audience. Let me assure you guys of that, but I have seen the show. I haven't read the manga yet because I don't want the manga to color my takes.
Did their writing as adults. I was one of those people, and one day I had to sit back and go, hang on, this is terrible. Why am I trying to emulate this? It's a sapphic romance story buried under
I don't know, Lily, why are you trying to rip off shit you watched instead of making your own thing? That sounds like a you problem.
Baggage. And as someone who has been in abusive relationships and suffered a lot of abuse in the past, I can't watch this anymore. It's uncomfortable, and not in a challenging, thought-provoking, higher purpose way. It just feels like gratuity for the sake of gratuity. And after seeing the way a lot of people who like this
Utena isn't gratuitous on any level.
Show went on to view women beating the shit out of each other as a precursor to romance, I can't help but doubt the sincerity. If anything, this show is the reason why I overwhelmingly prefer to write stories about trauma survivors recovering and putting these things past them. Usually,
again, Lily's just making it all about herself. And we're almost done with this section. She has barely talked about Utena. Again, this is why I threw her the James Somerton video. That's gonna be next week, Naked Singularity. So next Wednesday, same side time, same side channel. We will be talking about Lily's Done Meshy videos, and well, it'll probably be exactly as long as this fucking stream, and then I'll probably cool off on the reacts for a while, so I can actually edit videos together.
Making the trauma a backstory they tell to someone, and keeping it generally uplifting and
yeah, she's saying the last time she watched it when she was a kid, and now she can't watch it anymore because there's abuse in it. And hasn't said anything about the plot.
Optimistic tone. These days, Utena has a
and is just talking about herself. The queer as hell psychedelic anime you need to see. That title alone tells me whoever wrote this does not understand. Also, this is credited as Utena the movie. This is not from the fucking movie! Revolutionary Girl Utena, the movie, is an animated adolescent apocalypse directed by the Japanese version of David Lynch, featuring drag races, lesbians, and girls who turn into cars. Yeah, so, okay, you read a bad article by someone who doesn't even fucking understand the anime, and you're basing, like, what you think people's opinions of it are on that. She does this a lot. She judges things based on what she's, on stupid fandom takes she's heard, instead of the actual show itself, because she never watches anything fully. I truly believe she never watches anything fully. In the movie, they turn into cars, okay? It actually makes sense, okay? If you know what cars mean in Utena, it makes sense, alright? Damn it!
Rocky Horror.
I did have a plan, though. I want to make a bunch of my artist friends react to the Utena movie completely blind, and record their reactions, and make that a video. I just need time to get everybody together. I think that would be very funny. I would give them zero context and just sit there and see how they react.
Horror effect, as even though we've moved on and have good, worthwhile gay repping cartoons, zealots still need to push it in people's faces because they can't accept that it's aged like milk. It also...
Just say you didn't want to watch it, Lily. Just say you didn't want to watch it, Lily, because you clearly didn't. You don't even understand the fucking plot, Lily.
Has an avatar effect where you can see where it's fucked with people's senses, and I can't help but resent it for that. As I mentioned above, there's a tendency to view old gay content as some kind of sacred relic that we must be eternally grateful for. It's part of the way modern culture idolizes heroes and tries to...
Rebecca Sugar mentioned, I'm gonna take a drink. Lily really hates that Steven Universe has visual references to Utena, even though that's all they are. They're just visual references. In the video, if you go to my channel on YouTube, for anyone who's new here, if you go to Side Scribbles on YouTube, my very first video that got me on my path to being a monetized YouTuber was Lily Orchid Does Not Understand Utena. And that was literally me reacting to Lily talking about Utena, having not expected to talk about Utena that day, and not having seen the series in full in like an entire decade, and I could still tell you everything Lily got wrong. I was so impressed by that, that's why I made the video, and then I think that might be the She-Ra director? I'm not entirely sure, actually.
Find the one show that broke down the door and paved the way for more gay animation. But the truth is, there was no hero. Everyone takes it in turns to take a smack at the door, and everyone's working together to lay down the bricks. No one person is so special that they're irreplaceable.
And that's why I threw on the James Somerton video, because this was not worth watching all of Utena on stream for. No, watching all of Utena on stream was worth it in of itself, actually. We had a very good time. She hates fucking She-Ra, so of course she's gonna hate the director. That's just how she operates. I don't know why Lily, like, focuses on She-Ra so much, though. Like, does anybody fucking care about She-Ra? Like, yeah, some people on Twitter were like, "Oh my god, it's gay, so it's gonna be good," but I don't know any animation fans that actually fucking care about fucking She-Ra. Personally. Yeah, she didn't say anything about Utena. You know why? Because she's never fucking seen it. She has never fucking seen it. Go watch my Lily Orchard Does Not Understand Utena video. She watched maybe clips of the last 2 episodes and came up with a whack-ass interpretation. She has never watched it, just like James Somerton. Neither of them have ever fucking watched it, and I can tell. You know? Yeah, I'm cosplaying Anthi right now because... Actually, since we're done talking about Utena, I guess I'll turn my Anthi cosplay off. Oh, and somebody's messaging me on... Oh, yeah, I just have a few pings on... on Discord right now. Where's my thingy? Okay, here we go. I'm gonna go back to normal side-chan now that we're done, and I'm just gonna keep drinking and making fun of Lily. Let's turn it on to 1.25 speed for this, because we know this is gonna be a bunch of bullshit. Let's hear what she has to say about the Cardcaptor Sakura Fox Kids dub now. Thank you for the tomato. Hey, play.
Significant spec. Oh boy, the other sapphic anime people loved. I'm gonna get some letters about this. I love Cardcaptors as a kid.
How do you know that Cardcaptor Sakura has... Actually, it isn't really sapphic, but... How do you even know? They cut out all the gay stuff in the dub, you dipshit.
I loved it so much, but I mostly watched the Nelvana dub, and as I got older, I learned about all the things Nelvana changed, and I feel like I dodged a bullet. Like, weebs will rush up to me and go, "They cut out Lee crushing on a guy twice his age," and I'm like, "Ugh, that was a thing?" And then they'll go, "They cut out Madison's crush on Sakura," and I go, "Wait, doesn't she dress Sakura up in cat ears and film her?" Yeah! Ugh. And then they're like, "They cut out the engagement."
Why is it gross for a young boy to have a crush on an older guy? It's not like the older guy reciprocated. It's normal for little kids to have crushes on older people. And it was also not even necessarily that. It was because, what's his name? Yuki? It's because Yuki is actually secretly one of Clow's creatures. So he has, like, a magic aura. And that's why Shaoran? Is his name Shaoran? Yukito, thank you. I am forgetting the characters' names. It's because Shaoran, like, sensed the magic in him. I think they even explained that. That's why Shaoran felt, like, drawn to him. And also, like, yeah, Tomoyo has a crush on Sakura. And Tomoyo is how Sakura gets all of her magical girl outfits. There's no transformation in Cardcaptor Sakura. It's just her rich friend sewing her outfits and putting her in them and filming her magical girl battles. Like a fashion show. That's the gimmick. It's cute.
Between Rika and Mr. Tarada, and I'm like, wait, they were what? Boys crushing on grown men, the predatory lesbian trope, and actual pedophilia.
Did you just call Tomoyo a predatory lesbian? What the fuck, Lily? Lily, you are so homophobic. Like, I'm sorry, you just...
Predatory lesbian trope and actual pedophilia. Oh boy, I sure missed out on all the cringing I could have been doing. See, like Fox News, Clamp operates under the impression that pedophiles and gay people are the same thing. They're just more ooh-woo positive about it. Their story...
No. Japan just has a very different culture and cultural attitudes toward this than we do.
Always carry the theme that love is love is love is love, and they carry this everywhere. This graphic is their entire author tract, and the thing is, it's a bad thing to equate gay people with pedophiles, especially if you're being positive about it. But that's what—
How is this your takeaway from Cardcaptor Sakura? Like, seriously. This is just Lily coping about only watching the Fox Kids dub and trying to say, well, it's a good thing I only watched the Fox Kids dub because, like the Japanese one has pedo shit in it, because you know those Japanese, right? One of the things that Nelvana did was try to have Shawan be the main focus of the anime and not Sakura, despite her being the title character. Yes, it's true. Nelvana did eventually release an uncut subtitled version of Cardcaptor Sakura, though. People campaigned for that for years, and they actually did do a subtitled DVD release. I had it for a while, and it was very good. That's how I watched it.
Cardcaptors does. It's no surprise that when it came over to North America, Nelvana stripped out all the romance. The only thing that survived was Lee's crush on Sakura, but that never actually went anywhere and never had a payoff. Even his confession was cut out. The whole show was turned into an action cartoon in the vein of Mummies Alive or X-Men, and it was about the most watchable version of it. Like Utena, this is often held up for having gay love portrayed.
The watchable version was the version where they stripped everything out and took out all the gay and changed the plot and tried to make the boy the main character over the girl, and tried to make you think it took place in America and changed all the characters' names. That's the superior version, according to Lily fucking Orchard. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, I hope Lily's Discord kittens are here so they can see how this is bullshit.
Trade positively, but also like...
Yeah, Lily's just lying. Why you always lying? Lily doesn't have time to watch Word. She has a pile of Steven Universe DVDs of Bird in front of Rebecca Sugar's house.
Like Utena, it comes with so many asterisks that it's just not worth it. Especially now when we have much better alternatives. Theme song fucking slapped though.
Cardcaptors, a mystic adventure. Cardcaptors.
Okay. We have to watch the real Cardcaptor Sakura theme song now. After Lily showed us that insult. Just a little bit of it anyway, just to give you... You think that fucking whack-ass dub opening rocks? Bruh. Listen to Catch Me, Catch You right now. This is the catchiest fucking anime OP ever. I'm probably gonna get muted for this. Lily's everything phobic, you're correct. Sorry if it's really loud. I don't know all the lyrics, but... Okay, that's enough of that. But yeah, that's what Lily thinks Lily thinks this fucking Fox Kids dub song is better than that!
For all times, God possesses a power that's old.
But this sounds even worse now.
It's as rich a source of negative emotion as we'll ever find.
I don't give a shit about Digimon, so I'll let Lily talk.
2.5 seasons of Digimon, and my feelings on it are very mixed. Objectively, it's terrible. Terribly written, terribly acted, terribly animated, just all around terrible, and I fucking love it for that. You should totally go and watch it.
That still makes it better than Utena somehow, because you think Utena is just about lesbian abuse? Because you didn't fucking watch it?
Serious. If you haven't, you have to see it. There's a great deal of earnest sincerity about it, and I can't help but find it charming. Especially when Kingdom Hearts actors show up to chew on the scenery. The dialogue may be stilted and completely wooden, but it harkens back to a time when this stuff wasn't caked in irony, and just owned the fact that they were unbelievably stupid. I guess I feel more fondly about it because I actually miss the days where adventure fantasy cartoons were this earnest and sincere. Yeah, the dialogue is badly written and the animation is even worse, but you know what? Metal Greymon gets to have his titty.
Yeah, it's that corny and sincere because it's made for really little kids, Lily. It's made for like 7-year-olds.
Cannons, and no one feels the need to sarcastically roll their eyes at it. Sure, Anjou Mom's design is cravenly perv-pandering, but I can't recall any moment where she was sexually assaulted by the camera either. Maybe that was just too expensive. I think it's worth a rewatch for anyone, honestly, if only for the titty.
Oh, you think that outfit is like bad? Okay.
My heart is made of just
Let's hear how she's gonna get Little Witch Academia wrong.
One thing.
You know, I did quite like the show at first. It was an interesting take on the whole magic school thing. This eager young woman gets thrown right into the middle of a global aristocracy and finds that she's completely inept at magic. It's a good baseline for a character-focused show, and...
I mean, Eiko is... she's inept at most things. She's one of those really dumb, like teen anime protagonists.
Most of the episodes are indeed extremely funny. I still maintain that Sleeping Susie is the best episode of any cartoon I've ever seen. I love it so much and highlights how funny the writers can be if they want to be. But Trigger just had to do a trigger and pretend that they can make action work while being floatier than Dream Drop Distance, and the last half of the show is just absolute piss swill. It's like eating a lovely piece of cheesecake and then biting into a dead wasp that was hidden in the middle of it. I'm not being hyperbolic. I think the
So Lily just hates that a story happened.
latter half of the show is absolute fucking garbage. Everything after Samhain magic isn't worth anyone's time unless you're the kind of weirdo who thinks boring half-villains are the height of fiction. And if you are, I mean, I hold no hard feelings against you. Demographically speaking, you're 13.
What a strange place.
Okay, well, the Little Witch Academia part's over. She, again, didn't talk about the plot. So basically, she liked it until it had a story. Okay.
To slither off to.
On reflection, I think Dead Middle was the best place to put Pokemon. It's been going on forever.
I'm sorry, is her name pronounced Eiko or Ako? I haven't seen it in a while, to be honest. Trigger can pretend they can make action work. Trigger is one of the best animation studios on the planet right now.
For 20 years and has about as many episodes as One Piece. But unlike One Piece, it's actually watchable and soft resets every few seasons so you can jump in whenever you want. I feel like that was always Pokemon's strong suit. Like, the writers never considered that there would be an army of weebs still watching it today, and even though they now know old fans are still around, they don't write the show's...
Its strong suit is that it's episodic and made to sell toys and video games? Okay, it is Aquo. Okay, I pronounced it wrong, I'm sorry.
Specifically for them. I stopped watching Pokemon around Battle Frontier when the voices changed and was never really able to accept the new voices. They try to sound like the old ones, but the end result is just this uncanny valley effect. The show also lost a lot of its bite as time
You could have watched it in Japanese if you wanted to have the same voice actors, Lily, I'm just saying.
on, originally having a very 90s comedy charm to it, and feeling more sterile as time went on, especially with the way Ash was characterized. That's not a criticism, but it did eventually evolve into something that just wasn't for me, and I was more than happy to leave it behind. I'm told that the Sun and Moon arcs are very good, and I'm glad about that, but at the same time, I've never felt compelled to go and actually watch it.
You better settle down there, master!
Okay, I'm gonna be real, I've never seen Princess Knight. I have no idea why she watched this one, but... let's see what she says.
Okay, so Princess Knight is a TV series from the 1960s about a gender-fluid prince who was born with the heart of a boy and a girl. She was raised as a boy to prevent a duke from inheriting the throne and comes to lead the kingdom in...
That doesn't make her gender-fluid, that's just Japanese gender roles.
Princess Knight is an odd one. I think quite highly of it, as it's a very gender-curious show, but at the same time, it's still very 1960s fantasy, and that gender curiosity is done inside a gender-essentialist framework. For example, Sapphire is established to be more comfortable dressing like a boy.
Of course it's done in a gender-essentialist framework, because it's a Japanese show. They're very, very gender role stratified in Japan. Extremely. Even today.
Because she has a boy's heart given to him by an angel, and not because gender is a social construct. But the thing is, the message is still there.
Like, yeah, no shit, Lily. It was the 60s in Japan. Of course, it's not gonna conform to your modern sensibilities, you fucking dipshit.
It reminds me of a time when a trans woman would be described as a woman trapped in a man's body, which is itself outdated, but as an explanation to how you were feeling to the layman, it worked. It's messy.
Imagine something from the 1960s feeling outdated. What is this as a complaint?
To say the least, but it's still extremely charming. Like any piece of LGBT animation made before 16, it's got a lot of baggage behind it, but
Is this LGBT? It was Osamu Tezuka saying, I'm gonna write a girl prince. I'm pretty sure Tezuka wasn't saying, I'm gonna do LGBT representation. Again, just taking modern politics and trying to impose it on things that were not made with that framework in mind at all because it didn't exist yet. How can you do that? I just don't understand. Fucking James Somerton was doing the same thing. It's like a midwit thing, you know? Like, they think like, oh, I'm saying all the right modern political words, so that means my take is automatically going to be correct.
Do think it's at least worth a watch, more so than the other two at least. I find it especially worth a look given that there's a growing mythology in LGBT.
And again, she doesn't talk about the plot. She only talks about it in terms of other things she likes and knows, and modern politics it doesn't apply to. Same with Dororo, the title character is raised as a boy for her safety. And then there's, do I have a spammer? I didn't notice spam, I'm sorry. Oh, those guys. Sorry. What was I about to say? Oh, Oscar! Oscar from Rose of Versailles. Oscar, it was raised as a boy because her father lost his mind because he had nothing but daughters, and when she was born, he was like, no, you're gonna be named Oscar! But everyone knows she's a woman. They all know she's just performing the gender role in that society of a man. Which, again, Japanese culture is very gender stratified. So...
cartoon fandom.
Did she make a whole video on this anime? Well, like I said, Dungeon Meshi's next. We'll decide what other Lily stuff I'm doing after that. A lot of Lily's videos are just boring and useless, and she doesn't fucking say anything, so I don't really think they're worth reacting to. See, David Bowie helped with my awakening, along with Yuri and Yaoi, so why is Lily so obsessed with sexuality within these kid-oriented shows when it's indifferent stuff that helps people identify themselves, not just stuff directed toward mainly kids? Because she doesn't watch anything for adults. And she doesn't watch anything... Can someone explain how a trans woman is a woman trapped in a man's body is outdated? I don't know. Alistair the Ratio Demon. I can't really... Like, gender stuff is not my lane. I couldn't really tell you. But, like, I don't know. I guess it is kind of an archaic phrasing. I really don't... Rose of Versailles is not a comedy. It's a drama. It's like a historical drama. It takes place during, like, the French aristocracy. Like Regency era French. So, it's pretty good, though. If you like that sort of, like, historical drama, Rose of Versailles is pretty damn good. Again, it's another one I saw, like, really, really, really long time ago, so I'm not gonna pretend to be an expert on it, like Lily pretends to be an expert on things she hasn't watched. But...
that certain creators pioneered LGBT rep in animation and were inspired by very specific shows from their youth. But the truth is that the fight for good rep goes back over 60 years and has been a collective effort by everyone, which is easy to forget.
Just keep talking about rep. You're supposed to be ranking anime. Why can you never stay on fucking topic?
In the era of Stan Twitter, acting like specific creators are gods simply by virtue of their mere existence.
3 Guardians is more than I care to face.
The 90s had a lot of tournament cartoons. From Pokemon to that one with the cards, to that other one with the cards, to Beyblade.
What? What, really? Lily Metabots, but not Zach Bell? Come on.
To that one with the marbles, but I think the best of them was the one whose premise was, what if we give small children death robots with machine...
Yes, there was a lot of stuff trying to capitalize on Pokemon at the time. Yes.
Machine guns and rocket launchers,
and
act like that's a completely reasonable thing to do. So Metabots was a thing. In all fairness, Metabots isn't anything special. The whole show is just your average tournament cartoon, and it...
So why is it ranked above Utena? Just because you wanted to slander Utena because people like it? That seems to be her whole point. Like, people act like Utena is this really, like, important work, but it's all about abuse and stuff, and dumb lesbians of the present just think it's good. You know? Like... Oh, God.
Wears its status as a Pokemon knockoff on its sleeve.
I'm not even doing my fucking Ben Shapiro voice for Lily. This is too whiny. I have to do, like, my me voice.
But it is definitely charming. The main character, Metabee, is nothing short of the single most hilarious character to ever grace the screen. I honestly think Metabee is what makes the entire show, and if you don't like him, I think you just hate fun, honestly. The show lost its edge when they introduced this stupid Dragon Ball Z Hadouken thing that became such an easy win card. They had to invent an entire new type of robot just to be invincible to it, but everything before that was great. I'd happily watch this again anytime, and I would-
Okay, so you actually watched this one. You actually watched this one for, like, 5-year-olds. Okay, Lily, that's telling us a lot here.
The tie-in games didn't suck so much raw, unfiltered ass.
Gee, thanks for looking out for us, mister. But I'm sure we can take care of ourselves just fine.
Weebs have always had a poor relationship with the concept of translating. If a dub so much as changes the word exciting to cool, they'll pitch a shit fit. They act as if the best kind of translation is one that changes literally nothing. To them, I will always point to the
Samurai Pizza Cats was basically an abridged dub. Like, it was completely different than the original show. Even though the original show was also a parody. But, yeah.
Samurai Pizza Cats and say, kindly go fuck yourself, you culturally fetishizing dickhead. Okay, so a little background. Samurai Pizza Cats started out as a very typical superhero cartoon over in Japan.
Listen, nobody gives a shit about the mistranslating samurai fucking pizza cats. It's a garbage show. Nobody cares. It's when they change plot points. And when they change, like, important things or hide the gayness, that's when people get angry. Or, like, the old chop jobs people used to do. It's like, look up Warriors of the Wind one day. A company took Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind, chopped it to bits, changed all the characters' names, changed the plot, and that's why we didn't see any Ghibli movies in the West for, like, 10 years. And why, when Disney reached out to Ghibli to do distribution and dubbing for them, they literally mailed Disney Studios a katana with a note that said, "No cuts." So it isn't just weebs who get mad at this, it's the original creators, too, who get mad at being disrespected. You're right, Miramax did dub Princess Mononoke before Disney got their hands... True, Miramax was the first one to reach out to Ghibli and actually be able to dub one of their movies after the debacle that was Warriors of the Wind. You are correct. So... And I think I did see Princess Mononoke in theaters, actually, during the Miramax one. It might have been the first Ghibli... No, I did watch Warriors of the Wind as a kid. I distinctly remember renting it from Blockbuster. But, so it wasn't the first Ghibli movie I've seen, but it was the first Ghibli movie I've seen knowing it was a Ghibli movie, I think.
But after the explosion of Power Rangers, it was sent over to be translated. But because it wasn't very popular, all the materials a translator would need were destroyed, damaged, or just not included. And so...
I don't think that's true. I think they just took it and adapted it as an American kids show. You're just making that up.
Oh, when faced with this problem, they did what any reasonable person would do. They watched the untranslated episodes, inferred what was going on, and then made the rest of it up. The end result was this obscenely wacky show that was so fundamentally different from its original, it counts as its own abridged series. It is positively delightful, a relic of the 90s.
Yeah, it's basically like Ghost Stories. Because the original show was kind of stupid anyway, so...
His anime boom where everything was being packaged and sent over to the West before companies started pandering to hopeless, pathetic shut-ins. Do I think you'd like it? That depends. Do you like fun? Yes? Are you still pitching a shit fit over jelly donuts like a loser? No? Yeah, I think you will.
That's not fair, Beast. Don't take it out on Belle.
So this whole thing is just bitching about weebs, as usual. Because she hates anime fans, just like she hates everything and everyone else.
I was back and forth on where exactly to put this because, I mean, yeah, it's good, but does it really deserve...
I have not seen Spy Family yet, just so you know, I haven't seen Spy Family yet.
...to be above Samurai Pizza Cats, but then the last episode made me cackle like a banshee watching a tree burn down, so I was like, yeah, alright, you could be number 3. I did an entire first impressions on this show, and everything I said there stands. This show is positively delightful, and it's clear from watching it why it exploded in popularity.
Okay, though, you can't just assume people watched that video, so maybe, like, also explain it here, you dumb shit.
The way it is. So instead of repeating myself, I'm gonna share this amusing little anecdote. Apparently the creator doesn't feel any affection toward this show or the comic at all, because he only wrote it to have something that would sell, because all of his more serious comics kept getting canceled. And I think that is the best example so far of someone getting hit in the face with the cold, icy reality that the reason it's so hard to get serious, dramatic comics and cartoons greenlit is very simple. Nobody fucking wants that shit. It is a reality that hardcore cartoon fans...
Ha ha, isn't it funny that the author only drew this to be marketable and it worked? Lily would, like, be complaining about that with any other show, I think. Whatever.
Fandom has had a hard time...
Is that even correct? Is that even correct, though? But a bunch of people in the chat are saying that's not even correct about the author. Again, I have not seen Spy Family, and I do know that Lily will just omit things and edit around things in order to just make her false point seem true. I will believe chat over Lily any fucking day of the week. I shouldn't have said that. Now you're all gonna start lying to me. A statement from the Spy Family creator is mostly not true. Okay. I mean, I could see that it being true that he tried to do a bunch of serious stuff and then he did this more lighthearted thing and it took off and he could be like, oh man, that's sure a thing that happens, because it does, but yeah. Well, Lily never shows proof of these things she says. It's like when she says, well, oh, the SU Crooniverse totally said this in an interview, and then she doesn't show any proof of any such interview ever existing. and doesn't cite anything and doesn't have a bibliography or show anything on screen or anything. She just says this shit and says, trust me, bro. If you've seen enough anime, you have seen Spy Family. That's fair. I don't know. It looks a little dull. I haven't really been that interested in it, to tell you the truth. I'm not gonna begrudge anyone who likes it. The editor won't let the creator of Spy Family stop drawing because it's a popular show. That makes sense. There is a lot of manga out there that kind of goes on too long because the editors are like, no, this is making gangbusters, make more. You know, it's like how Akira Toriyama originally wanted to end DBZ at the fucking Frieza saga and then it just kept going, you know? So, that... Mr. Joe, that would imply that Lily does any research at all, and she doesn't.
Accepting for quite some time.
Anyone from the organization who'd like to be
Yeah, like Lily saying Cartoon Network wanted to end Steven Universe on Ruby and Sapphire's wedding rather than the show was canceled because of Ruby and Sapphire's wedding. Yes, rest in peace, Akira Toriyama. I'm not gonna pour my Tequila Rose on the floor in honor of him. I guess I'll take a drink. So, here, I have another cup here, so toast to Akira Toriyama. Toriyama-sensei is definitely a big influence on me. You can't see it much in my style anymore, except when I draw, like, Canyon Wastelands. But Akira Toriyama has been a very big influence on my art, I have to say. But see, this is the thing I was laughing at before. Kingdom Hearts is just a collection of anime tropes, but Lily loves it.
Next.
Lily, that's a video game. Yeah, but it still has a linear plot, and the world structure makes it feel episodic like a TV series. And frankly, I think I should be able to include it. Honestly, the sheer deluge of adventure fantasy cartoons from both the West and the East could probably...
So, should you admit that it's full of anime tropes? Like, Kingdom Hearts is the most anime game I've ever fucking played in my life. But she's not gonna admit it, is she?
Learn something from it. Kingdom Hearts' story is fucking stupid. It's completely absurd at times, but I don't say that as a criticism, because one thing Kingdom Hearts has always done well is own it. I don't like it when stories are quote-unquote wacky, because they almost always devolve into ironic self-parody, which is...
I think somewhere during his D&D game, Krim just, like, bent over in half in pain and didn't know why. And someone say the door to darkness.
It's just being stupid while sarcastically rolling your eyes, which some people seem to think is the height of comedy, but always struck me as very insincere. Like the writer realized he was letting himself get too vulnerable and needed to nervously laugh it off. You know, kind of like when you ask your lover to choke you and they look at you like you've grown a second head, and so you backpedal by saying you were only kidding, and they should totally see the look on their face right now. Backpedal by saying you were only kidding. And like when you ask your lover to...
Is that joke art of Padme enjoying being force choked by Anakin? In that scene where he force chokes her while she's pregnant? Is that what I'm seeing here, guys? I'm gonna turn into a car and drive away from this stream, you're right. No, it says harder Annie. That's Padme. That's pregnant Padme getting force choked by Anakin in the third movie. I'm like stunned into silence right now. Why would you just flash that on screen? What is wrong with you? You are just bitching about romanticized abuse. You are just bitching about romanticized abuse in Utena, where that doesn't exist, and you show this. What the fuck? I need another drink. I'm just getting blasted. By the time we're on Hamtaro, I'm just gonna be insulting Lily's entire family. No, I wouldn't insult Courtney. That's terrible. I would never do that. Everybody with Courtney is gonna get insulted. If I insult Lily's family, just assume I'm excluding Courtney. Yeah, this is fine, but Utena is terrible. But like, Lily has not watched Utena. I said this during the fucking Utena watch. If Lily had watched Utena, she would be screeching about the tone, and she would be complaining about the 3 sets of uncomfortably close siblings. Or pretending she didn't like that, at least. See, Kingdom Hearts chooses worlds to fit a theme for each game. KH3 chose worlds about the concept of true love sacrifice. It mirrors what Sora ultimately decides to do. I believe you on that. I mean, as much as I shit on Kingdom Hearts, I'm not gonna begrudge fans for liking it. It's just, I got a little tired of its bullshit personally. That's all. And I didn't want to play, like 15 different handheld games to understand the fucking plot. I did watch my friend play all of Kingdom Hearts 3, though, for the record.
To choke you, and they look at you like you've grown a second head, and so you backpedal by saying you were only kidding, and they should totally see the look on their face right now. But deep down, you both know, and that energy's never leaving the room no matter how much you laugh it off. Lily, this is getting weird. Yeah, I know, I'm only kidding. You should totally see your face right now.
Lily, I feel assaulted by this video. I feel sexually harassed by this video, Lily.
The thing is that Tetsuya Nomura has never known an ounce of cringe in his life, and puts his whole puss...
You saying Nomura has never known an ounce of cringe in his life? His entire career is cringe.
Into everything. He's the man who will write a tear-jerking scene with Mickey Mouse and the Muppet Babies version of Sephiroth, and will not only be totally into it, but knows that you will be into it too. Have you ever cried?
Okay, like... Okay, as much as I shit on Kingdom Hearts, I don't think calling Riku the Muppet Baby version of Sephiroth is fair. What, because he has silver hair? His story doesn't parallel Sephiroth's at all. You don't even know what Sephiroth's story is, probably. I doubt you've ever played Final Fantasy VII, you fuck. You don't play things that are for anyone older than 13, Lily.
I'd over Goofy? You're fucking gonna. There's a great deal of vulnerability on display, and almost everything that goes into the story is something Nomura was extremely enthusiastic about. Hell, he chose to do Kingdom Hearts 4 over Virum Rex entirely because he was worried about Sora, who he snapped in the last game. Just... Aw. Sora didn't snap, he ended up in... The World Ends With You. He was in Shibuya at the end. Remember the extra credits scene? The scene after the credits, Lily? Did you play Kingdom Hearts 3 at all? I didn't even play it directly. I watched somebody else play it, and I still remember that shit. It's because both Sephiroth and Riku are gay for the protagonist. I guess you could argue that about FF7R Sephiroth, because he's constantly appearing to Cloud and getting in his face like, "Hello, Cloud. I'm hurting you, Cloud. What do you think about that, Cloud?" Nobody gives a fuck about Virum Rex. He tried to, like, backdoor pilot a new game in the Toy Story level of Kingdom Hearts 3. And it's not just the sincerity. I truly believe that Kingdom Hearts has an extremely gripping story. It wouldn't have succeeded with its console ADD otherwise. And I think a lot of...
Well, the gameplay is fun, bro. I mean, a lot of people don't care about the story.
People are seriously sleeping on it and just letting the rather undeserved meme of it being incomprehensible warp their perceptions.
Aw, come on, Riku. You've been hanging out in darkness too long.
I'm gonna take another drink.
You gotta try and think positive.
Of course I was gonna put Hamtaro at #1. It's still the best.
This is what Lily thinks is the best anime in the world over Utena, which is a piece of art that people have been picking apart for 30 fucking years, and we're still finding new things. I've never seen Hamtaro either, by the way. This is literally an anime for preschoolers, so just keep that in mind.
Cartoon to come out of the East. No, I don't care what edgy drama-mongering bull honky you have to offer. There are hamsters in this one. Does your favorite show have hamsters in it? No. Sit down. Hamtaro is a lovely...
What about Choo-Choo? He might be a little monkey, but he's just as cute.
The hamsters afford...
Maybe I should put Choo-Choo back on my head for this. Hang on a second. How could you hate Choo-Choo?
They're on underground society, and they speak in a hamster slang, and every episode is just about them being friends and having dumb little hamster misunderstandings. It's like if somebody took Craig of the Creek and made it even cuter. Also, the theme song is frigging adorable.
Laura's gone to school, let's go to our ham clubhouse. We can fix their troubles, just be quiet as a mouse. Watch out for those cats, you know they're smart.
This is not satire. A lot of people think that Lily Orchard, like, does things for hate clicks, but if that was true, she wouldn't have deleted her first Dungeon Meshi video. Lily is just like this. She's not even good at, like, working the YouTube algorithm at all. She is just like this. Hamtaro's peak fiction. It's Kino. It's cinema. It has more deep characters than any psychological anime. It has the best gay, lesbian, and hetero romance in all of fiction. This theme song feels like something you'd use to torture people during a war. Yes, when Lily takes over as dictator, she will torture us with the fucking Hamtaro theme. Alright, I gotta go back to normal side chat now.
Harder than you think, but if we work together, we can make their plan sink.
Well, keep in mind I do have this on 1.25 speed as well, so it's probably even worse that way.
Join the team, come on, let's go. Little hamsters, big adventures, Hamtaro. He's his cage when Lo's away. The ham and friends all want to play. But someone needs our help today.
And they had 2 entire games that captured the vibe of the show perfectly. It's just the coziest damn show in the entire fudging universe. It's so cozy and so pure and just so delightful that I can't even summon the energy to swear around these adorable little gremlins. Look at their little faces! Hamtaro just perfectly captures the energy of Sora years before Sora was even a glint in Nomura's eye. This show is everything you imagine was going on when your pets were playing.
Here we go again with Lily not Oh, hey, we got a super chat.
Tequila Signboard sent a super chat. Honestly, a preschool show seems perfect for her.
Yeah, Lily Orker can only understand preschool shows. Anything else is too hard for her to fucking understand. Yeah, here we go again with Lily not realizing that Sora Kingdom Hearts is a basic bitch shonen protagonist. And there have always been characters like him in anime for decades. The happy sunshine boy who talks about the power of friendship and is really emotional. That is the star of every single fucking shonen anime ever. She just doesn't have a good media diet. So she thinks Sora is something unique.
Outside, and I think that
kawaii desune. Lily would hate all the Japanese if she actually rewatched the stream, which she won't, because it's almost 8 p.m. We have been going for a very long time.
That's a wonderful thing. Hamtaro is the premier cartoon, and any show falling short of that just means they didn't quite reach perfection. Well, that's gonna do it for this video. I hope you all had a wonderful time, and if you're upset that I didn't include Busboy Sock Hop, or whatever it was you were about to get angry about, then that's okay. You can go, and I'll just be right over here, being better than you.
So what do we think about that, chat? Lily has really become Digibro at this point. Yeah, it's almost 7:30 here, too. Yeah. This is longer than my Wednesday streams usually go, but this was a special stream, clearly, so... Jesus Christ. I might make clips out of the Lily section. It was pretty useless, though. I'll keep this VOD up, though. I'm gonna keep this VOD up, so you guys can see the entire VOD anytime you want, but I probably will do a little cutsy woo of the James Somerton part, and anything else in the stream that was funny. The stream was torture. Well, congratulations. Next stream is probably gonna be even worse, because next Wednesday, we are going to be going over Lily Orchard's, fucking videos on Dungeon Meshi. And apparently at some point, she compares Laos to BoJack Horseman. So that's gonna be fun. I did drink a lot. How much of this is even left? Oh my god, I drank more than half the bottle. Oh shit. Oh no. Oh no, I almost drank all of it.
Octo Arusai sent a super chat. So mad I'm throwing more money at you.
Thank you, that's perfect. You know, we have been joking in my Discord, by the way, I mentioned it earlier, but if, you want to join my Discord, it's $1 due on Patreon or joining my YouTube channel membership, and then if you only pay that $1, you don't have to leave afterward, it's fine. So, yeah, we were... What was I even about to say? I forgot now! But, yes, I almost drank the entire bottle of the Tequila Rose during this. Lily, if you ever make a BoJack Horseman video, your ass is fucking grass. You have to stop talking about things I like, Lily. Lily is under the misapprehension that Steven Universe is the only thing I like. No. So far, she has insulted Dragon Age, which I am probably even more batshit insane about than Steven Universe. I could talk your ear off about Dragon Age for 5 hours. She's mentioned BoJack a few times. What else has she mentioned that I actually like? Yeah, single $1 due. You can join the Discord. I honestly don't think Lily can even pull rage bait, because when she does, it's the most laziest bare bones way of trying to piss people off on purpose, or it's honestly embarrassing. Exactly. Exactly. She's not even doing this for rage bait. This is just how she actually is. Like, if you listen to her on streams, this is just how she fucking is. It's insane. So, yeah. Next week... Oh, I love Dragon Age. Since I am going to be doing game streaming more, because I was already planning to game stream more this year even before I became a YouTuber. So if people are interested in me playing all 3 Dragon Age games and telling you all about the lore, I will do that. I will do that. She hasn't played Dragon Age, but she thinks it's garbage for stupid reasons, like anything else. You know, I know she compares Laos to Alistair from Dragon Age. Probably because the author of Dungeon Meshi is a Dragon Age fan, which makes me so happy, and I can see so much of the Dragon Age influence on the anime and the manga. It's good. Like, fucking Chilchuck's whole section where he's going around checking for traps, that is straight out of Dragon Age Origins. I'm not even kidding. It's so good. So, we're just kind of wrapping up now, guys. I'm definitely gonna sign off right at 7:30, probably. So we got 5 minutes of a post-show autopsy here. What did we think of all of that? So you see, again, you can see now why I threw on the James Somerton video, because she barely talked about Utena. So if you want to hear Lily's real bad takes on Utena, go watch my, Lily Orca Doesn't Understand Utena video, where she talked about Utena for like 20 minutes in the middle of a Steven Universe video. And that is what started me on my YouTube journey. Yes, both James and Lily are brainlets. They're both midwits. They're both like, I'm gonna say all the current progresso words, and that makes me correct, even though I don't even understand what the fuck I'm talking about. I'm gonna... Oh yeah, you can show me the fan art now, Jade. I'm gonna have some of this water, actually. Oh, Digibro talked about Utena? Not today. Maybe in the future. Yeah, he doesn't even understand what the fuck postmodernism is. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Like I said, this is definitely way longer than I usually go on a Wednesday, but this was a special stream. Next week is probably also going to be long just because we're looking at both Dun Meshi videos, and I'm probably going to have a lot to say because I caught up on the anime. Like I said, though, I am going to go back. I'm going to go through... I've been given timestamps of all the places in Lily's second Dun Meshi video where she just fucking spoils the manga. She has changed the thumbnail of that video to First Impressions. And in a First Impressions video, she spoils the ending of the manga, which just recently finished last year. So... the fuck? I don't care about being spoiled, but I am going to go through and redact it. Okay, let's see. Let's look at these links everybody's sending me. Let's see. I have to like copy paste it into the thing because it if I just click on it, OBS opens up in its own shitty little browser. I was just like all the characters gender bent. That's cool. That's cute. And Chuchu is still there with the... Yeah, yes, the Rose Bride earrings. And so does Akio. See, this person gets it. This person gets that Chuchu is dressed up like Akio. Yeah, she called it the show of all time at first, and then she changed it to First Impressions, but she, like, spoils the whole fucking manga to, like, punish her fans who recommended it to her. I've
got another assignment for you.
Oh, is this... Oh, this is from 5 years ago. Alright. I'm gonna have to watch this later. I'm gonna put this in my watch later right there. Yay. Utoro and Anthony. Alright, I'm gonna turn off Distractovision now. So we have Halfling Lily here inked. We have pretty much everything inked. I'll just have to clean this up and color it, but this is going to be the thumbnail for next week when I cover Lily's Dungeon Meshi videos. For anyone who just got here, this is Senshi serving Halfling Lily some humble pie, which she refuses to eat. I thought that was appropriate. Yeah, I know. I've kept you guys here for a while. I'm glad anyone who How do I do this every week? I don't know, it's fun. Like I said, most weeks, the Wednesday stream is just me drawing and shooting the shit with chat for about 2 or 3 hours. So, I don't usually go this long every week. Did I see fan art on Instagram? I will look later. I will find it. If you tagged me, I'll see it. So, I'm glad a lot of people came here for this one, though. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I hope you guys had fun. Like I said, I do stream every Wednesday. I will start a game stream again. Before I was doing my I Wanna Hug That Gator streams on Thursdays, but I think for the next game I'll pick a different day and time, or maybe even 2 days, so, you know, people get a chance to hit the stream if they want to. You know, like I said, I like to stream on different days and times. It isn't the usual Wednesday stream, just to give people a chance. So I know, like, time zones and shit, it sucks. If only we could just watch videos whenever, like, when are we getting our quantum time-dilated internet? Where you guys can listen to a stream before I even do it. I wasn't kidding that Lily's takes on anime in the beginning were horribly outdated. Yeah, exactly. Lily is definitely on this whole anime bad, actually, xenophobic thing. But anyway, I am gonna sign up for now. I do need to get dinner myself. Thank you all so much for coming. Thank you so much for the super chats. I very much appreciate it. And I will see you guys next week. Otherwise, you can check out my Tumblr, my Instagram, and my Twitter for more of me uploading artwork and doing shit. Anyway, see you later.